Hello and welcome to Sexpat. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku became the world's greatest villain with Harem? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
As the hero was placed on the operating table, the doctor asked the nurse, "What's the situation?" The villain knew of his weak spot and stabbed the same spot multiple times. I doubt he intended to kill him since the stabbed area missed any vital spots left on that side. A villain ignoring the possibility of killing the symbol of peace. Surely pigs have finally learned to fly. The physician nodded. What about the other patient? As she gave him the scalpel, the nurse explained. Bakugo has been shot 5 times in the spinal cord before hitting his howitzer impact. It's severe and the engineers are currently working on a new spine for him. Christ. The villain? Escaped the police but was severely injured. I wouldn't be surprised if they found him dead somewhere. As he sutures the stab wound, the doctor wishes he was kidding. Oh please, I've heard of him. The quirkless bugger survived worse than that. It was easier for All Might because of his missing lung. He turned to face the nurse again. Who knew a few words from someone could turn another into a villain? Poor kid. The nurse only nodded along. He was hurt. That howitzer was painful as all hell. A lot more painful than he thought it would. Nothing personal, Kachan. Even when he sided with them, he still cared about his former friend. Even if it was him who let loose on the explosive hero's spine. He instructed the League to proceed without him. They were hesitant but Tamura made them follow through for their own sake. Good thing I wasn't the leader. I'd hate to leave Tamura behind, too. With burns all over and blood oozing from his chest, he stumbled at a wall in an alleyway. He was busy trying not to get caught and not bleed out at the same time. His determination finally paid off when he realized that he's near her apartment. Shit. He's not sure whether he should drop by at a time like this. Definitely not after she found out that he was a villain all along. He had just escaped from Tartarus, and he wasn't sure she would let him in, much less not hand him over to the police. One way to find out, he thought to himself as he knocks on her door. What kind of room service knock at a time like tea? When she noticed that he was bleeding profusely, she froze. She covered her mouth in shock at his broken form in front of her. Despite everything, he was still a jackass enough to wave and smile at her to greet her. Izuku? She said his name, and he nodded. His body finally gave out as his eyes rolled at the back of his head and he crashed down to her apartment floor. Much earlier, this life is incredibly miserable. If anything, he was just about ready to jump. He became aware of the true cruelty of the world. Definitely not the best day after someone told you to kill yourself. Izuku's only desire was to be a hero, but society simply won't let that happen. He picked up his notebook, and after that, what did life do? Attack him with a villain. Of course. All Might saved him but then told him that he can't ever be a hero due to his state. Fantastic. Did he rescue Bakugo from the monster made of slime? He got scolded. Harshly. That was incredibly stupid of you to do, kid. You shouldn't have gotten in the way, said Kamui Woods. Izuku knew that the hero telling him this was just concerned for him but he can't say the same for the others. He stole the show. One of them was furious. Mount Lady, to be specific. You stupid brat. Bakugo's cousin from the mother side. What if you got crushed, huh? That's bad PR for me. You better be thankful that All Might was here. Izuku mentioned the name of the hero who appears to be a firefighter. Backdraft. The heroes simply appeared perplexed. Could have splashed Bakugo's hand with water to render his explosions useless. Kamui and Death Arms could have gotten in then and got him out. That way, you could easily turn big and stomp the villain, he said as he was facing Mount Lady. The other heroes were skeptical, but Kamui Woods appeared impressed. With all the venom in her voice, Mount Lady said, "Oh, shut your mouth, smartass. Nobody cares what you think. You might as well sew your mouth shut." She then gasped in shock at what she had just said. All Might, who was busy with the reporters, pretended not to hear that. Kamui was too shocked by what his fellow hero said. Mount Lady, what are you even? She shook her own shock away caused by what she said and replaced it with a remorseless look. She waved him off and turned to leave, saying, "Just get out of my face, kid." After she said that, Izuku remained silent. His day seems incapable of getting any worse. After what All Might had told him, he was already shattered, but her words destroyed what was left of him. He stood up before running away. As he extended his arm, Kamui attempted in vain to call out to him, "Kid." The hero faced the debuting heroine with contempt. The heroine simply remained silent as she crossed her arms and gazed down at the ground, saying, "You went too far, Mount Lady." He was still running and he wasn't planning on stopping. Well, until he sees a handcrafting shop, stuffed with needles and threads. There's even a bonus cassette player for the 500th customer. He was the 500th. He went to a public restroom that hardly anyone uses after purchasing the set with a cloth mask. In any case, he had no intention of using an anesthetic for this. He might not have been thinking clearly when he sealed his mouth, saying, "If this is what she wants, so be it. After this, I'll do what he wants." The cassette tape came with multiple tapes put into one. Modern and antiquated technologies collaborating. If he could, he would grin. Maybe he shouldn't have tightened it up. In any case, what's done is done. After wiping the blood from his mouth, he took off his bloody uniform, exposing his skinny frame as his tank top tightened. Nothing noteworthy. He was already trying to find the highest point until someone screamed that nickname. Deku. He only stopped but didn't bother facing his friend. Former friend. "Look at me, you useless fucking nerd." He's not budging. He can't let him see his face like this. He continues to avoid his gaze. "Turn around and look at me. You got 3 seconds. 3. He exclaims. 2. His trembling hands clenched into a fist. He was angry and tired at the same time. 1. He heard an explosion approaching, but he remained motionless. He was pinned to the ground and facing his bully in a matter of seconds. He no longer feared him. Not after experiencing too much fear. "I didn't need your help, okay?" He didn't answer him. For him, it was his cassette tape. "BZZZZTTT. Okay." The recorder's voice was a simple female response. Bakugo was caught off guard by this before getting angrier than before. He fired off some sparks in front of Izuku's face, burning off his cloth mask, revealing his stitched mouth. He got to his feet too soon. He didn't expect to see this. What happened to you?" "BZZZZTTT. Stop and give up." "BZZZT. What did you do to yourself, Deku?" Izuku sensed his bully's anxiety rising. His anxiety only made him more agitated. He clicked his tape recorder again. "BZZZTT. You are worried. WV Lil Clocky BZZZTT. BZZZTTT. Now." Bakuhatsu. He gave Bakugo a questioning glance with a raised eyebrow. "BZZZTTT. You are WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. Getting. BZZZT. What do you want for Christmas?" He sighed to himself as the cassette malfunctioned and substituted a complete sentence for the word that had been cut out. The word, want, was intended to be cut out. "I'm getting what I want. BZZTT. You wanted me too. BZZTT. Jump." The part where it says, "jump," was a little too enthusiastic for Izuku's taste, but it's the only thing he had. Stupid kid-friendly voice tapes. "Jump. What the hell are you?" Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized what he was talking about. "No, don't you fucking dare." BZZZTT. Isn't that WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. You wanted. He's beginning to grow accustomed to this tape. This time, he didn't miss a word. "I didn't." Bakugo was already fleeing before he could respond. He was faster than everyone in the class because of all those years of fleeing. 3 minutes were all it took for Bakugo to lose him. He sighed in relief, finally losing Bakugo. One thing left to do, he thought to himself. He found a nearby tall building, probably something owned by a company, or maybe it's just a condominium. It didn't matter what it is. The guard simply thought he was a new resident. He rushed to the top floor by pressing the elevator button. As the numbers increased one by one, he was tapping his foot impatiently. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Ironic how calming the elevator music was. The wind blows freely across his face as it finally opened on the 61st floor. His stitches stung ever so slightly when the wind touched it. He stepped out to stare at the beautiful city in front of him. He gazed down after admiring it. At night, he was quite high up in the building. Ring ring. He looked at his phone. It was his mom. He didn't respond. He left it beside the elevator. Before climbing over it, he also left his bag at the railings. He closed his eyes and let go. The wind whipped across his face with ferocity. Maybe it was a desperate attempt to save him. Maybe it was just physics class. In any case, he is insane. You're finally getting what you want, Kachan. Maybe this will put a genuine smile on your face. Sorry for this, Mom. He's not sure, but he can definitely feel the ground getting closer. Right up until he felt as if he hit a cloud. It feels denser than normal but a cloud, nonetheless. He went through it and landed on a soft surface. He didn't anticipate passing away on a soft surface. He opened his eyes to see a very pale teenager, only being a little older than him. Most likely 19 years old. He had a pale blue hair and his mouth looked cracked. Izuku tried to stand up, but the pale teen held him back down. He saw that the teenager was not making contact with him with his pinky finger. Must be part of his quirk? Probably touch activated. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the teenager, unsure of how to react. Whoa, easy there, man. I found you after that slime guy attacked and decided to follow you for some time now. Why did you have to listen to Mount Lady anyway? Your mouth's gonna be infected if we don't clean that up quick. He let his cassette player do the talking. BZZTT, spite. BZZTT. There was an understanding between their eyes when the cassette sounded off. Oh, I see. Yeah, I heard what she told you. I also heard what you told them. That strategy of yours would have worked, wouldn't it? Oh, never mind about that. Hey, Kurogiri. Do you have any disinfectant there? We gotta make sure this guy doesn't die on us. Yes, Tamura. Suddenly, a black mist materialized. Izuku supposed that they were the ones who brought him here. The mist materialized a humanoid form before tending to his mouth. It only stung a little bit. So, you're pretty good at strategizing, right? But the heroes couldn't see that. Well, one of them could, but what could one do against many? How about we make a deal? You can live here but you gotta join us. BZZTT, please state your identity. BZZTT. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. You've seen how those heroes treated you, right? Like some stupid noob trying to play a game. In reality, you're actually a valuable strategist for our cause. Maybe even a fighter if Sensei decides to give you a quirk. Give him something to do. Even though Izuku doesn't understand what this man is talking about, it certainly caught his attention. He glanced curiously at what he said, seeing as how limited his communication is, right now. You're interested, huh? Well, I gotta warn you. When you join, there's no coming back. Society will shun you even more if they realize what you're about to become. If you don't want to join, I won't force you. We'll even give you some cash to send you on your way. So, what's it gonna be? Join us or nah? Tamura raised his hand, half expecting a handshake, half expecting to be turned down. Izuku wasn't sure, so he decided to continue what he was trying to say. Society's heroes have lost their way. If anything, they're just glorified government agents. Celebrity government agents at that. All might is their top weapon. Think about it, man. These fools think that a hero is gonna save them when trouble is near. Straight facts. Heroes can't save everyone. Weak-ass hero-dependent fucks are what pisses me off the most. I just want to destroy them so hard. Tamura paused before continuing, trying to catch his breath. Izuku turned to face Kurogiri, who was merely silently standing. Trust me, man, they'll only try to save you when the cameras are rolling or when the people are watching. You've seen it yourself. They're mocking you for doing a heroic thing when they're off camera. Those pieces of shits value power over what really makes a hero. You and me. We're just victims to their bullshit. We're the ones that truly needed their help, but what did they do? Leave us to die slowly, that's what. What do you say? You want to be society's villain? Someone that's part of the group that will force these joke of heroes to fix their shit? What's it gonna be? Izuku was definitely persuaded. Without hesitation, he shook his hand and took it. Welcome to the resistance, kid. The name's a work on progress. We're just a bunch of weirdos striking back at these assholes who call themselves heroes. Looks like you're all healed up, thanks to Kurogiri. Fantastic transport and healer, by the way. I appreciate your comment, Tamura. Yeah, let Sensei meet this guy. We need to steal his notebooks. I've read one of it. His knowledge and skills could help us in the future. As you wish. The mist man started surrounding Izuku and Tamura with mists. Izuku shifted comfortably on his bed, but Kurogiri reassured him that it wouldn't hurt. He sensed that the mist man had a fatherly aura about him. He became aware that he was in a different room when the darkness disappeared. He turned to see a man sitting on his chair with a machine strapped to him. He spoke to Izuku without turning around. The voice felt like it came from someone with absolute authority and power. So, Tamura has taken an interest in you? It wasn't necessary to respond. The man in front of him knew it. Izuku knew it. He has shown what you were capable of when he presented me your notebook. I have to say, I'm impressed. Tell me, child, or rather, use that cassette player of yours, but can you identify this quirk? If you could guess it correctly, then it is yours. the man said prior to grabbing a weapon and pressing the button. A target came out of nowhere. The man attempted to shoot Izuku, but it was unsuccessful. It rebounded from the floor beside the green and black-haired teen as it bounces to the ceiling before finally hitting the target. I know it's an accuracy quirk. He'll give me an accuracy quirk, but I guess that's all I need. BZZTT, congrats, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, you've hit. BZZZTTT, target, BZZTT. Correct. I assume you think of it as an accuracy quirk? Izuku nodded at the man's question. Very well, here you go. It's a good thing we found you first. My goals and Tamura's don't align, but he's my successor. I still support him fully as I believe in his dream. I expect you to do the same. Izuku gave a second nod. Good. The man in front of him only said before black vein-like claws started reaching for Izuku. He was stabbed in several places on his body when he attempted to flee. He felt as though something had been given to him in place of pain. The man was not kidding when he promised Izuku a quirk. The man pressed another button after the black claws withdrew. A revolver with the words, "Live and let die," engraved on it materialized on the table. It was silver in color, with a rose etched on the opposite side. He threw the gun at Izuku, who instinctively caught it. This gun came from an old friend of mine. That is his quirk. He gave it to me as a final gift. If you need any more of those in your arsenal, I will make it so that it will appear on your doorstep. BZZTT, what did, BZZTT, they, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, call, BZZZTTT, him, BZZTT Izuku never heard a response until he was given the answer. We called him Civil War. BZZTT. His name is, now, BZZTT, mine, BZZTT. HMMPPHH. So be it. From this day on, your codename shall be Civil War. He waved his hand dismissively before continuing. The black mist materialized and bowed before the man, saying, Kurogiri, teach him. Make sure he's ready to help Tamura within 10 months. As he closes his eyes once more, the black mist envelops him. As you wish, sensei. Come now, child. We have much to do. There's no going back, and for the first time, Izuku does not want to go back. These last 10 months have been, to say the least, brutal for Izuku. Kurogiri does not play around, but he is an excellent teacher. He literally expected Izuku to start attempting to punch a hole through wood with a distance of 10 centimeters between him and the wood. On the initial day. Of course, workouts have gone unsaid or not needed to be said as it's only logical for him to start working out. He only asks some advice from his supposed teacher on what to do on his training regimen. Something he'd regret quickly. It started with 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 2-kilometer run every single day. 500 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, 500 sit-ups, and a daily 5-kilometer run were the results after a week. After a month, it turned into 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run a day. That was just the first month. He still remembered what Kurogiri told him during his first workout. Even if we are still human beings, we are no longer Homo sapiens, Izuku. We have evolved beyond that. I'm aware that you've already studied this in school, but we are now called Homo Melior. You know it roughly translates to, better man, but the better part of it is subjective. Perhaps emotionally or mentally, we are not, but physically, we are, even if some of us were without a quirk. We shall not keep your limits at what the Olympic champions of the past were capable of. We are going to train you beyond that. We are meant to be better. Perhaps now, we can truly act as the better man. He still reminds himself of those words every single day he trains or when his body was about to give out. Kurogiri added weight training to his routine as well as having to carry a tire in every one of his 10-kilometer runs. He hasn't even brought up the diet, even though it was already terrible. One that was so rigid that everything began to taste like cardboard. It was not at all easier for him because of his stitched mouth. He only took solace of the fact that Shigaraki also went through this type of training. Despite his brutality, Kurogiri had some mercy. He allowed him some downtime and ensures that he gets a full day off every 2 weeks. Shigaraki helped soften it up when he treated Izuku on his birthday and gave him more cassette tapes to use for his recorders. It contained random quotes from movies, songs, and even YouTube videos that he could use. That never stopped the tape recorder from glitching though, which greatly annoyed him. After 5 months walking through hell, Kurogiri tested him out. It was already brutal. At his peak, Izuku could run as fast as Shigaraki, jump 3 meters high, and pull a car up the stairs. The Black Mist bartender deemed it enough, so he moved on to the next part of Izuku's training during those 10 months of hell. He needed to practice his aim. He was told stories of the previous owner of his gun, the First Civil War. He was one of Sensei's closest friends and a man of commitment and conviction. Perhaps even someone that Sensei could call as a friend. He didn't hear much because he lived years before Kurogiri was even born. The only thing he knows is that Civil War may have been one of the best gunmen in his era, and now, Izuku is continuing his legacy as part of Shigaraki's rebellion against today's unforgiving society. Not relying solely on his quirk was a component of his quirk training. Pragmatism was drilled into his mind. That's how a shooter should behave. Do whatever is necessary to complete the task. Only the necessary parts of certain martial arts were taught to him, ones that would be most effective in taking down his opponent. He was also forced to aim perfectly while on the run without using his new accuracy quirk. It took 2 months for him to get used to it, and the physics lessons he learned in middle school definitely did help in aiming and using the power of ricochet on his side, but a revolver could only do so much. He never asked for much, but a sniper rifle would have helped him. Sensei had it delivered to his room the next day along with a few chemicals and empty bullets with a note. You make your own variety of bullets. It was more of an order over a suggestion. The only thing he could do was to learn more about chemistry. He was only able to produce sleep darts and explosive darts even after 2 months. Most likely because Shigaraki only provided him with a chemistry set fit for a bedroom. There was nothing he could do about it. He was fully trained up when the 10th month of his training finished. Any other improvements to himself would have been dependent on him from this day forth, as Kurogiri said. He probably does, but now, his body is a lot more defined and he's definitely a lot stronger than he was 10 months ago. Kurogiri twisted him to the bar, and it was time for his first mission. BZZZTT, please reach for BZZZTT, juice. BZZTT. Kurogiri complied as he poured orange juice in a glass and passed it over to Izuku. Shigaraki said, I'll have some beer. He was granted his request. That was his take on the question, what's the mission? He got no other stuff other than that to use for that question. 3 wishes. Lucky me. Izuku only glared at Shigaraki, who held his hands up while chuckling. Oh come on, let me joke around, Izuku. 3 wishes, BZZTT. Enroll to UA. Shigaraki didn't bother looking at him and just continued to drink from his beer as he said that. BZZTT, bitch, what you trippin'? Izuku's deadpan expression did not match the way the cassette tape said the line. He looked at Kurogiri, who just shrugged at him. We need an insider for that school. All Might's gonna be a teacher there, you know? Izuku thought that made some sense, but... He pointed to his stitched mouth and gestured at his whole face. Sensei has a quirk that could change your appearance, but yeah, that stitch could be a problem. We'll just have to cover it with a cloth mask or something and say that you had an accident. We already gave you a fake name. Your new family name would be Bara and your given name is now Akasero. Akasero Bara. Doesn't sound too bad, right? A plain name for a normal kid just trying to attend high school, right? Izuku was still not sold on this. Look, we can't start our revolution if we don't have a mole inside UA. We need to find out about All Might's schedule or anything important. Right, even after all these months, he still haven't mentioned All Might's weak spot. It might be because he wanted the world to see the man become a shadow of his former self first. BZZTT, alrighty MCSPICY, BZZTT. He really hated the sound clips Shigaraki gave him. Better yet, just give a nod of agreement. Good, I'll be rallying a bunch of people here, and you'll be there feeding us a lot of information. You'll be like our assassin or something. The guy who flanks the enemy. A spy among them. Of course, to lessen any suspicion on you, you'll just apply to the general ed course. We know about your... Shigaraki paused for a moment and did some jazz hands impression, not knowing how to describe whatever he's gonna say. Rocky, relationship with that Bakugo kid. He's a pretty good candidate to join us. Izuku glared again at Shigaraki for even suggesting that Bakugo is a good recruit to have. The glaring didn't bother the pale teenager. I'm just teasing. We'll just see for ourselves whether he's worth having or not, is all. He smacked Shigaraki on the back of the head, causing him to spill his drink. BZZTT. Please accept this gift. He was rubbing his head and saying, what the hell, man? Kurogiri sighed and just cleaned up the mess. Even if there's some heavy teasing between them, Shigaraki and Izuku had developed a brotherly relationship. Most likely because Sensei had them warped in the middle of a Liberian conflict zone and given a 2-week survival challenge in spite of Kurogiri's objections. Naturally, they were unaware that Sensei would step in if they were truly in danger, but they both had it covered. Izuku uses his sniper rifle to cover Shigaraki from a distance while he is off destroying people. Since Izuku disliked killing, he only ever used his sleep darts and never actually killed anyone there. When Kurogiri twisted them back to Japan 2 weeks later, they both emerged with mutual respect and concern for one another's welfare. BZZTT. I apologize. WVLIL Clocky BZZTT. I'm not sorry. Hey, you ass. You got this, Izuku. Do it for the team. With a sigh that could not escape his lips, he nods his head. Shigaraki brightened up a bit after he convinced his first true friend. He patted Izuku's head and said, "Niece? Kick their ass at Ua, Izuku, but leave some for me. Well, before you go through all that bullshit, wanna play Skullgirls? BZZTT. You dare challenge me, mortal? WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. I'll have you know that I only cried for Tway." Izuku slapped the cassette recorder in frustration. Perhaps it's not a good idea to try combining some SpongeBob clips with other things. Naturally, it would malfunction and choose to say the whole thing. He tried to ignore Shigaraki's laughter and thought to himself, for fuck's sake. Say something right, you piece of junk. He couldn't bear to see Auntie Inko like this. She was never the same after Izuku vanished 10 months ago. Every single day, she would go outside to look for her son. He didn't have the balls to tell her what really happened. He could never tell her that Izuku had gone off to kill himself, even though he might have been successful. Not after the shame he felt for saying everything he said to him for the last 10 years. Even if he didn't tell her, he could see the way she looks at him. He had a feeling that she just knows how he treated Izuku. This is all my fault, it really is for him. He had no idea that Izuku had never placed much blame on him. Just a tiny bit. The funeral came even when there's no body to bury. Izuku Midoriya was declared dead after being missing for 5 months. Every time they looked at each other during the event, Auntie Inko gave him that look. He couldn't bear it any longer. Additionally, the school held a wake for him. Katsuki could never be more disgusted by the people who pretended to know Izuku. All these classmates claimed how he was a good guy and how they were friends with him. The fact that they could tell that while maintaining a straight face disgusts him. Then again, he was no better. A few days after the funeral, he visited her apartment. He hesitated a little bit before finally mustering up the courage to knock on the door. He opened up and what he saw was a mess. Auntie Inko had disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Her eye bags are very visible and even then, he's still intimidated by her glare. It took her just one sentence to grasp what he meant when he said, "I'll make this right." It implied that he was placing the blame on himself. It indicated that he wished to correct his error. It meant that he'll be a hero that Izuku would have wanted to be. She merely gave him a long glare, but he remained fixed on him. "You better." She slammed the door in his face after just one sentence, shattering his confidence. He needs to make amends. To say that Yu Takayama was doing great would be an overstatement. She admit that she went too far on what she told the kid, but she actually didn't expect her cousin's friend to sew his mouth shut before going missing. He could have chosen any building and jumped. She has no idea. The body was never found. She had a lot of regrets and this is one of them. She didn't want this. It is expected of her to be a hero. She ought to have performed better than this. "I fucked up. I really fucked up," she told herself at the mirror. There was a funeral, her cousin said, but there was no body to bury. She put on her hero costume after a little bit of self-loathing. If there's no body to bury, that means he's still out there somewhere. I'll find him, and I'll make this right. You're not taking that with you. Shigaraki snatched away his only method of communication from him. He threw a pen and notebook at him and said, "Take this instead." He was unable to produce any other sound with his mouth except a frustrated groan. There was nothing he could do about it. "Kick some ass out there, Izuku." Izuku deadpanned at him as he writes something on the notebook. "Yes, once I give you the information we require, I might kick yours." He was warped away before he could give Shigaraki the finger. Very funny. "Kurogiri, get him by the corner at the entrance." The television voice says, "You've grown attached to him, Shigaraki. He's a reliable guy, sensei. I trust him with my life. Exactly why I sent the both of you to Liberia. Sensei, forgive me for what I'm about to say but, screw you," Shigaraki said and he only got a chuckle in response. "You've grown up, Shigaraki. The both of you had in these 10 months. He was teleported just by the corner at UA's entrance. He took out his cloth mask and covered his mouth with it. He would only act in this way because Bakugo would have immediately recognized him if he had seen the stitches. Sensei also changed his appearance, but it required weekly reapplication. As they say, no quirk is flawless. Right now, he had a completely black hair without his usual green highlights and blood-red eyes. He still kept his curly hairstyle. What's my cover name again? Right, Akasero Bara. I could think of something better like Makumo Akatani or something like that. As he entered UA, he didn't bother to complain more than he ought to have. He aced the entrance exams from General Ed. It's easy enough for Sensei to get him fake school records. A record that's good enough but not too good that the teachers would suspect anything. What's my class again? He looked at the paper where his class and schedule is written. Ah right, 1C. He stopped exactly in front of a big door. Must be for guys with a gigantification quirk. He entered the room and it's a bunch of rowdy teens that he don't really care about. He may have accidentally entered through the front door as they're now looking at him. He is aware that his cloth mask is the object of their attention. Not wanting to get too many questions asked, Izuku quickly whipped out his notebook and he forgot to make up an excuse of why he's wearing a cloth mask. He wrote something on the spot as he became anxious. Villain attack. Got my tongue ripped out. I'd rather not talk about it. He may or may not have regretted writing that. In any case, that caused them to look sympathetic and get off his back. He went straight for the seat at the back beside a teen with a messy purple hair. Izuku would say that this guy's eye bags are legendary, but that would have been an understatement. They tried to ignore each other for the first few minutes, but it's getting too awkward for the both of them. Izuku chose to start a conversation. He cursed himself for making learning sign language optional and whipped out his only means of communication. Rough day. He gave it to the man next to him who had purple hair. The man gave him a long look before responding. You can say that. Akasero Bara. He wrote down on the paper. The kid hummed in response. Hitoshi Shinso. A peculiarity? Shinso looked uncomfortable after he was asked that. Izuku knew that something's up. That bad? With a sorrowful smile, Shinso avoided making eye contact with Izuku and said, yeah, I guess. My quirk is not really that great. Can't be that bad. Look, I won't judge. Whatever it is, mine's no better. He wrote down at the paper. After giving it some thought, Shinso gave in. My quirk is called brainwashing. If you respond to me verbally, I can take control of your mind and make you do simple things. You can guess what people thought of me back then. I just wanted to be a hero. Shinso looked expectantly at Izuku, thinking he'd be the same as everyone else. Much to his surprise, the black-haired kid in front of him had his eyes shine. That's pretty cool. You could end a hostage situation or any fights instantly if you could just target a villain's ego. Geez, I wish I had a quirk. Shinso did not expect that response, but he's definitely okay with it. Something was bothering him though, as if something was off in the kid's last sentence. Don't you mean you wish you had a quirk like mine? I don't have any, and then fate had to fuck me over and make a villain rip my tongue out. Isn't that fantastic? Izuku dismissed Shinso's worry, saying, well, at least I have no interest in being a hero. It's more like he no longer wants to be a hero, but he's not just gonna write that. He wrote naively, I do have a certain set of skills that will make life hell for anyone who messes with me. He wasn't lying. He's yet to see anyone who could outsmart a bullet to the private part. Does that include martial arts? Only the important parts. Had to mix it up with things that would work instead of those stylish jumpy kicks and shit. Effectiveness is better than style when it comes to not dying, you know. I see your point. Can you teach me some of those moves? Shinso asked him. Yes, but you're going to have to perform 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 5-kilometer runs for a month. He's clearly making a lot of effort to appear as though he's not pleading for it. Izuku saw bullshit in Shinso's eyes and said, whatever it takes. He couldn't find it himself to blame his newfound friend. Imagine spending 10 entire months in a war zone, if 1 month is hell. Neither he nor Tamura had a good week. It appeared that their homeroom teacher was present just as he was writing about how they could begin modestly. When they claimed to have heroes for teachers here, they weren't lying. They had a cowboy. Good morning, y'all. You can call me Snipe. Nice to meet you. The hero tipped his hat. Okay, this is a little too ironic. Well, this is boring. Right now, Izuku is at the orientation. Correction, Izuku is dying slowly at the orientation. Just a boring speech and acknowledgement of hero course students, yada yada. He took out his notebook and pen, wrote something on it, and passed it off to Shinso. Dude, kill me before this boredom does. Shinso glanced at him after reading it before writing his own piece and giving it back to him. I was this close to brainwashing the guy to my right just so I could ask him to strangle me. Presentation my cycle taking the stage is the only thing that could make things worse. You're not the only one here who wants to die, Akasero. Present Mike did took the stage and began attempting to excite the students, as if the gods detested the two boys. The only problem is, his voice is too loud. Literally more than half of the students in the auditorium are covering their ears while the lesser than half were awoken from their sleep. Izuku was tempted to chuck his notebook at the pro's head, but he decided against getting in trouble on the first day. He thought of another plan. He jotted down another note in his notebook. Follow me. He handed it to Shinso. The eyebag boy read it before raising his eyebrows at Izuku. The stitched boy got up and covered his ears, ignoring the glance Shinso was giving him. He whimpered loudly enough to draw Mike's notice. The students and teachers faced him and witnessed a pained look on his face. He actually took those fake blood pills that Tamura gave him for Halloween to prank Kurogiri from his pockets. They never got to use it, but that was more of a good sign, seeing as how he needs them now. He sneakily placed them in his palms and popped them before placing them in his ears. He appeared to be bleeding from his ears as the fake blood gradually trickled down the side of his head to his neck. It appears that only Shinso was able to realize what had apparently happened to him, as the other students stared in horror. The man was making every effort not to laugh so as not to reveal his identity. The students looked back at present Mike with scowls and glares while the pro himself had his mouth dropped at what he had just done. Izuku signaled Shinso to give him his notebook, which the boy promptly did so. Using his fingers drenched in fake blood, he wrote something present Mike would never forgot. Being loud, annoying, and obnoxious is the only thing you're good at. You're not as amusing as you believe. Shinso got up and held up his hand, signaling that it was his turn to step in. Yeah, I'll be taking him to the clinic, if you don't mind. He didn't show the proud smirk at what Izuku just wrote. They gave each other a covert fist bump as they left the auditorium, saying, yeah, I think we'll get along just fine, Akasero. Shinso sipped his drink and remarked, well, the auditorium is at a complete chaos right now, thanks to you. Izuku was inside the restroom, cleaning the fake blood off his face. Shinso was attempting to defend his decision to keep Izuku a secret. I know you're thinking that I'm still your accomplice by not snitching on you, but let's be honest, anyone would probably do the same. Izuku said nothing. Well, that's the only thing he could do. I guess you could still make some noises, just not outright talking. More of expressing emotion through whimpers, grunts, and all that other stuff. Shinso made the right deduction. As he dried his face and left the bathroom, Izuku hummed back. He took out his notebook and wrote something. Since we're playing hooky, wanna spy on the other hero class? Other? They only mentioned Class 1B, right? Class 1A might be off somewhere. They were about to go until they bumped into All Might. Well, the skinny form of All Might. Shinso didn't know about him, but Izuku did. The supposed hero felt more at ease after he gave the man in front of him a glare. May I help you, boy? The hero asked nervously. Izuku jotted down a note in his notebook. I'm not gonna ask help from a creepy old man. He showed it to the hero before taking Shinso's hand and leaving. They never got to peek on what 1A was up to. That being said, the first 6 weeks were very uneventful. By no means was Snipe a poor instructor. In fact, Izuku rated him a lot higher than his middle school teachers. Probably one of the better heroes out there. Too bad they never recognize him that much, but he does care. If Kurogiri is excluded, the UA teachers are likely the only ones who didn't mind if he didn't have any quirks. However, his classmates treat him more like a little brother, even though they don't really have anything against him. That's okay with him. Too bad though, he knows where his loyalty is. BZZTT. I am. BZZTT. I am PPPPPPPPPPPATTTTTIENT. BZZTT. Izuku let the last word out at max volume just to annoy Tamura. Yeah, I'm almost done gathering the troops we need. They're just a distraction anyway. We'll be attacking UA soon, or to be more specific, All Might. Sensei did prepare a mythical for us. BZZTT. Discovered. Voyeurism. BZZTT. Room. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. Do you not have anything else in there that can say security or even info room? Geez, I already bought you all those clips. BZZTT. You. BZZTTT. Modification. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. No. BZZTTT. Permission. BZZZTTT. Right. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Tamura snicked when he heard a light hiss coming from his brother in arms. He sipped his beer. BZZTT. Please. BZZTT. Engage in sexual activity with yourself. When Tamura heard the cassette's definition of, go fuck yourself, he instantly spat out his drink in laughter. He got the finger for saying, fucking hell, I didn't think you'd actually keep that. Oddly classy even for someone like you. He returned one with a playful gesture. Look, if it makes you feel better, I sent a leak about All Might being a teacher at school. I'll be making a diversion so you could get into that room. BZZTT. Captain. BZZTT. Whatever, SpongeBob. Tamura did not let us down. In order for the news reporters to enter, he broke down the wall. That created enough chaos to create panic in the faculty and gave him the opportunity to sneak in and get the schedules. To avoid leaving a trace, he had to wear gloves while using his phone and taking pictures of it. Bohemian Subterfuge, BS, has started bothering Touchy TT. BS sent a picture. TT. Nice one. TT. I'll do a coin flip on this one. TT. 1A gets heads or tails. BS. Heads. TT. Who should we attack, 1A or 1B? BS. Is flipping the coin really necessary, TT, considering this timetable? TT. Next week, 1A will receive rescue training. TT. With 13, Eraserhead, and All Might. TT. Same goes for 1B next week. TT. But instead of Eraserhead, TT, they get Vlad King. BS. I'm in the same boat as long as I don't have to kill teenagers my own age needlessly. BS. You. TT. Never got your no-killing rule. TT. Fine, but I have one hell of an opportunity for you. TT. Getting back at Bakugo BS. 1A it is, then. TT. Good thing too, we got our trump card ready for All Might and Eraserhead. TT. I'll see you. Bohemian Subterfuge, BS, is no longer bothered by Touchy TT. After putting down his phone, Izuku ran into someone outside the intelligence room. He was the first to stand up after they were both knocked down. He had a clear look on the person he just bumped. He never saw her before. The girl in front of him had pink skin, weird eyes, and some horns. I wonder what her quirk is. She looks interesting. He held his hand out to her and she hastily grabbed it. Izuku bowed in a silent apology and clasped his hands together. Yeah, no, you could just say, sorry, right? Well, maybe it's me that should say sorry, or maybe neither of us. We didn't see each other coming, hey. She sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. He deadpanned at her while remaining silent, saying, great, the talkative kind. She was confused to why he's not talking. It was hard for him to blame her. Izuku occasionally felt uncomfortable by himself. She said, you can talk, right? Pointing to his cloth mask, he shook his head. He used one finger to form a tongue and the other to form a pair of scissors. The girl seemed to got what he's trying to say as she had a pretty disgusted look to her face. A villain did that to you? When he saw how easily she understood him, his face brightened. He enthusiastically nodded, too enthusiastic for a fake backstory regarding a villain cutting his tongue out. Sorry about the saying sorry bit earlier, I didn't. She was abruptly cut off when he shook his head and put a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture. He nodded enthusiastically once more. You don't want me to feel sorry for you as you already moved on from it? He asked. Good to see that this doesn't seem to slow you down one bit. Who are you? She asked him while tilting her head in curiosity. He deadpanned at her again. Since he couldn't simply play charades with his name, she soon realized that she had no way of knowing who he was seeing. But then an idea struck her. She took a pen from her pocket and gave it to him. Oh, I know. Just write it down on my arm along with your bothersome handle so we can talk to each other online. Wow, already. What could go wrong? He wrote down his fake name and his handle. Bara Akasero, nickname, Akasero, Bohemian Deception. She sulked at him, saying, wait, we're on a given name basis already? You don't even know me, he simply shrugged indifferently. Her bright smile instantly replaced her pout. If it had produced light, Izuku was sure that he'd be blinded instantly. My name's Mina Ishido. My bothersome handle is Horny Acid. Now, don't you forget that. She pointed at him with an accusatory finger while smiling and walking away, making him think that she thinks that he'd easily forget her. It is unlikely that he would ever forget her and her dubious bothersome handle. He was aware of the innuendos surrounding her horns and the other meaning of horny, but why acid? He dismissed the idea, saying, I'm probably overthinking it. He then returned to his class. Given that it was modern arts with midnight, perhaps he ought to have skipped that class. Around midnight, everyone felt uneasy. Kill me. He doesn't know why he consented to this. He meant that Tsubasa was transformed into a fucking winged monster, or Nomu as Doc Tsubasa refers to him. Turns out the family doctor is also a mad scientist working for Sensei. He also apparently turned his grandson into a Jegus. Even I wouldn't want that to happen to anyone. And as you see here, Izuku, right off your DNA, you still appear to not have any quirk. Bizarre, am I correct? Doc Tsubasa practically shoved the picture of his DNA to his face like a little kid showing off his happy meal. Doc did spend a few weeks hammering some quirk genetics into his mind. Which genes are likely to have a quirk and which are considered quirkless? Apparently his doesn't have anything that would have a quirk. BZZTT, what about it? BZZTT. He gave a light smack to his cassette recorder to stop it from glitching out. Sensei and Tamura found it amusing, which is why they haven't given him a replacement for it yet. At first, I was befuddled by the fact that your genes are not showing any signs of a quirk even though Sensei gave you one. He touched his forehead in a disappointing manner but quickly spread out his arms in glee. Of course, a brilliant mind like me is too stubborn to accept that strange instance as a genetic glitch. I sprayed some color marker but nothing showed up yet. The doctor raised his arms like a mad scientist would if they were to put together dead body parts to create new life and succeed in doing so. This is really creeping Izuku out. I hope he's not used as a test subject. Doc Tsubasa was practically shaking him at this point, like a child telling a parent that they have discovered a cool toy they want to buy at a toy store. It didn't work, meaning it must be something else. Of course, I created my own dye that would react to any anomalies around the general vicinity of the DNA. What amazing discovery have I found? In all my years of studying genetics, I have never seen such a thing. An organism is attached unto your DNA and are covering your genes. Almost nobody would suspect you to have any quirks at all, Doc said. An unknown spaghetti-like organism. This does not happen to anyone who had the genes to produce a quirk. It may have been because that your genes does not have the capacity to support a quirk that this microorganism attached itself to you instead of merging with you. Izuku coughed nervously to try and get Doc Tsubasa out of his science explanation stuff, but it doesn't seem to work. This means that anyone whose genes have the capacity to hold a quirk can carry another without outright turning into a Nomu. Anyone who is quirkless can only hold one quirk if it was given to them. This is a very good discovery and can very much increase my research regarding the quirk singularity. This also makes you a perfect spy, as no one would ever suspect a quirkless person to be a threat. Thank you for your samples today, Izuku. You may return to your apartment. The doctor enthusiastically patted his shoulder as Kurogiri arrived to collect him. He didn't understand any of those genetics. He was more akin to chemistry. All of those might mean nothing to him, if anything. Crazy person, am I right? Kurogiri asked him. Izuku nodded in agreement. Even then, he is still able to do his job and supply us with whatever those things are. Seeing your face, I agree. I don't like it either. Just 5 days from now, we'll be invading the USJ. Be sure that you are ready, Izuku. Kurogiri told him before closing the doors of his apartment. It was a long day for him. Training, followed by a phone conversation with Mina. He really caught her interest for some reason. He was never able to figure out why. In fact, she's messaging him now. Horny acid, has started bothering Bohemian subterfuge, BS. BS. You want what, obnoxious woman? Is that how you treat a new friend? D.C. BS. Shut it with the custom emotes. BS. You know that's just how I greet you. Just teasin', laughing face, BS. Why are we talking again? Wait, what the hell? How'd you do that with the C? Seeing as how you and that friend you're talking about are a bunch of loners, I've set up a get-together. BS. Aw gosh diddly darn. That could be the best possible thing that could have happened to Shinso and I. Even when I can't feel your tone, I still know that you're being sarcastic right now. Don't think you could get away with your sarcasm, Akasero. BS. Sarcasm? BS. Never heard of it, BS. But fine, I'll ask Shinso about it. BS. However, I can assure you that he will most likely decline. For someone who doesn't talk much, you're pretty talkative. BS. Oh no, that kind of gets right to the source. Well, that's okay. Ask him about it, please. Bye-bye. Horny acid, has stopped bothering Bohemian subterfuge, BS. He asked Shinso about it and, surprisingly, his friend accepted. Knowing her, this could be a trip to the arcade. Tamura found out about it and well, it kinda got complicated. Complicated meant that Tamura would accompany him. Not terrorize his friend but to embarrass him. Izuku chose to wear regular shorts and a shirt with the word, shirt, printed on it. Tamura said it was out of style, but it's his favorite shirt, so screw Tamura. Tamura went for the edgy all-black look, so who's even talking anyway? You know, I could translate for you so you don't have to bring that notebook and pen of yours. Tamura offered him some help, but Izuku quickly saw through that bullshit, making him draw a middle finger on the notebook and showing it off to Tamura. You sure? I mean, I'm pretty good at reading you. Excellent at purposefully misinterpreting them as well. He responded with his notebook. Other than translating for him, he has complete faith in Tamura. Oh, and avoid saying anything eerie. Hey, I'm not the type to creep out the friends of my sworn little brother, I have standards, you know. Shocking. As they met Shinso, he completed writing in his notebook. What took you so long, Akasero? And who's that weird guy beside you? Better not be some kind of date you found on the dark web. I'm his brother, Shitba oof. What was that for? Tamura glared at Izuku, who just elbowed him in the stomach. No amount of training could make Izuku any taller than he is now. Basically 166 centimeters compared to Tamura's 179 centimeters. Shinso is slightly taller than Mina and Izuku, who are nearly identical in height if her horns were counted. Please refrain from calling my friend a shitbag. Shinso moaned in frustration as Tamura shrugged and said, okay, we'll stick to eyebags then. Please tell me you're just adopted, Akasero. I mean, no offense, but there's no way he's your. I am adopted. Well, both of us are. Well, now that was enough to shut Shinso up. That explains a lot. Hie. A voice called out to them all. Izuku sighed in feigned frustration as he quickly recognized who it was. As Mina ran toward him and waved her hands, he wrote on the notebook, I want you guys to meet this annoying girl I found. She was followed closely by floating clothes. Must be her class. The horned girl practically tackled him before he could finish his thought. The funny thing is, it didn't do so much as make him flinch. But Mina felt as though she had collided with a brick wall. Ouch. You sure you don't have some kind of immovable object type of quirk, Akasero? You didn't even care when I purposefully ran into you. As he helped her stand up, he showed her the notebook and said, be more careful next time. The invisible girl waved at them, saying, Fione. By the way, I brought my friend along. Say hello to Toru. Izuku was unsure of how to react. Tamura wrapped his arms around his shoulder to answer on his behalf before he could. Well, what the hell are we waiting for? I came here with my little brother to see if you guys were okay. Let's go to the arcades. Tamura forcefully pulled Izuku's arm while skipping happily to the arcades. Everybody else was weirded out by him. Before anyone asks, yes, both of them are adopted. We could easily make a wild guess on what actually happened to their family. Shinso explained to Mina and Toru. The idea of what they both had to endure made them all tremble. Even if it was a lie on their part. Or a half-truth. Their personal antagonists were the kind of antagonists that society disregarded. You little brats coming or what? Seriously, I'll kick your ass easily in Tekken with Roger Jr. if you want. Tamura screamed from the arcade, already pouring most of his savings on tokens. The three accepted the challenge and did the same. The challenge was not met by them. In Soul Calibur, Shinso was more skilled. In Skullgirls, Izuku outperforms Tamura, but in Tekken, he is unbeatable. Mina tried most of her own characters and failed too. Toru never had the chance to even land a hit. Told ya I'd kick your ass with the kangaroo. I haven't even used my main man Bruce yet. You got lucky. Mina pouted at him before brightening up with a new idea. Izuku sighed to himself and said, all right, gamer, if you're so good, then I challenge you to a game of DDR. Well, that's the only way he could sigh, seeing as how his mouth is sewn shut. He covered it with a cloth mask, so the three were unaware of it. Tamura foolishly accepted Mina's challenge. It didn't work out. Mina easily beat his score while doing his backwards. Just let me break this thing. Izuku was doing his best to hold Tamura back while the older teen was still salty about losing in DDR. Since he is holding Tamura back from the DDR machine with both of his arms, he is unable to write anything in his notebook. Dude, calm down. Tamura was unable to complete the sentence, IAMCA, as his arms went limp to his sides and his eyes lost color. As though he was paying attention to Shinso's instruction, Tamura said, "Right. Breathe in deeply then breathe out." It was the first time Izuku saw Shinso's quirk in action. The purple-haired teen quickly led Tamura off his command. To avoid any more unwanted attention, they left the arcade and went to the park. "Whoa, what did you do?" Toru asked. All Shinso could do was respond. "Mind control quirk. Nothing heroic there." The invisible girl moved a little too eagerly to make her point. "You kidding me? You easily calmed him down. Imagine how easy some fights would be because of you," she exclaimed. Shinso was surprised that she actually sees his quirk that way. Tamura was throwing a little fit, and Mina was nodding along with her friend. If breaking down a tree qualifies as a small amount. Izuku showed his friend what he had written in his notebook. "Look, told you that you're better off than quirkless me. Oh, don't bullshit me with that whole quirkless shtick. You don't have a quirk but you kicked my ass 3 times a day for 2 weeks straight. Is that how your teacher taught you?" Shinso laughed at him. Izuku responded with a nod, which made Shinso grimace. "Wait, you're quirkless?" Mina asked them and caused Izuku to freeze up. She realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Tamura smacked Izuku out of it while glaring at Mina. Oh, sorry. It's just my first time seeing someone with no quirk. I didn't mean to hit a sore spot like that." Izuku looked at her, then waved it away. He showed her what he had written down. "Not like I want to be a hero anyway. I long ago gave up on that dream." Mina cocked her head in perplexity. "What's stopping you, Akasero? I mean, Shinso did say you kicked ass even without a quirk. You're quirkless but you're actually not powerless." Tamura curiously raised his eyebrow when he heard her question. Izuku does not know how to answer that. I guess it's time to be blunt. "Met All Might? Asked him about it?" "No," he replied. He then showed what he had written to everyone. Shinso narrowed his eyes into a glare after reading it. He was glaring at an imaginary symbol of peace in his mind rather than at Izuku. What he read did not appeal to him. Mina was no better. She appeared prepared to rip that paper to shreds. Tamura already knew about it and had already lowered his already low opinion on All Might. Toru was unreadable. Seriously? Why would he say that? The horned girl was the first to explode. Izuku was a little concerned about this aspect of Mina. Slow down. This isn't the only explanation, though. Not a lot believed in me back then. In addition, a friend offered me a superior substitute. While the others were occupied with reading it, he cast a quick glance at Tamura. His sworn older brother curtly nodded at him in acknowledgement. Well, I won't push you to be something you don't want to be anymore, but I just want you to know that you can be a hero if you wanted to. I'm not saying this out of pity. I'm just being honest with you." Mina stated to him. Though he knew it was too late to turn away, it made him feel good. He and Tamura had a goal. Either the heroes take heroics seriously, or the villain alliance destroys the society to its very core. Izuku and Tamura thought about the name of their group for those 10 months. Nothing that would reveal their true goal. Big-name villains were drawn to their cause by the villain alliance. They used the League of Villains as a front. Well, with that feels, who's ready to eat? By the way, I didn't see you in the orientation at the start of the school year. Shinso mentioned, which caught Izuku's attention. Now that he thought about it, he didn't really see her. He didn't mean any offense, but her looks make her completely unforgettable. Unless. Realization hit him like a truck and he wants to puke. Mina was his third friend for a long time. She can't possibly be part of that class. When she responded to Shinso, his concerns increased. "Oh, Aizawa-sensei said that we should skip the orientation and made us do a physical test. Being in class 1A is really tough, let me tell you that. We'll just have to manage somehow. It's a good thing though. I heard that President Mike literally made a student's ear bleed. Man, he looked down for a week." When Tamura heard what she had said, his eyes grew wide with realization. Although he didn't anticipate her being in that class, it clarified why she excels at DDR. He looked at Izuku, who was shaking. His sworn younger brother started coughing, and it went on like a goddamn Geese Howard death combo. The 3 of Izuku's friends instantly looked at the direction of the coughing. Shit. Calm down, bro. Calm down. Tamura rubbed Izuku's back. They were only attacking the USJ to kill All Might and the other 2 heroes. The students were never their target. At worst, he'd only use them as bait to lure All Might in. It was a good thing he was wearing a disguise right now. Hell, he even made a fake name. He searched the crowd for a fake excuse to use on his brother's friend. His eyes fell on a black-haired woman who had red eyes. I know. She looks a lot like your mom. I know the feeling. Just calm down, Is calm down, Akasero. He continued rubbing Izuku's back while the guy coughed violently. His mouth being stitched close made it worse for him. It doubled his pain, and if it gets worse, it might rip his lips off. Tamura had to act fast. He decked Izuku in the face, instantly knocking him out. What the hell? Exclaimed Shinso, startled. Why would you do that? Well, it calmed him down, didn't it? By knocking him out? Mina scowled at him and raised her hands in frustration. Based on the way her clothes move, Toru is doing whatever she is doing. Look, it looked like he enjoyed his time with you guys, but I think it's time I take him home, don't you think? Don't worry about us. Shinso gestured to Izuku's unconscious body and said, You sure you can? Fortunately, they are currently in a park. Tamura carried him on his back after lifting him up. Don't worry about it. I'll tell him that I told you guys off when he wakes up. All right then, but are you? Tamura gave Mina a final wave before leaving, saying, Oh, for whatever god exists, Sake, shut the fuck up. I got him. Don't worry about it. He ran into something rather small and plump. Jegus. You seriously need to calm the fuck down, he said. Hey, watch it, you just bumped into my aunt. He looked at the blonde in front of him. He sighed internally when he saw Mount Lady. No, it's fine, it's just an accident. See? He's carrying a sleeping boy. He looked down to see a woman who had a motherly feel to her. Her hair is green and she had green eyes. She looked almost like shit. She's Izuku's mother, isn't she? It was a very awkward altercation with Izuku's mother. Tamura won't try to sugarcoat it. Its clumsy levels are ridiculously high. It was a good thing that Izuku was passed out for most of it. Still, he can't help but get irritated by the way Mt. Lady looks at him. He was sure that she thinks that he kidnapped Izuku. Technically, that was untrue. Their gunman willingly joined them. Since it might cause some needless trouble, he didn't bother telling Izuku about it. Okay. Is everybody here? He asked, glancing at the group of men he, Sensei, and Kurogiri had managed to assemble. There's easily 100 of them. Beside him is Izuku, or Civil War, Kurogiri, and a monster only known as Nomu. He has no idea how they were made. He was aware that Izuku was aware of it, but the other was too upset to even hint at it. All he needs to know, according to Sensei, is that it will defend him and obey all of his orders. Kurogiri informed him, the students are just about to enter now, Shigaraki. Right now, their bartender is shielded from most attacks by the black mist that surrounds him. Izuku is dressed in cargo pants that hold several of his darts and a black bomber jacket with a green moon rabbit and a white shirt that reads, Shirt. He received most of the poison, sleep, laugh, and necrosis darts. He had a bandolier over his jacket containing his lethal sniper bullets and his sniper strapped at his back. He has his revolver in its holster by his side. He has, assassin written all over him. Tamura would have taken Izuku more seriously though if he had worn something other than his red shoes. It did not fit his overall look at all. But who was he to pass judgment? He got hands all over his body. Izuku had the audacity to label him a hand fetishist despite the hands of his deceased family. Right. Is everyone ready? Anyone who wants to back up now, you got 5 seconds before I come and chase you. Everyone was afraid to retreat. Tamura grinned contentedly behind the hand that shielded his face. He saw Izuku, or Civil War, roll his eyes in frustration out of the corner of his eye. He held out his cassette tape. BZZTT, don't. Izuku gave it a light smack out of frustration. BZZTT. Don't. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. Fuck. BZZTT. This up. BZZTT. Wayward Son. BZZTT. Oh, I see. They took in code names. Izuku was Civil War and he was Wayward Son. They continued to refer to him as Kurogiri because he insisted on doing so. Yeah. We got this. We just get in there, kill All Might and the heroes, traumatize the students, and then leave. After that, we'll be watching the headlines. Easy enough. BZZTT. Killing. BZZTT. Macho Man. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. Harder. BZZTT. Than you. BZZTT. Think. BZZTT. I know, but we both know what Nomu's really there for. These guys. They'll be there to make sure that the students won't be doing anything that could help them. Tamura clarified for Civil War. Does everyone here know the plan? A wave of, yes, yeah, and some few cheers was a good enough answer. Tamura is more than willing to kill a few heroes and traumatize some fellow teenagers, but he is not going to condone rape. Just remember, Our target is All Might and the other teachers there. Don't actually kill nor cripple these kids. Also, no rape, in case any of you had that in mind. That's a one-way trip to disintegration. He's seen those shit in movies and video games. It did not look pleasant and he'd rather not deal with that. Izuku does not need to deal with that either. He gave a nod to Kurogiri, who started surrounding everyone with black mist. They were all teleported to their assigned locations one by one. Izuku positioned himself atop a building in an area of city ruins, while Tamura and Kurogiri were in the center of the USJ. As he prepared his sniper rifle, he quickly pulled out a mug and began making coffee. He'll let Bakugo deal with the other villains, but all he needs is a clear shot on any body part, preferably his hands. Before pulling out a blender, he prepared a sandwich for himself. He placed the sandwich inside and blended it. After taking out his metal straw, he began to sip his afternoon snack. This may take a while. The absence of the symbol of peace marred Tamura's brilliant entrance. Good afternoon, heroes. We're the League of Villains and we're here to kill all Mig. Wait, where the hell is he? Kurogiri. He glanced expectantly at Kurogiri, but their butler gave him a frustrated shrug. It seems like he's not here, Shigaraki. Tamura could not help but facepalm when he heard that. However, because his father's hand is affixed to his face, he constantly does a facepalm. Seriously, he unconsciously scratched an itch growing on his neck. He always hated it when that happens. As he watches the hero clean the house and eliminate his hired help, he told their warp gate, for fuck's sake. Alright, let's just lure him out. Kurogiri, you know what to do. Eraserhead's coming for us anyway. He won't last long. He sighed to himself as he rushes in. Izuku was busy drinking his coffee when Kurogiri decided to pop in. After Kurogiri left, Izuku finished his drink and examined his scope. Civil War. I have delivered Bakugo and someone who might be his friend at the marked building. The pink girl is safe along the stairs just like you requested. Enjoy. Everything seems to be going normally as Bakugo and the red-haired guy is easily fighting off the goons. There is only one thing wrong with this. Weird, I thought he'd be more aggressive about it. Did he seriously mellow out just cause everyone thinks I'm dead? He waited every last goon to be knocked out by the two hero students. He did all the math in that particular room. They seemed to be distracted and talking to each other. When he pulled the trigger, the bullet shot in their direction. It struck the ground close to them as a warning shot. Since it ricocheted around the room, it served as both a warning shot and an actual shot. Hardening turns out to be the red one's peculiarity. That's good for Izuku. He is now aware that he is useful. He shot again, this time aiming for the grizzled boy. The bullet struck Bakugo's arm after ricocheting off of him. Gotcha. He noticed Bakugo flinch in agony as he examined a potential location of the bullet's origin. Izuku wasted no time in hitting Bakugo in the other arm with another bullet. As they attempted to withdraw inside the structure, Kirishima decided to move in front of Bakugo. Izuku fired one last shot at Kirishima. The bullet ricocheted off him before hitting the floor, ceiling, wall and finally Bakugo again at his shoulder. Izuku appears content. His pleasure was short-lived as an earthquake appeared to be beginning. The hell? BZZTT, portal. BZZTTT, what WHA. Click, what happened? BZZZTT he called out to the open air with his cassette tape. The Black Mist bartender appeared before him with visible panic in his face. All Might has taken out Nomu. Izuku certainly anticipated that, though. Plan, BZZTT, BZZTT, fail, BZZTT. Kurogiri calmly explained, it was an unexpected interference from Todoroki Shoto. He managed to freeze me and Nomu in place, giving All Might enough time to recover. Izuku was aware that Tamura could not be left alone by the bartender for very long. BZZTT, bring, BZZTT, me, BZZTT, to him. BZZTT and the Black Mist soon engulfed Izuku. All Might thought to himself, I'm not sure how long I could hold this form any longer. He can't die here. He has yet to meet with his successor. He continued to smile as he glared at the villain in front of him. For a brief moment, the Dark Portal villain appears to have vanished, leaving only the man with the hands who was on the verge of throwing a fit. He heard the man tell himself, this can't be fair. Abruptly, he saw the Black Mist reappear, accompanied by another. The boy that appeared seems to be holding a sniper rifle. He had green eyes and black hair with green accents. The most intimidating thing that All Might saw is that the teenager had a stitched mouth. The boy in front of him held out a device and asked, this boy, Why does he seem familiar to me? All Might recognized it as a cassette tape. BZZTT. BZZTT. Don't mind. BZZTT. If me. BZZTT. Macho Macho MAAAN. BZZTT comes to mind. Was he supposed to be remembered by All Might? He felt that he ought to know him, but he is unable to focus on that recollection. He pondered the identity of this boy. BZZTT. I started. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT. Thinking. BZZTT. Realistically, BZZTT All Might's eyes widened as he realized who this boy might be. It was the missing teenager. The one that he said couldn't be a hero. I am possible, what have I done? Before firing his rifle, the boy swiftly cocked his head to the side. He was able to use his own bullet to deflect Snipe's shot toward Tamura. Shit. Kurogiri, this is pretty much a mission failed. We'll get them next time. Get us out of here. The black mist complied as he surrounded Izuku and Tamura before completely disappearing. All Might allowed himself to lose his form, still shocked at what he caused. I turned a young man into a villain. They were taken back to the bar where All Might had punched Tamura, who was suffering from a mild headache. He turned at the TV and started complaining. Sensei, you lied. He's still as strong as he was back then. He informed him. Izuku knew the truth and said nothing. He will withhold this information because he would prefer to witness All Might's depowerment in public. What are you saying? Where's the Nomu that I've sent with you? All Might punched it away. I don't know the exact coordinates of where it landed. Kurogiri answered him with an uneasy voice. Sensei exclaimed, what? Before letting out a frustrated sigh. In the background, Doc Tsubasa shouted in frustration. He appeared to be checking in on Sensei once more. No matter. It's fine, Tamura. You can simply try again but not now. Now that you know what your opponent is capable of, it's best to study them from afar. Specifically, the sports festival that UA will hold in 2 weeks. Tamura nodded before having a metaphorical light bulb appear above his head. He glanced at Izuku, who was occupied with sharpening his weapon. Izuku. He called out to him. He raised his head and gazed expectantly at Tamura. You wouldn't mind winning the sports festival and getting inside the hero course, right? Tamura responded. Izuku stared at him before shrugging nonchalantly. Learning more about your enemies by utilizing our inside man's potential. Good move, Tamura. Thank you, Sensei. Kurogiri, hand me some beer. Izuku gets. BZZTT. The best iced coffee in the bar is made by Kurogiri. As he worked on the coffee maker, the Black Mist said, Tamura, it might be best that we start finding professionals for the job. True. Those guys didn't even stand a chance against a bunch of teenagers. No point wasting time and money on them. What's your thought on all of this, Izuku? Excited for his iced coffee, Izuku responded with a shrug. Tamura sighed in exasperation before taking his beer and standing up. I'm heading to my room. I heard another Tekken tournament is going to be held, so I'm going to go and train. He left to his room, leaving Izuku and Kurogiri alone. Have you made friends in school? Kurogiri already knew the answer, but a conversation would be nice. BZZTT. Yes, BZZTT, Izuku said using his cassette recorder while taking a sip of his coffee. He was looking at his phone. BZZTT, lysergic acid diethylamide, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, girl, BZZTT, isn't hurt, please take a right turn. BZZTT. Izuku punched his cassette lightly to prevent it from glitching once more, but Kurogiri had the idea. Do not worry. I made sure that she stayed safe throughout the entire mission. Have you enjoyed with your revenge? Let it out of your system? Izuku thought about it for a while before nodding. He already proved that Bakugo won't be able to do anything against him. No need to push it further. That's good. Do not let vengeance cloud your judgment, Izuku. BZZTT. Ironic, BZZTT. Kurogiri laughed at that. The bartender was aware that revenge can serve as a catalyst for rebellion and villainy. Kurogiri would follow Tamura more than Sensei if he were being sincere. Izuku was also aware of All for One's true intentions. All of this was just his revenge on All Might, and Izuku was just along for the ride, though he would enjoy seeing All Might's descent and Tamura's ascension. The two were informed of a new customer when the doorbell chimed. Izuku had a clear view of him. Despite having burned scars all over his body, he appears to be in his mid-20s. His hair was obviously dyed black since he could see red roots growing out of it. New customer? Welcome. Kurogiri is still incredibly polite despite being a villain. Any drinks that would interest you? The man said, tequila sunrise is fine. Kurogiri and began working. The man sat on the stool next to Izuku and stared down at the table. What's got you in stitches, Midoriya? Alarms began to sound inside his head as soon as the stranger called his name. Bernie appears unconcerned as he slowly turned to face the man next to him. Kurogiri paused on making the stranger's drink in favor of portals starting to grow around his limb. I mean, it was pretty obvious. You were all over the news months ago. Green and black hair, green eyes, freckles and all that stuff. It wasn't too hard to know who you were if one pays enough attention. The stranger shrugged it all off as if it was nothing before continuing. I'm not gonna rat you out. In fact, I'm here to join your little group. That would be good, but you must take this up with Tamura. Wait here, I shall call him from his room. Kurogiri passed him the tequila sunrise, which he caught in a nonchalant manner. He left his bar and moved farther inside the structure. Izuku was still on guard with the stranger, his revolver itching to be used. After 5 minutes, a portal appeared behind them, and his sworn older brother Tamura Shigaraki emerged. I've heard that someone wants to join us. Tamura sounded bored, but Izuku could tell that he's a little excited. The stranger turned around to take one look of Tamura before shrugging. I expected someone scarier, but he'll do. What's that supposed to? I'll join you in one condition. The man held up his finger. What condition? No matter what happens, I get the kill on Endeavor. It didn't take Izuku to figure out who this man beside him is. He's Tuya Todoroki, Endeavor's long-lost dead son. Fair enough, but it'll take a long time before that can happen, said Tamura. I can wait. As long as I get what I want in the end, I can wait, he responded. Tamura said, okay, your loss. What's your name, or code name, or whatever? Dabi paused for a moment, thinking of something. Izuku awaited his response. Just call me, Dabi. Bakugo was not enjoying himself. He was shot multiple times by an unknown assailant back when the villains attacked the USJ. He was the only one hurt enough to be sent to the hospital. He was lucky that Recovery Girl gave him a visit, which meant that he only spent the entire day of the attack resting in the hospital before being ready to go again on Monday. His arms were still covered in bandages from the gunshot wounds. He would be unconscious for a week if Recovery Girl were to completely cure him. Everyone gathered around him as soon as he walked into the classroom. They were worried about him when they saw him being wheeled away into the ambulance, all bloody. The only person who doesn't seem to care is Todoroki. First to speak, his friend Kirishima said, "Nice to have you back here with us, man." "Yeah. It's a miracle that you survived those bullet wounds," Ashido added in. He bothered to remember all of their names. Midoriya would have preferred that, but this is excessive. Ida's words, yes, we are all worried, but please keep your distance from Bakugo. He is clearly uncomfortable, saved the day. Before taking a seat, he muttered, right. Last thing I want is getting pitied at. Hearing that voice behind him, Bakugo moaned inwardly. Well. Look who we have here. How does it feel getting shot, oh all high and mighty Bakugo? He slammed his head against the desk as Iida chastised Monoma for trying to agitate Bakugo once more. For fuck's sake. Alright, I deserve this. A taste of my own medicine. He didn't bother lifting his head when Aizawa-sensei got in and announced the sports festival happening in 2 weeks. At the moment, he's not really into it. His homeroom teacher called out to him, "Bakugo, are you feeling well?" Aizawa knew full well that Bakugo and Midoriya attended the same middle school. All Might informed him that Midoriya had turned into a villain. Bakugo was not yet aware of it, and he had not yet told the boy's mother. Given the boy's current condition, he would not do it. Recovery Girl's quirk at work here, sir, the blonde replied without lifting his head. The majority of the class went to the canteen, but Aizawa was the first to leave. Ah, if that's all, then class dismissed. Take your lunch. Bakugo wasn't really feeling up to it, and it's a good thing he already prepared his own lunch. Thanks for the fucking meal. Mina hasn't heard from her friend for the entire weekend. I wonder where he is. She thought as she turned around after hearing a tap on her shoulder and felt a finger on her cheek. When she realized who it was, she laughed lightly. Akasero. She hugged him tightly. Once she let go, she saw how red his face was. You had me worried with that attack on the USJ that happened. He wrote down as they sat on the table. Everything was rough until All Might came and cleaned the house. You should have seen that final standoff with the villains before they left. Some green-haired kid appeared from the portals and deflected Snipe's bullet with his own. Not trying to side with him, but that was actually pretty cool. Izuku was filled with delight at that innocuous word from Mina. Mina pulled out her bento while Izuku pulled out a blender. She grew accustomed to him having to blend his food before consuming it. When they first saw it, everyone in the cafeteria freaked out, but now it seems normal to them. Toru and Shinso eventually joined in after buying their food. Shinso attempted to start a conversation by saying, "So, sports festival." Toru enthusiastically said, "Yeah, exciting." Izuku noted in his notebook, "I've heard that if someone in the hero course didn't perform well, they would be replaced by a student from general education who did better." Mina gave a nod of approval, and Toru probably followed suit. She was invisible, so he could never tell. Shinso said, "I trust that you wouldn't reveal my quirk to your classmates, right?" Mina pointed her spoon at Shinso, who resumed eating, and said, "Hey, if you want to be a hero so bad, we won't tell anyone. Of course, you're still gonna have to earn it. It wouldn't be as satisfying if I didn't earn it, so go wild. Not too wild though." Everyone stared at him in amazement when he said, "I will also aim to win. I thought you don't really care about the hero career." "Yeah, but I thought it'd be funny if a quirkless student kicked their asses. In addition, I have second thoughts about the whole hero thing. Shinso and I are gonna be partners in crime." Partners in crime. You know how ironic that sounds, Akasero? PFF'd, I know exactly that. Besides, consider our future fight as one of your training session. With a puzzled look on her face, Toru questioned, "Did you seriously just write down, PFF'd, Akasero?" Izuku responded with a shrug, pretending to be ignorant. "Yeah, anyway, I'll be sending a declaration of war to your class just to fuck with them. Sorry that you had to go through that mess in the USJ, but I am definitely gonna use that to psyche you guys out." Toru said, "Oh my, how mean of you, Shinso Hitoshi." Izuku didn't care to see Toru's facial expression or whether or not she meant what she was saying. It seems that there are benefits to being invisible. Mina snickered at his confused expression. He became agitated when she said, "You're cute when you're confused, Akasero." While writing something in his notebook, he got up and packed his blender. "Nope. Fuck this. Mina, you're not going to make fun of me this time. I will not allow it. I swear on both my heart and my soul." "Your heart?" Shinso quirked his eyebrows as he questioned his friend's choice of words. "Hitoshi, you understand what I meant." "Right," was Toru's response. Izuku returned to their classroom after shaking his head. "Hey, Mina, do you like him too?" "Well, I think he's cute. Also, his weirdness is oddly charming. Wait, is it just me?" For once, Shinso irritated her by responding, "Definitely just you." It was time to head home since classes had ended for the day. Bakugo was almost ready to leave, and Mina was packing her belongings. "You sure you don't need a hand with TH?" "I'm fine, Kirishima. Don't worry about it," the blonde responded while pulling his arm away from his friend. After this, the red-haired teen's worry only intensified. Bakugo nodded apologetically and opened the door, but found that it was blocked by a bunch of students from different classes. "Whoa, why is everyone here?" he heard Uraraka's voice at the back. "Scouting the competition. We survived a villain invasion, of course they're gonna see what we're like." Move aside, please." He was unfamiliar with the idea of playing nice, but he would prefer to get used to it after the effects of his former personality. The head of a student with silver hair emerged from the throng. "Hey, I thought about checking out what you guys are made of and it seems like you're pretty okay dudes. That won't stop me from taking you out though. My name's Tetsu, Class 1B. The silver-haired guy raised his fist, expecting a response from Bakugo. The explosive blonde, however, gave him a confused look. "Dude, you're supposed to give me a fist bump." "What's a fist bump?" Another voice from the crowd said, "That's just about the saddest thing I've heard all day." The owner revealed himself to be Shinso Hitoshi, followed by a disguised Izuku in his Akasero identity. "Me and my friend here just got here to take a closer look of you guys from the hero course, and you don't seem that much." "Watch your mouth." Tetsu yanked Shinso's collar. His grip on him was immediately broken the moment Izuku grabbed his wrist tightly, causing him to let go. Izuku glared at him with death in his eyes, causing the boy to back away. "The guys who can't cut it in the entrance exam got thrown into general education. Depending on the results, we could be replacing one of you. The reverse is possible for you. This is our chance to knock you off the pedestal. This is our declaration of war." "The madman. He actually did it," Shinso exclaimed, but Mina, who was laughing with Toru, rudely cut him off. "Come on. I'm trying to psyche them out here." Shinso nagged at them but it was no use. Before glaring back at Bakugo and Tetsu, even he and Izuku silently laughed. "But seriously, I'm serious about replacing one of you. Watch your backs." With a clearly Tired of your bullshit. Sigh. Bakugo turned to leave. Move aside. Please. I'm going home. He quietly requested the other students in his way. This was not going to happen. He pretended not to notice that a student wearing a cloth mask was staring at him. Did I do anything to him? Why can't I even keep track of my shittiness? Izuku stared at Bakugo as the boy left before turning back at the hero class before him. The red-haired man was someone he recognized because he and Bakugo had attacked him at the USJ. Why would someone like him protect a little bitch? He spotted Mina and waved at her. She gave him a wave in return before approaching him. Ready to go home? She asked and he nodded in response. They both happened to ride the same train and they still got to talk with each other even if it's technically a one-sided conversation. What? Ashido, why are you fraternizing with the losers from the failure course? He heard an annoying voice coming from the back. Another blonde with a Cheshire grin caught his attention. Is this the quirkless guy you're talking about? Ha. He looks exactly like the loser I thought he'd be. He's going down. He was about to teach him a lesson but Mina snapped him out of it by grabbing him by the shoulder. Hey, ignore that loser. You're a million times better than him, Akasero. In an attempt to console Izuku, Shinso interrupted, saying, yeah, don't mind him. He doesn't look all that impressive anyway. He most likely would have been suspended for hurting a student if it weren't for them. Great, this will make winning the sports festival all the more sweeter. Present Mike exclaimed, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to UA's first-year sports festival. The audience erupted in cheers. I'm Present Mike and with me today is Eraserhead. Whatever. Now, introducing the first years. This class got attacked by a bunch of villains but they were barely shaken by the encounter. Class 1A. As Class 1A exited the stadium, they took in the applause from the audience. Some were a little anxious, some were thrilled, and some didn't give a damn. We didn't see them in action much but don't underestimate them. Class 1B. Class 1B left the arena to the same level of applause as Class 1A. They were far more excited than the other hero class. Now for the rest of the courses. First up from the General Ed course, Class 1C. Izuku, Shinso, and the rest of their classmates came out to the stadium. Few people are applauding them. That will soon change. After completing a ton of paperwork and preparing it, Izuku pulled out his sniper rifle. Wait, did he just bring an actual gun? That's unfair? Unfair this, unfair that. You really think life is that fair, Kaminari? He asked permission and he was approved. Aizawa snapped at the mic, hearing what Kaminari said. The blonde boy looked down in shame as Izuku looked on in amusement. The first event appears to be a race, and the other classes were introduced. So, the plan is, we take out the threats on the first event and clean up on the second? Shinso asked his friend while they were doing stretches on the starting line. Izuku checked his rifle and nodded in agreement. After 2 months of not training Shinso, he now witnesses his defeat. For the sports festival, they trained his quirk as well as his physical body. As Izuku loaded his first special bullet into his rifle, presenter Mike exclaimed, "Are you racers ready?" To everyone, count with me everybody. 3, 2, 1, go. The gates finally opened and almost everybody flooded the tight tunnels. As soon as possible, Shinso began brainwashing anyone who could help him escape the tunnel. Izuku fired a shot which created a rope to the very ceiling of the tunnel. Aizawa stated succinctly, the first real obstacle is the entrance itself. It's really clear since just about everyone is struggling to even move an inch in the tunnels. That is, until everything abruptly stopped. Shinso was safe since he's riding his brainwashed minions. Izuku can't be reached from the ceiling. Found the first target. He thought as he started swinging on his rope, he gained enough momentum to jump off and load his rifle with another special bullet. He hit the target after aiming straight at Todoroki as he fell. Todoroki had no idea why his feet is suddenly covered with glue. In any case, he can simply melt them away by freezing them. He heard a large thud from the back of him. He was on top of an unconscious Aoyama when he turned to see someone aiming a sniper rifle at him. As the world turns black, he was shot in the head, preventing him from speaking. Did I lose so early? One down. Shinso managed to catch up with his friend as he hops off the people he brainwashed. Izuku held up 2 fingers before pointing at Aoyama. Shinso nodded at him in understanding before going off to find more targets. Izuku already saw his new one grinning patronizingly at him. Huh? This loser? He took out Todoroki? No wayyy. There's no way a quirkless freak like UCA. Monoma was not able to finish his sentence as Izuku shot him directly in the dick. The dick, indeed. The schlong. The hot dog. The wong. The spot that is off limits. You understand. He bent over in pain, but he didn't get any time to shout as he felt a hand grab his hair. His face met the solid metal railing. Izuku repeatedly slammed Monoma's head against the railing. Even when parts of the haughty blonde's head were visible and blood was pouring out, he continued. He was sufficiently skilled to keep a man alive by repeatedly slamming his head against a railing. Just in case, he felt his pulse. Yep, he's alive. Is that even legal? More like ethical. It's completely legal but was entirely unnecessary. It looked like this Akasero Bara has not killed Nato Monoma. Only bring him an inch away from death. Still, disgusting. He disregarded his words. He looked at Shinso's own dirty work. He brainwashed half of Class 1B to leave the racing area, disqualifying them. He felt a hand touch his shoulder. He turned around to see that it was that same silver-haired guy he met. He's probably from 1B as well. Hey, don't think you can get away with Tetsu met the same fate as Monoma. The rest of the hero class was staring at him when he turned around. He shrugged at them before gesturing at them to come at him if they dare. He intimidated them, so they retreated. Only one person stepped up to the challenge. They raised their hand and gave him a hard blow to the head. When Mina slapped Izuku, he actually whimpered. Fix your shit, Akasero. She scolded him. He scrambled to pull out his notepad and wrote something at it. I swear, the silver-haired guy and the blonde guy were begging for it. I really detest bullies. He whimpered and held up. As a sign of peace, he bowed to her. He could definitely feel Tamura laughing at him right now. Hell, he could even hear Shinso snickering in the background. Oh man, Akasero, she got you whipped. No time for that, you can apologize for it later. Let's continue on with the race. See? This is what you call war, people. Civil war. When Izuku heard his own codename, he grinned to himself. Izuku and Shinso eventually took first and second place in the uninterrupted race. They easily navigated the pits, blew up all the mines behind them to confuse people, and ran through the bots. What a surprise! 2 people from general education managed to gain first place while only a number from the hero course managed to finish the first event at all. First, Bara Akasero 2, Hitoshi Shinso 3, Katsuki Bakugo 4, Yayorozu Momo 5, Kirishima Eijiro 6th, Tokage Setsuna 7, Uraraka Ochako 8, Ashido Mina 9, Hatsume Mei 10, Iida Tenya 11, Honanuki Juzo 12, Kodai Yui 13, Itsuka Kendo 14, Minoru Mineta 15, Asui Suyu 16, Koji Koda 17, Shoji Mezzo 18, Toru Hagakuri 19, Borandu Dia 20, Kuroiro Shitai 21, Kanoko Komori 22, Rikido Sato 23, Rokawai Jamie 24, Mashirao Ojiro 25, Dakuran Varies 26, Awase Yosetsu 27, Sunotori Pony 28, Hirayu Rin 29, Yanagi Reiko 30, Marikara Furdori 31, Juru Kyoka 32, Hadison Soru 33, Johnny Good 34, U2 35, Maida Rika 36, Kenju Zekuso 37, Curry's Sukawire 38, Barry Chaku 39, Eruvis Pursori 40, Tyrone Janu 41, Piros Sawao 42, Makutarni Poru. These are the 42 people advancing next round. The event for the next round will be. The roulette machine stopped at cavalry battle. Shinso and Izuku exchanged glances and nodded. This will be their final team up. In the last event, the tournament, they are on their own. For everyone to hear, Midnight declared, oh, by the way. The first placer starts with 10 million points. Izuku felt like everyone was staring at him because he had suddenly become the public enemy number 1. Piss. Well shit. So, what's the plan? First, the most important rule is that you are not allowed to make someone intentionally fall off their horse. That is an automatic disqualification. That was acceptable to Izuku. He can adjust. Alright. Find your teams. Teams can consist of 2 to 4 people. That's it. Izuku and Shinso was already a team. They were approached by Mina first. Izuku pulled out his notepad and made a note. You're not interested in working as a team with your class? Hey, most of our quirks don't really match at all. I'm fine with you guys. Hey, someone's coming over. She pointed at another smiling pinkhead with some weird goggles. Good morning. I'm Mei Hatsume. I'll use you to advertise my babies. Babies? As in machines? She's in. What have you got? A jetpack and a grappling hook. Exactly what we needed, Akasero. The only problem now is that everyone is gonna target us. Hey, I'll just give the 10 million headband away. When it's almost over, we can take it again. Besides, I got a plan. Shinso raised his eyebrows when he read it as Izuku approached Jiro. She said with disdain, "Wah? Oh, it's you." Behind her, her alleged teammate was being cautious. Izuku took out his notepad and jotted down some notes. Important question. Do your ear jacks grow back? What the hell? No, okay then. Let's agree that I won't shoot off your earlobes to end your hero career if you don't mess with us. Deal? He showed her the writing. She was not amused, but she nodded slowly. A man with a big sniper rifle strapped to his back was someone she knew better than to argue with. As you can see, I did something to your classmate back there. Yeah? What about Monoma? You gonna apologize? Yeah. Tell him sorry I'm not sorry. He left the piece of paper to her and went off to his own group. They were prepared. He hopped on top of them. Shinso was at front, Mina was at his left, and Mei was at his right. Let's start the GAME. Izuku threw his 10 million point headband at Jiro after removing it. After giving her a salute, he motioned for his group to flee. Jiro was confused at first until she realized that the entire competition is now after her team. You asshole. Brilliant strategy coming from General Education's Bara Akasero. Getting the attention away from them by getting rid of the 10 million point and passing it to another team is for the best, with his team composition. Izuku loaded up his rifle and fired it at another team, blatantly avoiding Bakugo's team. The enemy team was trapped when the bullet struck their feet, causing glue to explode out of them. Izuku proceeded to get the headbands. Izuku gave 2 claps, and Mei grinned broadly. She gave him her grappling hook gun and he aimed it at another team. The shot managed to earn them another headband. So far, so good, Shinso whispered. Mina gave him a shoulder punch. What was that for? Don't jinx us. You might actually, Iyo. They heard a voice and some guy yanked some headbands from Izuku's forehead. Good thing the rest of them were at his neck. When they turned around, they saw a man wearing his PE uniform over a yellow coat. Mariko Rifuredori comes in with a steel, Furdori Mirakori. Quirk. Rising star, he floats every time he sings. Yes, that's it. Shinso yelled, "Oi!" at them. Apology. Furdori lifted his arms and let go of the headband. Shinso grabbed it and gave it back to Izuku. Yeah, we weren't expecting that. Let's stay alert, Akasero. 1 minute left. They already had enough points to pass. It's time for them to play defense. Jiro's team lost the 10 million points to Team Bakugo, who maintained the lead throughout the match. Jiro's team ignored first place in favor of being placed in the tournament at all. 4 teams advanced to the final event at the end of the game. First place. Team Bakugo Katsuki Bakugo, Eijiro Kirishima, Ochako Uraraka, Mashirao Ojiro. Team Jiro, consisting of Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Iida, and Toru Hagakure, came in second. Third place. Team Bara, Mei Hatsume, Mina Ishido, Hitoshi Shinso, and Akasero Bara. Fourth place. Team Tokage, Setsuna Tokage, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Kanoko Komori. Those are the students competing in the final rounds. What shocking turn of events that 2 general ed students made it this far. They've been training for a long time. Mina, good luck in the competition. You too, Akasero. Since they didn't truly win first place, there wasn't much celebration. Izuku and Shinso glanced at each other before nodding to each other. Now is the moment. Now, here are the people fighting. Tenya Iida vs Akasero Bara. Ochako Uraraka vs Mashirao Ojiro Katsuki Bakugo vs Mei Hatsume. Yaoyorozu Momo vs Kendo Itsuka Kyoka Jiro vs Eijiro Kirishima. Mina Ishido vs Kanoko Komori Setsuna Tokage vs Toru Hagakure. Yui Kodai vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shit. Well, Izuku is gonna have a hard time dealing with a literal speedster. He saw this guy go faster with some kind of speed burst or something like that. He will probably use that to quickly remove him from the ring. Damn it, should have taken him out on the race part. Todoroki was only half the problem I have to deal with. It doesn't matter. He was aware that the speedster would travel in a straight line because it is very difficult to steer when your legs suddenly accelerate. When Iida did that, he simply moved aside and used his rifle to clothesline the speedster. Izuku intended to repeatedly strike him with a rifle until he passed out, but it turns out that the clothesline was sufficient to send him flying out of bounds. Good for him. Izuku is not a big fan of inflicting needless, vicious violence on people who don't deserve it. Well, that was fast. Bara wins? Bara wins. When the match ended abruptly, the crowd cheered in confusion. Next up was Uraraka and Ojiro, which Izuku didn't bother watching. Knowing Uraraka had an advantage against Ojiro, it came no surprise to him that she won just as quickly as he did. He was anticipating Bakugo's bout with the insane tech wizard who, for some reason, teamed up with him. Izuku anticipated a massacre, but Bakugo appeared to be assisting Mei. He is merely assisting her in showcasing her innovations. That isn't like him. That shouldn't resemble him. That's not how quickly he can change. No way is possible. After 10 minutes, Mei voluntarily leaves the area, and he dismissed it with a scoff. Bakugo wins? Why are the fights so mundane this year? They're probably only doing that because you gave them a failing grade in English for not being able to rap, Mike. You can't even rap either. Izuku slept through most of the other fights. He was correct when he predicted that Mina would prevail in her battle. Shinso's fight was the reason he woke up. Shinso was lying if he said he's feeling a little nervous. After a few months of training, Akasero deemed him sufficiently fit to engage in combat. Even though he isn't as good as his friend yet, this might be enough to surprise the hero course. They never really expected hand-to-hand combat, right? He decided to use his quirk because he isn't wasting his energy yet. He baited Yui, the girl, by saying, "Hey, good luck." To his dismay, the girl merely gave her a blank stare. Start. The girl picked up what looked like a few stones on the ground and threw it at him. He was confused, but the fact that the stones enlarged mid-air knocked him out of his confusion. He ducked just in time for the stones to fly past him. He prodded her, saying, "Jegus, you hero course guys don't hold back, don't ya?" She continued to stare at him while picking up some more pebbles. Trying to get a rise out of this girl is no use. Guess I got no choice but to fight. She threw another batch of pebbles at him, but this time, he sidestepped to the right while running towards her. She backed away for a bit but picked up more pebbles on the ground. How many pebbles are there and where is she getting them from? He may be complaining in his thoughts, but he was getting closer to her. Although speed training wasn't a waste. Compared to before, she threw more pebbles. Shinso did the unexpected thing and jumped, much to her surprise. The action was sufficient to make her look shocked for a brief moment. He didn't stop with a simple leap. Instead, he jumped on the enlarged pebbles that were thrown. She recoiled as he landed in front of her and gave her a slight shove. Kodai is out of bounds. Shinso Hitoshi is the winner. The crowd cheered for the match as they got their winner of the final match of the first round, Hitoshi Shinso. The only real problem here is that I have to face Akasero in the finals. This is gonna get messy. After a short break, it was time again for Izuku to enter the stage, this time readying his rifle. Uraraka, the girl who can send you to the sun with just a touch, is his opponent. He thought it was not the best way to pass away. He should have no trouble with this. Start, is what it is. Bang. Headshot. A rubber bullet to the head is always sure to knock someone out. Will you stop ending matches right when they began? He saw Uraraka as a threat close up and there's no time to mess around. Remember, he has that rifle for a reason and it would be irrational if he doesn't use its advantage. He could always rely on Eraserhead to back him up here. He is now being jeered by the crowd for rushing the match. I'm not gonna punch someone for no reason and making them suffer for too long if I could just end it in one shot. Professionals have standards. Bara Akusero wins by knockout. The next match, well, Bakugo was able to deal with Itsuka with a bit of a struggle. She was able to quickly take advantage of his large hands by giving him an uppercut to the stomach, which caused him to lose consciousness. If it weren't for his unwavering determination to keep going, he would have collapsed right there. He awoke in midair, hurled himself at her with his explosions, and knocked her unconscious by slamming her head to the ground. It was definitely what Izuku had anticipated. The man is not easily defeated, unless bullets are involved. Mina's tournament ended here when Kirishima soldiered on through her acid and managed to send her out of bounds. That guy seems tough, but Shinso can deal with him easily enough. This time, Shinso's match ended more quickly after he persuaded Setsuna to speak. When Shinso brainwashes you and makes you discuss your sexual fantasies with your classmates in the other class, it's really embarrassing. Shinso didn't really need to force Setsuna to do anything, but it was amusing nonetheless. With Shinso winning, the second round of the tournament went to a close. The semifinals are up with Izuku going up against Bakugo and Shinso going up against Kirishima. Izuku will find this difficult, but nothing his aim cannot manage. He walked to the arena once again, his rifle ready. Bakugo followed suit, giving him a wary glance. "Are you boys ready?" Midnight asked them. Izuku held up his hand and pulled out his notebook and writing something on it. He showed it to Midnight. "Wouldn't you like to know, ho?" Midnight did not know how to respond to that, so she moved on. "I'll take that as a yes." Bakugo nodded as she turned to face him. "All right. Match start." Before Izuku could aim, Bakugo launched himself into the air with his explosions. That is irrelevant. Izuku took something out of his pocket and threw mirrors on the ground, allowing him to keep a constant watch on Bakugo and direct his aim. "I got you in my sights." He aimed his rifle in the sky, where Bakugo was at. Without any delay, the blonde began to circle Izuku. Even Civil War's quirk has its limits. Izuku actually struggled to aim at him for once, but he was doing okay. Bakugo continued to soar through the air, spinning rapidly until a real tornado of smoke propelled him in the direction of Izuku. "Howitzer." Bakugo reared back as realized what this guy was trying to do. He fired a glue bullet at his own feet, causing him to fall to the ground. He covered his mask, to keep it from tearing off, and used the rifle to block most of the impact. Impact. KABOOMMMMMMMMMM. If ozone had feelings, the amount of smoke produced by the explosion would cause it to cry. As Cementos did, Midnight covered her eyes to keep the irritating material out of them. Everyone heard the occasional explosions and the sound of a rifle firing off. Everyone is missing out on whatever argument they are having. Once the cloud of smoke cleared, everyone saw Bakugo and Akasero face to face, standing in front of the other. Bakugo's head was bleeding, probably from being struck by a rifle, and he had cuts and scratches all over his body. Izuku was no better. His shirt was burnt off and the only thing unharmed was his face mask. There were burns all over his body, covering his previous burn scars. Both their bodies were pierced by glass that was previously scattered has embedded some of themselves to the fighters' bodies. One even stands perilously near Bakugo's throat and Izuku's left eye. The audience gagged at what they saw, but they ignored them. "What the actual hell? Midnight, stop the match." "No point. The match is almost over anyway." Because of the glass that was lodged close to his throat, Bakugo's voice was coarse as he said, "You're tough." Akasero just stared at him without responding. He tried to fire off another explosion, but pain shot up through his arms and wrist. "Shit. I went over my limit. Fuck it, if this is how I lose, then I'll let it happen. Beaten by a quirkless guy. Like him. I deserve this." Bakugo closed his eyes as he saw Akasero aim his rifle at him. Click. He opened his eye to see Akasero looking at the magazine before rolling his eyes. Did he seriously run out of ammo? Izuku looked up from checking his magazine with Bakugo just standing there, back is hunched, arms spread in a questioning fashion and is deadpanning at him. He gave him a shrug and picked up the barrel, holding it like a baseball bat. After giving him a brief glance and shrugging, Bakugo closed his eyes once more. Whack. Bakugo fell to the ground, unconscious. Bakugo would suffer serious injuries from the glass near his throat if Izuku hadn't been careful with his blow. It's a good thing the bots started working right away. Bara Akusero wins by knockout. The audience was silent this time, neither applauding nor jeering. Shinso was already waiting by the tunnel when Akasero made eye contact with him and gave him a serious, worried look. Akasero stopped the bots for a moment and grabbed Shinso's arm. The silent stare let Shinso know that his friend would still be fighting him in the finals. "Right. I can take the handicap with you being a little bit injured." Shinso smiled in relief to know that his friend was going to be okay. He was sure that Akasero counted the clusterfuck that happened to him out there as a little bit of an injury. For him, what that might have been like a headache. Shinso shook his head and emerged from the tunnel. He noticed the redhead with spikes warming up there. His skin still has acid burns from the altercation with Mina. "Are the both of you ready?" Midnight asked them. Shinso gave a nod, and Kirishima said, "Oh, he thought he was smart." He pulled out a notebook and wrote something about being ready. Shinso shook his head in amusement. He is a master at getting people to speak. "Match. Start. You can't make me talk to you, Shinso." Kirishima showed his writing to Shinso. Shinso was limited to 2 words. Anyone could speak after hearing those two words, whether out of shock or rage. Unless they were already aware of it, nobody truly expects it. They start talking as soon as he says it. It's a straightforward but powerful response. He removed half of Class 1B and a portion of Class 1A with it because it works so well. The sentence is so powerful that even All Might would respond to it. Okay. Faggot. Fuck did you Zhu? As Kirishima's arm dropped the notebook and fell limply by his side, Shinso told himself, I win. When Recovery Girl requested that Izuku take off his mask, he was adamant about not blowing his cover. So he just decided to stitch the cut near the eye himself and cover it with a temporary eye patch. Mina came in the room a few minutes later, very concerned about him and her friend. Well, more to him. Izuku never knew why he's so drawn to this girl or why his conscience acts up when she's around. As he asked himself, is she my guardian angel? He put it in writing. Are you my angel of protection? He showed it to her. She blushed a deeper shade of pink instead of responding, then bolted from the clinic. Looking to Recovery Girl for clarification, he was perplexed. Izuku was suspicious enough to believe that Recovery Girl knew something that he did not, but the elderly woman shrugged. Since he had already run out of ammunition, he walked to the arena without his rifle. Look as tough as he can, but he's still in pain. He probably ought to have told Recovery Girl to give him more painkillers, but that would put him to sleep, and he's currently feeling a little sleepy. At the opposite end of the arena, his friend Shinso walked up. Good luck, he nodded back at Shinso, seeing as how he can't really speak with a stitched mouth. Ready, they nodded at the same time and Midnight signaled the start of the fight. As the wounded villain in disguise went on the defensive, parrying and blocking blows, Shinso rushed to Kusero. The guy is aiming for my weak spot. I'm so proud of him. While Izuku searched for other opportunities, Shinso continued to strike. He eventually found one when he parried one of Shinso's high kicks and countered it with a punch to the stomach. The punch sent Shinso down to the ground but the guy did a flip and stood back up. He had to get back up and pretend he didn't trip after tripping while standing. Izuku was not really that better off either. The painkiller side effect is kicking in hard. His form is relaxing more than it should due to his drowsiness. With resolve in his eyes, he ran toward Shinso, thinking, no time to waste. The punch to the stomach was enough to tell Shinso that yes, Akusero can kick his ass if the mute guy really wanted to, but he chose not to. Actually, he's a little bit thankful now that his mute friend is a little injured enough to slow him down to Shinso's level. Now Akusero is running towards him. Shinso stood his ground and confronted his friend, saying, great. The punch already took a lot of air out of me, what more can a flurry of attacks? Fuck it. They exchanged punch after punch, kick after kick. Neither one of them had any tricks. Izuku already ran out of bullets to use and bringing the rifle as a blunt weapon is just too much of a hassle to use. Because Izuku was silent and, unbeknownst to Shinso, had his mouth sewn shut, he is literally unable to use his quirk on him. Neither of them let up as the fight devolved into standard fisticuffs. Izuku was giving in to both his friend's attacks and the painkillers, while Shinso was gradually giving in to his friend's attacks. If they weren't fighting, he would have been proud of Shinso's progress. His punch felt like a bee the last time, but now it feels like a brass-knuckled fist. In a dramatic gesture, they both raised their fists one final time. Shinso yelled at the top of his lungs as Izuku quickly wrote down his notebook and showed it to the camera. Is what the camera captures from the notebook, causing nearly everyone to laugh. Their fists collided with each other's face. Izuku did a dramatic spin before falling down, unconscious. Shinso stood up longer than Izuku for exactly a second before falling down like a sack of rocks. The final match. As a draw, we can't really start it over. They both win this one. The spectators applauded the spectacular conclusion. Izuku has fallen asleep and the punch speedrunned him towards a good nap. Many believed that the punch had broken Shinso's jaw, and he was indeed knocked out. In any case, the sports festival came to a dramatic conclusion. The end of the festival was an upset, seeing as how two general course students ended it with a draw. They both got first place. Izuku could care less about everything he heard when All Might came to congratulate them. And you, young Bara, you managed to win it all while quirkless. He didn't really want to hear what All Might had to say, so he ignored everything. He won't bother with it because the guy was already annoying enough. His friend simply shrugged at him, but he shot Shinso a bored glance. They both got first place, so it looks like the school got no choice but to transfer both of them. Shinso turned to face Akusero, waiting for a response. Oi, Akusero, you forced a draw, didn't you? Just to get us both in the hero course? She asked. Izuku gave a nod. He doesn't really care if he placed in 1A or 1B, but at least he has a spot guaranteed. Now all you have to do is wait for the teacher to pick them up. Since the second and third years were also hosting their own sports festival, they were naturally on vacation for the next 2 days. Which means, enough time to hang out with people he actually likes. It was at this time, Tamura gave him the best upgrades that he could possibly get. Text-to-speech. Then he set up his cassette after recording it several times. He's definitely easier for everyone to understand now. Of course, he can finally say the first words he wants to tell Tamura. BZZTT hello, Tamura BZZTT. Ha, Tamura asked, looking at him bewildered as Izuku extended his cassette tape and turned up the volume. BZZTT, go fuck yourself, BZZTT. His brother didn't even look offended and snorted instead. As a matter of fact, he can't stop laughing. Seriously, that's the first thing you wanted to say to me. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. As Kurogiri twisted himself and Dabi in, Sensei appeared on the TV. Something's up. Dabi spat out his beer, causing Kurogiri to clean up the mess. As you all know, well, I haven't told Izuku yet, but we're getting there. I've asked Sensei to cut off his funding on our little group. Sensei only laughed, but Izuku's eyes grew wide. Izuku knew something was off, but he didn't really expect it to be this off. Is his brother crazy? Sensei's money is the only thing that has allowed them to get this far. Do not fret, I was going to do it anyway, but it looked like Tamura beat me to it. Of course, he hasn't done this without a plan. In fact, I think the plan would be a good training for all of you. Sensei spoke on the television. Dabi was busy wiping his mouth and Izuku remained quiet, though that's a given. Tamura gave Kurogiri a nod, and some blueprints were dropped as a warp gate opened above the table. Familiar blueprints. This is. Raising his arms to his sides, Tamura declared, the biggest bank in Japan. We're going big, ladies and gentlemen. Kurogiri just applauded, but Dabi gave him a look that suggested he was crazy or something. Izuku put his face on his palm, but they had no other option because they needed the money. BZZTT, how, BZZTT. Tamura gestured to something in the blueprints and said, for starters, we got 2 ways to do this one. Quiet or loud. Quiet would be the preferable way. We already have an insider to meet us there, and if we went in loud at the start, the Framilocks in the vault would lock the cash out, forcing us to use precision drilling. I can't use my quirk since that would have destroyed the money as well. Dabi questioned him, what if it goes loud? Well, one of our hackers will be able to delay the alarms for a single minute. If it does go loud, and the Framilocks does its job, we're gonna need the manager's fingerprints to completely bypass the drilling. Meet our new recruit. Tamura pointed towards the darkness as a blonde in a sailor fuku entered the scene, as if she was legitimately waiting in the darkness to be introduced. With a knife in her hand, she excitedly waved to them and said, "Hi. I'm Toga, Hamiko Toga," before sprinting toward Izuku and trying to stab him. Dabi retreated as Izuku swiftly pulled out his gun and shot her with a real bullet. Kurogiri was able to warp it away and halt both of their attacks. BZZTT, new recruit, BZZTT. He pressed on his cassette tape while shooting Tamura an annoyed look. Well, I didn't expect that. Dabi retreated from the two, who were assessing each other, and grumbled, ever heard of background checking? Because you really need to do some background checking. Tamura grimaced as he drew the two apart, saying, she said she only killed people she liked. I didn't expect her to like Izuku that quickly. He won't have a lot of issues with her as long as she performs her duties. Well, that, and her apparent lust for Izuku's blood. BZZTT, I would be flattered if it weren't for the fact that she'd kill me. BZZTT. His cassette tape told them for him while he placed his revolver back in its holster. He gave a quick glare at Toga and the blonde responded with an innocent smile. He glanced at his phone to check what was going on. Horny acid HA has started bothering Bohemian subterfuge BS. Ha. Hello, Akusero. Ha. Hello. Ha. Oi. BS. What? Ha. Shinso and I were considering celebrating your festival victory. Ha. You must attend. BS. Today. Ha. Yeah. BS. Hold on. Let me ask my ward. He threw a crumpled piece of paper at Tamura, attracting his attention as he turned to face him. His bro faced him annoyingly since he was interrupted on his plans. Izuku gestured to his watch and then to the blueprints. Tamura understood him quickly. Oh, tomorrow. Wait, you got a date. You're not single, Toga asked sadly. BZZTT, invited me to celebrate my win. BZZTT, yesterday, BZZTT, I'm free to go, right, BZZTT. He raised his eyebrows questioningly at Tamura. He shrugged in response while gesturing at him that he can go. Just remember, the heist is tomorrow. We need your eye scouting outside with your rifle, making sure that no one is onto us. If it gets loud, well, you know what to do. No point hesitating on whether you should kill them or not. Just don't shoot any hostages. BZZTT, do you just think that? BZZTT. Before heading outside, he posed the rhetorical question, I would accidentally shoot someone. Occasionally, he glanced back to check if Toga was following him. He never feels too safe when it comes to the new recruit. Nevertheless, Tamura might as well temporarily label her valuable if he finds something in her. The trip to the shopping center was pretty mundane seeing as how he's the only one they're waiting for. But when he arrived, Mina was the only one there. Perplexed, he searched his surroundings for Shinso, his friend. He brought out his notebook and wrote something on it. Where's everybody else? She was smiling, rubbing the back of her head, and even a little embarrassed when he asked. Shinso said he had a headache and Toru just wasn't available. Guess it's just the two of us. Well, we better be careful. I have a stalker now. He showed her the text. She doesn't seem surprised. She's thinking of something, which really impresses Izuku. Are you considering something? You don't typically think. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? She pouted playfully at him. Thinking it would irritate her, he responded with a quiet laugh. Too bad, it didn't, and she took his hand quickly to pull him towards the many shops in the shopping center. He doesn't mind at all. At least she hasn't forced him to do anything awkward. She struck a cute pose while trying on a swimsuit that caught her eye and said, Hey, how does this swimsuit look on me? He decided to go along with it and squinted while giving her a closer look, giving her a faux inspection. A little agitated, she covered herself. Are you a bit of a perv, Akusero? He immediately gave her a deadpan look before taking out his notebook and writing something. Oh, when you check me out while I'm working out with Shinso, it's not pervy, but when I checked you out when you asked me to, it is. Double standards there, Mina. Okay, I got nothing to say against that, but I wasn't checking you out. She denied, turning away and crossing her arms in subordination. She did shot a glance at him only to see her mute friend tilting his head with a raised eyebrow and a confused look. She just knew what he's trying to say there. Izuku's only response to her frustrated thrashing of her hands at her side was a silent chuckle. What do you mean? Right. Don't forget, I can understand your expressions, Akusero. She exclaimed. Mina gave an unamused huff while placing her hands on her hips. All right, that pose makes you look pretty attractive. She slapped him and said, Perv. But he ignored it and continued to laugh in silence. Even when she says that she seems to be enjoying her time as well. Even though some people kept asking him questions, Tamura was occupied with outlining the plans for everyone. He sighed in frustration as Toga excitedly asked, Ooh, do we get a hacker? Can I meet him? This might as well be the last time she asks that. A man who had been waiting in the shadowy corner came out and said, You know what? Fine, Paul, to everyone. They have been expecting something, but nobody but Tamura and Kurogiri expected this. Paul looks like an average guy. He had a clean-cut blonde hair, a blue button-down long sleeve and some dollar store jeans, complete with a tie, of course. Despite wearing glasses, he doesn't appear to be the type of person who would engage in organized crime. He tipped his glasses at them and said, Good day everyone. For some reason, he was too nice and friendly. But Tamura knew he could be trusted. All right, I want you to meet Paul. As Himiko gazed in amazement at how normal he appeared in comparison to everyone else, Dabi wondered, he's been hiding in that corner, just waiting to be introduced. The blonde hacker nodded enthusiastically before sitting down with the rest of them. He may not look it, but he's pretty capable of hacking through a lot of highly secured facilities, including banks. We've met at a gaming convention. Turns out, he's a pretty underground villain making private and illegal transfers in many banks as well as selling any info on anything he finds to Jiren. Tamura said as he pointed to Paul. The man himself seems more polite and his smile was just too damn charming. What makes him a villain? Aw shucks, come on, Tommy, ya know I only do that to get some of the almighty dollar and buy some cool video games. Well, that and the government did screw my family over and let me mum die of cancer. At the same time, Dabi and Himiko thought, there's his villain origins. They had suspicions that he wasn't as clean as they thought he would be and they were right. Though, he still seems too nice. I know what you're thinking, but wait until he laughs maniacally. Trust me, nothing gets him more excited than making banks lose their money. Yep, there's more of that. Oh, by the way, the loops I'll be installing into the security cameras all over the place will only go on for a limited amount of time. 10 minutes, at most. Their security was far more of a challenge than I expected when I simulated it. When the loop is gone, the system will detect it and a silent alarm will go off. I can only delay that for 30 seconds. I would have recommended Kurogiri to just bail you out, but he doesn't know the exact coordinates of the vault. Paul clarified to everyone who nodded. Everyone agreed as Tamura said aloud, so the heist was bound to go loud anyway. We might as well keep it quiet for as long as we can. Himiko, your job is to get the bank manager's fingerprint. Dabi, you deal with crowd control in case it got loud early. I will rendezvous with Himiko by the vault. Kurogiri, you're our escape. Also, be sure to alert Izuku when to come down and help with things on the ground when it gets loud. No point of him sniping at that point. Paul, do your magic. Everyone got me. Yeah, sure thing, mate. Yes, Tamura. Hi. The heist day. There were 2 guards near the vault, simply standing there with their assault rifles. The bank was usually heavily guarded, but they can't help but stay really bored. That is, until they passed away. Himiko went for the right guard, and Tamura went for the left. To reduce the amount of pain the man would have experienced, he was careful to aim for the face. Still, he can't help but feel great about it. Himiko slit the other guard's throat without any care in the world. After hiding the bodies, they were by the vault. Tamura asked Himiko, "You got the manager's blood on ya?" In response, she joyfully dangled the bank manager's blood vial in front of his face. "All right, put the print in." Himiko raised her hands and started removing her sailor fuku, saying, "Wait, I have to take my clothes off." Tamura looked away, annoyed. After all, he cannot allow his assassin to roam around nude. That would have been too embarrassing. Honestly, he wished Jiren would have gotten him someone else, but apparently she's currently the best they got. He'll take nothing but the best, then. They already have a tank Nomus, a fighter, him, a sharpshooter Izuku, a mage Dabi, and support Kurogiri and Paul. All they needed left was someone who can do things behind the scenes. Despite her less than desirable, crippling addiction to blood and presumably semen, Himiko was the one who did it. She has feelings for his brother, so he assumed the last part. He wouldn't allow her to approach Izuku. "I'm Dooney," was a different, more mature voice that told him to look at last. Himiko, a fully grown man in his 60s, stands in front of him. "Get the thumbprints on the scanner then." When she did, Tamura used Paul's earpiece to get in touch. "Paul, we're in." "Good. Tell Toga to type in the code." "I did tell her to know what the code is. She does know them, right?" Tamura looked at Himiko but she shrugged. The manager was already knocked out and tied up by the time she took his blood. "No, she didn't." Paul said through the earpiece, "Piss. All right, no need to panic. We just have to do this manually." Tamura readied in to type the code. "All right, try typing in AAAAAA." Tamura did so, but the loud buzzer that followed told him it was the incorrect password. "All right, try AAAAAB." They were informed that it was incorrect by another buzzer. Okay. Let's skip ahead. A B C D G and H. Ding. The vault opened to reveal what appeared to be an entire server room in addition to a few bundles of cash. "I can't believe that's the actual password. We're in. I can see through the cameras that you're in. Inject that hard drive into the server and I'll handle the transfers. Most of the cash they have are digitalized anyway. Collect any bundles of loose cash if you can. You got 30 seconds before the silent alarm makes its way to the police. Make it count." Tamura took out his father's hand and said, "Himiko, mask up and start calling each of us our codenames." The hand itself helps mask his identity and calm him down. It also aids in self-control. Other than that, it makes for a good mask and everyone would know right away who he was. Hamiko switched back to her original form and quickly donned her own mask. It was a ballistic mask designed to protect the user from frontal headshots. Originally, the mask was just pure white, but Hamiko gave it her own design. The lips of the mask now painted with fangs and lipstick that took the form of a Glasgow smile. The eyes themselves were now designed to resemble the eyes of a cute anime girl, which is completely incompatible with the mouth. Hamiko was a poor painter overall. Tamura turned on his earphones. "Dabi, it's time." He heard an audible sigh in the background and the sound of a magazine getting set down, followed by the sudden screams of a guard being burnt alive. "The alarm's up, and the police and heroes are on their way. All right guys, let's do this. The heroes are gonna be here in about 10 seconds, time for you to do your thing, Paul." "Yeah, sure thing, mate. Yo, is Civil War. Mind handing me a gun I can use? Transfers are complete anyway, so I'll be joining you," Paul told him while closing his laptop. The man preferred the air an 8-story building would provide, even though he knew he could do this in his van with ease. Izuku liked the guy, if he was telling the truth. He seems too chill to be a villain. Without letting his eye off his scope, he handed Paul a Tommy gun. Kurogiri appeared before Paul and the hacker walked through it while putting on his mask. LED lights were added to the mask so that the designs changed every 10 seconds. Oni, memes, and even ahegos were featured in the designs themselves. Izuku had no idea about Paul's obsession with that facial expression. "You better get down there soon, Civil War," Kurogiri told him while disappearing. It was very important for them to let Paul in on the action first before himself, since Paul's quirk situationally works well with his. He brought out a harpoon gun and strapped his sniper rifle to his back, his sawed-off lever-action shotgun on his side, and his trusty revolver in his holster. He fired the harpoon on a long line and made it to the entrance of the bank. Paul simply emerged from Kurogiri's portal at the front door, while Tamura and the other members of the crew emerged with their own weapons. He began ziplining down towards the fight. "Why are you bringing in the goddamn manager with us?" Dabi yelled at Tamura while loading his Scar rifle. Toga was absorbed in admiring her serrated arrow-hunting crossbow. Tamura himself was carrying an M16 with another grenade launcher attached to it as well as a grenade launcher. "You know how much ransom money this guy can give us. The bank wouldn't have been as successful without him. They need him," he replied. A bullet simply flew through them as they peered out the door. They immediately took cover, but not before they catch a glimpse of at least 10 heroes waiting outside. None of them are even of the top 10. Dabi said, "Tisk, no endeavor, huh." Toga continued to admire her crossbow as he nodded in return. "Serrated means more blood, huh. I like this." In front of them, Kurogiri said, "Tamura, I'm sending in Soul. Please count down from 10. "You do it, Karura," Toga told Dabi, who rolled his eyes, wondering why they still insisted on giving him a code name. Dabi is pretty much already his code name. He can conceal his code name without a code name. 10. Tamura started to play some tunes. 9. 8, 7, 6, 5, bad motherfucker. Biting elbows plays. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as Paul turned on his quirk, they rushed out the door. As they gradually come to terms with the fact that their peculiarities have vanished, the 10 heroes who had leapt at them swiftly collapsed. Paul, name in code, Soul, quirk, EMP. Disables quirks on a 10-meter horizontal radius that affects allies and foes alike for 10 minutes. Very useful against quirk-reliant combatants. When Tamura saw the heroes' realization that their quirk had vanished, all he could do was smile. They ought to have introduced Paul to the USJ sooner. That moment of glee was soon interrupted by multiple lasers directed at him and his crew. "Raise your hands and drop your weapons." "No, mates, you raise your hands and drop your weapons." "Actually, never mind, ya probably got some armpits smellin' worse than me mom's friend's armpit." "Don't ask me how I know what they smell," Paul warned them, his voice changed by his mask but his accent remaining the same. As they approached the bank, the sound of zipping and a flashbang was heard, making it difficult for the police to understand what they were saying. "The Civil War has begun." Well, he refused to wear any mask at all and chose to just wear some sunglasses. Well, that, and he added some golden threads to his mouth stitches. He wore his usual green and black open long coat over a shirt that says, "Shirt," on it, covered with a bulletproof vest. He got cargo pants filled with many bullets. He leapt down in the middle of the police special forces and began hailing down bullets on the blind while a bandolier of bullets danced around him. He doesn't particularly want to kill police officers, but he is willing to kill heroes. Civil War made sure to get the new helicopter get a real good look at his face before giving the police some non-fatal bullet wounds. The heroes were not so lucky as they were easily gunned down by the crew after being rendered temporarily quirkless. He managed to join up with them as they start fighting through the waves of police coming for them. Good thing they had an escape vehicle ready. Kurogiri's quirk was also disabled by Paul's EMP blast. His quirk was only active during Civil War. Everyone get in the van with the manager. They all scurried inside as Dobby took the wheel and they sped off, following their planned escape route. Her son was alive. He's alive. Inko would have cried tears of joy if it weren't for the fact that her son is alive in the worst way possible. He lived as a criminal. Had you, Katsuki's cousin and pro-hero, Mount Lady, not been there to prevent her from fainting, she would have done so right then and there. The girl felt guilty and sorry for what she said that they and it finally came down to hunt her. She finally found him after months of searching. She found him in the worst situation possible. He's a villain now. She became aware that she might be the one on the verge of a mental collapse. She was sure that she was the final straw to his descent. She wants to fix this. She needs to fix this. While they were escaping the police, Paul was occupied with telling everyone a story. So, that's how I learned hacking. Kurogiri currently can't track down their exact position, leading them to making their way on the van. Everyone can use their quirks again, so it's mostly fine. You haven't explained the reason why you ate breast milk pie yet. He calmly responded to Toga as though she weren't a ruthless killer, saying, "We get there when we get there, dear vamps." Well, she only killed 2 people, but that's probably the same. Izuku was busy cleaning his revolver while Tamura was playing some games on his phone. Dobby continues to drive to ensure they won't be apprehended by the police. The whole peaceful moment was ruined by the sudden explosion and the sudden crash of the van. Now that's unfortunate. Everyone okay? Tamura asked them. The bank manager let out a terrified cry, but his gag stopped him. The 3 nodded. Geez, don't scream that much, mate. As long as they gave us the ransom money, then you'll be fine. Dobby shouted from the driver's seat, "Oi, the police are approaching with some new heroes with them." Tamura looked at Izuku and held up his hand, saying, "Yeah, don't attack, till I use the signal. Even then, use your gun." The mute villain nodded before peeking at a new hole the van gained from the crash. He prepared his revolver as the police drew nearer. Everyone unleashed another round of gunfire for the police and heroes, killing the majority of them after just 1 shot was sufficient to send the signal. "Yeah, that was fucking loud," Paul shouted in excitement and pure ecstasy but was quickly shushed by Tamura and Dobby. Even Toga was thrilled. Izuku put on his sunglasses without showing any emotion. He will be forced to use his revolver and lever shotgun because his sniper isn't very good up close. His revolver, most of the shells he can use are gone. He took a smoke bomb from his cargo pants and handed it to Tamura. His sworn brother pulled the pin and sent it out on the open streets. Dobby emerged from the driver's seat and set an unfortunate hero ablaze as the rest of the crew got out of the van with the manager tied up in a wheelchair. They fired at everyone as Tamura destroyed anyone who approached, including heroes and police. Dobby strapped his scar to his back as he went back to using his quirk. Toga was just having too much fun with her crossbow while also pulling out the arrows from the dead bodies. Paul was now laughing uncontrollably and brandishing 2 Tommy guns. The man was completely unprotected. He's just wearing a button-down short-sleeve blue shirt and some black chino pants. His only real protection was his LED ballistic mask. Izuku left the heroes either dead or crippled while making sure to hit the police anywhere other than the deadly spot. He has at last come to the conclusion that he doesn't give a damn about what happens to them. Dobby was in charge of pushing the manager around in a wheelchair while covering everyone with his fire. The man on the wheelchair was busy and failing hard to cry for help and squirm free. There's really nothing he can do. MMPPHH. MMMMFFMMMFF. I know, mate, just calm down, you'll be fine. Paul gave him some genuine reassurance that never would have worked anyway. Kurogiri finally managed to gain their exact spot and opened the warp gate. The city's biggest mistake is underestimating us. Just sent in some low-level heroes, am I right, Civil War? BZZTT, whatever veer. BZZTT Izuku replied as all of them managed to escape into the warp gate. Along with some dead police officers and heroes, they have left some nice damage in the highway. As Tamura had intended, they received the funds and the publicity. He turned on the television and saw them on the breaking news. For a full 10 minutes, they were on the news. What the fuck? He cried, inadvertently shattering the beer glass Kurogiri had set out for him. With a sigh, the warp man pulled out another towel to clean up the dust and beer spills. Izuku sighed, not particularly thrilled about the prospect of making headlines, but whatever. Another story about Ingenium's recuperation following the hero killer's attack took the place of their breaking news. Tamura yelled, "For fuck's sake! Who the hell is that?" as he gestured to the TV, which displayed a man's silhouette brandishing a shoddy serrated sword. Paul drank some orange juice and replied, "Oh, that's Stain, mate." Stain, hero killer. Stain, got a thing for killing the so-called corrupt heroes, or something. Not really a fan of him, but Huh, maybe we can get him on our side. Tamura stroked his chin as he thought of ways to recruit Stain. Suddenly, the bar's TV flickered, and then Sensei appeared. The power the man exerts through the TV screen made everyone pay attention. Tamura called him Sensei. The bank manager tried to scream, but his voice was muffled by the cloth covering his mouth. MMMMPPPHHHHH, he was more intimidated by that figure on TV than he had anticipated. He was quickly shut up by a quick slap from Toga. "I see you've done well with your first heist, Tamura. Even then, when the news barely acknowledged you in favor of the hero killer, you sought to make that an advantage. You're growing into a fine man." Izuku responded by elbowing Paul on the ribcage. "Look, mate, I get he's your brother's adoptive. Is it adoptive? Adoptive father and all, but that last line is creepy as hell." Paul said in a whisper. "Ow, well, sorry about that, mate." Before the TV returned to the breaking news, Sensei said through the screen, "Apology accepted." Toga cried, "Ooh, you're in trouble now, Polly," to Paul, who didn't appear to be at all worried. Because of Paul's attitude when discussing Sensei, Tamura occasionally worries about Paul's well-being. As he returned to his room, Izuku asked, "You want me to update the mission?" "No, keep gathering some intel from UA. They plan anything new, you tell it directly to me or Kurogiri. Need any help making someone disappear? Toga got your back. Oh, and we set Dabi up with a fake hero license from Jiren. You'll be interning with Flaming Loser." Everyone laughed and resumed their activities as Dabi threw up the middle finger, saying, "Man, fuck you." To be fair, he never really cared about having a hero name. "Well, I didn't expect this." In addition, he and Shinso were able to stay in Class 1A while Todoroki and Monoma were moved to 1B and some other members of 1B were moved out. That is disappointing. In actuality, he and Shinso ought to have been divided between 1A and 1B, but Eraserhead, the jerk, was after them both like a hungry rat. Now they're here, they're gonna have to deal with the annoying Midnight while Eraserhead went on to sleep. He wrote a note to Shinso. "Dude, I would have preferred Snipe Sensei over these two." After reading the note, Shinso turned to face him and shrugged in defeat. Already resigning to this fate, Izuku was unlucky enough to be struck in the head by a piece of paper as he looked in the direction from which it had been thrown. How the hell did Mina throw it without getting in trouble? He opened it when she gestured for him to. How does Alien Queen sound for a hero name? He glanced at the message. He noticed that she was waiting for his answer when he looked at her. He wrote down a sentence on the note and threw it back to her with accuracy. "Do you want to get copyrighted?" She let out a frustrated sigh and then came up with another hero name. The others already thought of theirs and were mostly Midnight approved. Bakugo walked up and showed everyone his own. The villain. TNT. TNT is fine, but you got to remove the bad guy. With the rare intimidation he no longer possessed, Bakugo insisted, "I'm keeping it." To even get Midnight to agree with his name, he must have used it with great force. Izuku walked to present everyone his name. Mundy's Silent Sniper. Mina yelled loudly, "Showtime!" as they made their way to the station. The majority of Class 1A were eager to start their internships. For Izuku, it's just another workday. Somehow, Sensei got Dabi a fake hero license. Who knows how many moles he got within Japan? Hell, perhaps everywhere in the world. It's not really an important thought to think about since it didn't affect him anyway at all. Besides, he and Dabi were given way more important tasks. After locating the hero killer, take him to the bar. The news said his last sightings were at Hosu, and so that's where he and Dabi will be meeting up. Of course, he needs to stay cautious. Iida also had an internship at Hosu. Izuku had a suspicion. He could tell right away that Iida's eyes were meant for those seeking retribution. Since Shinso was back at UA working as an intern for Eraserhead, their homeroom teacher, he would have been bored all the way to the station. Luckily enough, Mina was here to keep things interesting. He would never grow tired of her rambling if he listened to it all day. She didn't seem to have a problem on a one-sided conversation either. "Hey, Akusero, you never told me who you were interning for." He responded. It's not really a problem, but he had every right to tell her not to question it. He pulled out his notebook from his bag and wrote Dabi's hero name on it. Black Flames. Never heard of him. A underground hero such as Mr. Aizawa. Underground hero. He must be really cool. No, he's hot. It took Mina a minute to realize what he meant before rolling her eyes playfully. Oh haha, really funny, Akusero. His train for Hosu finally arrived as he signaled Iida to get in with him. As he entered the train, he gave Mina a farewell wave. He and the so-called class vice representative spent the majority of the journey in awkward silence. Not that there's really anything he could do about it. Iida recently had his brother crippled by the hero killer, and his mouth is sewn shut. Nice weather. Iida finally decided to speak to him, but Izuku only stared at him with the most dead eyes he could muster. As usual, the discussion that will take place is probably biased. Why did you want to be a hero, Bara-san? Izuku arched an amused eyebrow, then pulled out his notebook and jotted down a fictitious excuse. He had an idea that could confuse Iida and make him confront him. He should be as out of the way as possible. Vengeance, just like you. As Izuku responded, Iida's face flushed. Did he somehow know why I'm? You can't stop me, Bara. Then, before you kill yourself, I'll have to beat you up. Izuku responded rapidly. A week in the hospital is better than staying dead. What makes you think? It may feel good to exact revenge, but that guy beat your brother on his own. Is it really possible for you to defeat him? It doesn't matter. Even if you did succeed, I don't think your brother would be proud of you killing someone for your own selfish reason. Judging from the look Iida gave him, he either made him more determined or more pissed, but he didn't give it any further thought. When they stopped at Hosu, Dabi was already there to greet him. About time you got here. Dabi had a different look, thanks to Sensei's face-altering quirk. When Dabi saw his old face before he ever burned himself, he appeared a little uneasy. I suppose you found a way to make the train go faster, Black Flames. Dabi turned around and motioned for him to follow, saying, touché. It was quite quiet on the way to the apartment, but then, Dabi wasn't a big talker and Izuku himself couldn't speak. Both of them changed into their hero costumes. Izuku was wearing a specially tailored suit with a half-demon mask over his lower face. He asked for this since he really just wanted to have a good first impression with Stain. The suit itself had several secret pockets that held pocket knives and extra ammunition. Additionally, it is composed of incredibly sturdy fabric that can prevent a bullet from piercing his skin. Every time he wants the crew to listen in on something, he can activate the mosque's hidden communicator. He still kept his red shoes though. Dabi went with his original get-up, with some different modifications so the heroes wouldn't recognize him as one of the guys who just recently robbed a bank. He asked Izuku, ready? The boy placed his revolver in its holster and strapped his sniper rifle to his back. Before nodding, he also checked to see if he had his butterfly knife in his pocket. They stepped outside and started searching for Stain. Why didn't you bother learning sign language? Lack of time, but I'm working on it. Think about it for a minute, cassette tapes are easier to do than sign language during combat. Fair enough. Why are you not using it now? They knew the sniper back at the USJ uses a cassette tape. I'll blow my cover if I do that right now. Dabi mocked their attempt at USJ, saying, right. That failure of an invasion. Izuku was not overly bothered. They made the news, even though it's still a failure. They are now becoming well known for their quick heist at Japan's safest bank and getting away with it. Barely. If Kurogiri hadn't been there, they would have been overrun by the police and hero reinforcements. They looked everywhere in Hosu but couldn't find the hero killer. Not that it's much of a problem. They don't have a time limit. Police tape in most alleyways was the only tangible evidence of his activities. Stain primarily focused on ambushes and sneak attacks, based on the indications of alleyway attacks. Izuku hypothesized that the hero killer's quirk, which might have been more helpful for ambushes and quick kills, might be related to these kinds of attacks. First day and we got nothing. Hey, wanna buy some spicy chicken at Duck Monal Ga? Dabi suddenly got a harpoon lodged into his left shoulder as he got pulled into an alleyway. With his revolver ready and cocked, Izuku followed suit after shaking off his brief shock. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the trash cans and a dead body of a hero. Wait, shit. The corpse appears to be that of Flashback, a hero who just made his debut a few weeks ago. Seeing that the body had been cut away, he took a small step back. His head was missing, and his intestines were leaking. From farther down the alley, Izuku heard a cry of agony. He pressed closer, braced for the worst. Luckily enough, he caught sight of Stain monologuing on Dabi, who still had a harpoon embedded into his shoulder. He saw Dabi's eyes, and he shook his head, indicating that he should stay out of it. He really ought to have followed his friend's advice, but he can't resist shooting Stain in the shoulder. This time, the live bullet shot the hero killer on the shoulder, alerting him of Izuku's presence. The hero killer pivoted, observing him. Izuku shook his head when Stain said, "Ah, you're interning for this fake." It's as if a bullet never went through his shoulder in the first place. In addition to showing goodwill, he raised his hand in surrender. "Will you listen for a moment?" cried Dabi, who was now more irritated than hurt. Izuku was not sure to whom it was directed to. "Yeah, I am a fake hero, but not the type you think. I got a fake license so I could find you. To take the glory of taking me down yourself. No, just to find you. The boss said he wants to talk with you, geez. League of Villains, name ring any bells? So you're those petty robbers who... Okay, you know what? Hey, Kurogiri, help us out a bit here." The black mist suddenly surrounded the entire alleyway and transported all three of them to the bar. Stain leapt off Dabi and stood just in front of the doorway. "Ah piss. Kurogiri, can you please bring Dabi to Doc Tsubasa? Also, make sure Doc doesn't do anything weird to Dabi. I do not want to get our best crowd controller back as a mindless Nomu." "Yes, master." The black mist bowed before transporting Dabi to the creepy doctor. Izuku got himself a milkshake before sitting down on a chair. His disguise disappeared right on time, needing for Sensei to reapply it again sometime later. "Speak. Right to the point, Well, we wanted to recruit you to join our ranks." "Why?" The hero killer kept his guard as he eyed everyone in the bar. To the left was Himiko, playing with her knife while smiling at him. He made eye contact with Paul, who just waved hello to him. Finally, he took a look at Izuku, who stared back, unwavering unlike moments ago. "We both know why. It's just common interest. Well, mostly common interest." Tamura took a sip of his beer before continuing. "Let's see, you like killing fake heroes, we like making their lives miserable. Similar, right? If you think that would convince me, a knife etched itself on the wall just behind the hero killer. "Thanks for that, Toga." "No problem, Tommy." Anyway, Tamura pulled out a bunch of newspapers and tossed them at Stain, who picked it up to read. The hero killer could not believe what he saw. Exactly, you killing them made them martyrs. People started thinking more about them as heroes, when they clearly aren't that much of a hero anyway. You screwed up bad, Stain. He took one last sip as the hero killer's eyes widened in realization, before returning back as a defiant glare. "If you think this will change what I do, then you are dead wrong. No point for these so-called martyrs if they're all dead, fool. Once I am done with them, you're next. Now, warp me out of here." Tamura complied, calling on to Kurogiri as the black mist warps the serial killer out of the bar and back to Hosu. "Izuku, Dabi, new plan." Dabi just got back, more or less okay and unmodified by the doctor. "Take out the hero killer and give him to the heroes. Sensei." The screen from the TV suddenly flashed as Sensei appeared. "What is it? Do you have any expendable Nomus? I want to use them as a distraction and as a tool of destruction. Have a little bit of fun in Hosu and give the heroes some trouble." Tamura asked his master. The man in the TV screen grinned in amusement as he asked the doctor how many are available. 3, sir." "Then Tamura, you will have 3 Nomus on command. When are you intending to release them?" "Sometime tonight." "Civil War. Dabi, you can handle this, right?" He asked them and they answered with a nod. "One more thing, I got a question for you, Dabi." What is that? Did you burn your dick off? Ha. So your older brother just asked the hero that. LOL. BS. Yeah, it was very funny. BS. Everyone laughed about it. BS. How's your internship going, Mina? Ha. Real great. Ha. Your Rico with Slime King was a good idea, not that I ever doubted you. BS. You really should stop doubting the winner of the sports festival. Ha. Bullshit, you and Shinso ended it in a draw. BS. Only because I ran out of bullets. Ha. Ha. So you do admit that you needed your guns to beat him. BS. What? BS. No. BS. BS. Well, you got me there. BS. Don't let Shinso see this. BS. He will never let me hear the end of it. Ha. No promises, dude. BS. Please. Ha. The great and haughty Akusero, begging me. Ha. Please, do it more. BS. Do you have some weird BDSM kink or something? BS. Because that definitely sounds like a BDSM kink. Ha. Is it making you uncomfortable? BS. No. BS. Just weirded out. BS. Probably guessed you were a top every now and then. Ha. PSSH, you'd like that, wouldn't you? BS. In theory. BS. No. BS. The metaphysical bullshit of top and bottom is a hoax created to give an equal ground between two people performing the act. BS. Really. BS. The competition of who gets to be the top and the bottom is more entertaining to watch than the act itself. Ha. Or the top gets to whip the bottom. BS. What? Ha. I kid. Ha. From how it sounds, it looks like you've never done it before. BS. What does that even mean? BS. You probably haven't done that either. Ha. Yeah, but I watched enough porn to at least know the basics. BS. Jegus. BS. How much porn do you watch? Ha. How many bullets have you fired your entire life? BS. Okay. BS. That's a lot. BS. Actually, the hero I am interning for is already setting up for a night patrol. BS. How about yours? Ha. Nah. Slime King is letting me rest up this night before teaching me a few tricks tomorrow. Ha. Good luck, dude. BS. Yeah. BS. Thanks. BS. I'll probably need it. Bohemian Subterfuge BS has stopped bothering horny acid HA. Izuku readied his hero suit while Dabi waited outside. It was awkward between everyone since Tamura asked about Dabi's dick. He got out of his room, making sure his guns are ready. Tamura mentioned to leave Stain to the heroes after they beat him up badly. Also, a bunch of Nomus are gonna attack Hosu anyway, so that will draw most of the heroes out of their way. For the record, I didn't. Dabi said randomly. It took Izuku 5 minutes to figure out what he meant by that. It only took that long since they were pretending to fight the Nomu along with the other heroes. Hey, you. He looked behind him and saw Manuel. He never really thought of him much, but he knew Manuel was an okay guy. You're Tenya's classmate, right? He's gone, can you find him for me? I know it's my responsibility, but if we don't take care of that Nomu threat, people might die. Right, my intern and I will take care of it. It looks like you wouldn't be needing my fire after all, Dabi said as he looked begrudgingly at Endeavor, who's now flying towards the Nomus. Izuku grabbed Dabi's arm to keep him from doing anything stupid as they went out to find Iida. Luckily for them, they heard a gut-wrenching scream from another alleyway. Right on time as well, as the hero killer was about to stab Iida in the head. Izuku quickly drew his gun and fired at Stain's katana, pushing the hero killer back. Stain glared at them for having interfered with another one of his kills. Another hero sat by the alleyway, injured but alive from Stain's attack. He figured Iida managed to arrive just in time before the hero was killed, but that's not important right now. He holstered his revolver and unstrapped his sniper rifle. You two again, Stain scoffed, more annoyed than angry. Dabi ignited his palms, ready for combat. Why go so far as to save this fake? Don't you hate them as well? Yeah, but we don't kill kids either. Based on what my intern said, this kid is an annoying holier-than-thou asshole, but at the end of the day, he's just a kid making a dumb mistake. Well, that and the boss sent us. Then die with them. Stain jumped high in the air as Dabi shot out his flames in burst. Izuku fired another shot from his rifle but Stain deflected it with his sword. He threw the knives in their direction and they both scattered. BZZTT, engines, BZZTT, why would you, BZZTT, do something, BZZTT, this, BZZTT, retarded, BZZTT. Izuku hit his cassette tape while firing another shot at the hero killer, who deflected it again. Accuracy quirks won't matter if your enemies can just destroy or block your bullets. It's time he used the big guns, or in this case, the big bullets. From his bandolier, he pulled out a magazine with special C4 implanted bullets. He wasn't looking when Stain was already in front of him. No, you don't. Dabi blasted another wave of flames towards the hero killer but missed again. Izuku scanned the alleyway for anything he could use. Why, this isn't your fight. Iida tried to argue with them. Izuku pressed his cassette tape again. BZZTT, better than, BZZTT, letting your, WV lil clocky BZZTT, dumbass, BZZTT, die, BZZTT. The fight against the hero killer was already hard enough, since neither Dabi nor Izuku could match Stain in close combat. The best they could do was to zone the hero killer. It was going well, up until he started throwing knives. One of them hit Dabi on the same shoulder the harpoon pierced him with earlier. Gah! Dabi cried out in pain as the hero killer got close. He would have ended then and there if he didn't briefly ignite himself to keep the hero killer away. Hey, engine kid, why are you not getting up? I can't move right after he stabbed me. Iida explained while struggling to talk. BZZTT, stab, BZZTT, blood, BZZTT, can't move, BZZTT, paralysis quirk, BZZTT, blood, BZZTT, paralysis, BZZTT. Izuku quickly said through his cassette. Dabi understood quickly. Please, stop this. This is my fight. Iida begged some more but Dabi stomped him in the back. If you wanna stop us kid, you'll have to stand up and do it yourself. Begging won't do anyone any good, unless that one person they're begging to have a kink for that. The knives thrown by the hero killer etched itself on the walls and the ground of the alleyway. Izuku noted that he could use that, if he could get near it. Luckily for him, Iida was getting up. Just enough time for him to kick Stain away from Dabi. Izuku took the chance and made a mad dash, getting the knives and strapping it to his belt. Now, he just needs to wait. Iida was surprisingly holding his own against the hero killer. You're right, I have been acting selfish. Iida roared as he kicked away yet another swing from the hero killer's katana. Silence, you impudent twat. Stain screamed back as he keeps on swinging while trying to kick Iida with his spiked boots. Dabi finally rejoined the fight after recovering, blasting the hero killer with more of his flames. Steam is becoming more visible on his body. Dabi won't be able to hold for long. Izuku thought. He did some analysis on every league member's quirk, and from the looks of it, he's gonna have to add long-term usage in combat as Dabi's quirk's weakness. He was surprised, seeing as how Dabi isn't as resistant to his own fire compared to other fire users. BZZTT, engines, BZZTT, decoy, WV lil clocky BZZTT, now, BZZTT. Iida understood right away and nodded. He got in position as his engines blared flames. Recipro burst. Iida's newfound determination to defeat the hero killer was enough to distract Stain as Izuku pulled out the knives the hero killer threw. Just as Stain kicked Iida away, he threw the knives with pinpoint accuracy. Stain deflected it again, but he didn't have time to fix his position midair when Izuku shot at him with the C4 implanted bullet. The hero killer's right arm was dismembered. The bullet hit him, causing an explosion. Iida didn't waste time to be disgusted as he kicked the hero killer one last time in the face, launching high up in the air. Dabi sent out his flames one last time, taking out the hero killer while also cauterizing the wound of the recently stumped arm. Holy shit, I didn't think you'd actually have that kind of bullets, Mundi. Dabi said while sitting down, exhausted. BZZTT, how else, BZZTT, am I, BZZTT, supposed to, BZZTT, hit him, BZZTT. Fine, I'll give you that. I'll pick that dork there while you and this asshole classmate of yours carry and disarm the hero killer. Dabi proceeded to head over to Native. He was tempted to vaporize the hero then and there, but they have to keep up the cover. Out of all the ones who fought the hero killer, Izuku was the least damaged. He wasn't even damaged at all. Dabi and Iida tanked most of the hits for him, and he's thankful for that. He hid away his cassette tape and used his notebook again. Still thinking about revenge, Iida. The engine user gave him a long, meaningful look before shaking his head quietly. He learned his lesson for the most part. Unfortunately enough, Endeavor took out all of the Nomus while the three were fighting the hero killer. Just in time as well, he just came over to witness the three dragging an unconscious Stain out of the alleyway. Look who decided to show up now. Dobby muttered to himself with venom in his voice. He made sure that Endeavor didn't hear him. I expected the hero killer to put up more of a fight, but to be defeated by two interning students. Oi, Endeavor, take the credit. I'm an underground hero and I'd like it to stay that way. Also, these two are injured, so take them to the hospital or something. Come on Mundy, we're outta here. Dobby began walking away while Izuku followed suit. Their job was done and they have most of the week to themselves. Since it's your internship, how do you want to spend the week? Dobby asked him. Izuku thought about it for a moment before a smile started creeping on his face. He had unfinished business with a couple of old classmates to take care of. That week, a news station reported former students of Aldera Junior High ending up being crippled for life by an unknown assailant. Evidences in recent events lead to the suspicion of Izuku Midoriya and an unknown fire user as the one responsible for the injuries. Is there a reason you even interned for me, cousin? Yu Takayama found it a bit odd for her younger cousin, Katsuki, who was usually a hothead intern for her. They never did go along well, but they made one hell of a team back when they were kids. Still, she feels guilty for what happened to his best friend. If he even called Izuku his best friend, she knew the state of panic he would have gone through when he saw the news of Izuku officially debuting as a villain. Is this because of, you're looking for Izuku, too, aren't you, you? That made her look at him directly, her doubt disappearing instantly and replaced with guilt. Yeah. Why the hell are you even blaming yourself? I'm the one who made his life hell. You're just the final straw. He told her. He never really saw you feel remorse for anything at all. Why only now? Is she putting up an act? I'm serious. Stop putting on an act. Stop acting like this is the first time I created a villain. Why shouldn't I feel guilty, huh? That statement angered Katsuki, so much so that he had to find the nearest vase and blew it up. Yu stood up, exasperated. Katsuki. Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch, before I shut you the fuck up. Maybe I'll personally sew your mouth shut. Sounds familiar, right? He yelled at her, not really considering how she felt when he said that. You do this to just about everyone. I only did this to Izuku. I ignored everybody else and focused on Izuku all because of my stupid fucking delusion. He didn't stop at that. He sat down and slammed his fist on his cousin's table before pulling his hair in frustration. I saw Auntie Inko. I saw the fucking state she's in. I could tell she's been drinking. She hates me. She never hated anyone. She's one of the few people who were genuinely nice to me and I just had to repay her by turning her son, who's supposed to be my friend, but I guess I never was his friend, into a fucking villain. So stop giving that, oh woe is me, bullshit because you only went too far once. I went too far for the last 10 years and I created a villain. That was all me. He couldn't believe he's venting his frustrations in front of her, of all people. He spent most of his time in school and didn't really interact with anyone outside of hero training. When they both believed Izuku was dead, Auntie Inko gave him a hateful look that he will never forget. He was worse than dead. Civil War was his rebirth as a villain. He waited for her to respond before asking again, so how is this any different from you? She was unable to meet his eyes. It was his eyes, okay. I just saw it die the moment I said that. Or maybe, it was already dead but I cremated it and set it down in the darkest flames of hell. When he came back as Civil War, the look in his eyes. He's happier than he was. I thought he really fell that far in that stitched mouth, dear God. We broke him. Shit reason, but enough. He's not too far gone. From the looks of it, he's the only one who actively refused to kill police officers. Any hero that got in his way, however, either received a career-ending injury or 6 feet under. He grinned at how many heroes had perished on that particular day. It did demonstrate the true danger of the League of Villains. It made him realize that they were very lucky that All Might got there in time at the USJ. When he discovered who had shot him several times during the invasion, the sense of dread persisted. We won't be able to find him right now, So, why bother getting an internship with me? I just wanted someone to talk to. Katsuki said sheepishly while trying not to make eye contact. He truly has no one else with whom to discuss this. Perhaps he should see the school counselor sometime. Really, you got like 4,000 offers and you just picked me to have someone to talk to. Fine, let me salvage your momentary dumbassery by at least teaching you about the basics of heroic. Number 1. As we both learned the hard way, bullying people is not really heroic. Number 2. Listen to your veteran. Be polite when you suggest something to them. Number 3. Save the vicious attitude towards the villain. No hero would treat a civilian like shit. You got me. Right, great, let's go on patrol. She taught him more about heroes as the patrols went on for several days. Death Arms and Kamui Woods would accompany their own interns, Jiro and Shiozaki. He had seen the plant-haired girl at the sports festival and knew Jiro because she was a classmate. It appears that she keeps to herself. The 3 heroes and their interns are currently taking a break from their patrol at a nearby cafe. They wouldn't stay too long to avoid the paparazzi. He had to give Jiro credit for attempting to strike up a conversation, saying, "So, congrats for almost winning the sports festival." He was extremely irritated by the defeat to Akusero. If there's one thing about him that he will never change, it's that he detests losing to anyone. Thanks. You don't talk much, do you? He took a sip of his orange juice and said, "I'm not a people person." He's not a caffeine person either. He sincerely hopes that this doesn't turn into an uncomfortable discussion. Before it could happen, he would blow himself up. "Ah, how about you, Shiozaki?" Jiro turned to the vine-haired girl, who was eating a fruit salad. "I would rather not associate myself with a person who has a violent streak." She calmly replied and giving Katsuki a not-so-subtle look. Katsuki did not care to be insulted. For the most part, she was correct. Still, couldn't she be more subtle? "Oh, come on girl, you don't have to put it like that. He's really good at fighting but he never lashed out at anyone outside of hero training." Jiro tried defending him but he held up his hand, stopping her from doing so. "Thanks, but she does have a point. Maybe I need to take some counseling from, who was the school counselor again?" "You, counseling. You seem like an okay guy. I got issues I need to address." "Wow, either those issues are not really related to the topic or you're just good at hiding it." He acknowledged, the latter. He's gotten good at hiding it as a stoic badass but he's mostly a mess. Shiozaki sipped her matcha latte and remarked, "His name is Hound Dog." She didn't bother looking at him. "Right, thanks, Shiozaki. Look man, whatever deep-rooted issues you got there, you got us to talk to, okay, or maybe even Kirishima. You two seem to get along well." He merely nodded. "Actually, you two seem close. Are you dating?" "What type of she?" "Aw fuck, sorry, what I meant to say is, I'm not really interested in him nor am I interested to be in a relationship with anyone right now." As he checked the news on his phone, he thought to himself, and because I don't deserve anyone. He was drawn to one such piece of news and tapped it to see what it was. His eyes grew wide as they followed every word in the news article. A student was attacked, a crippled student. Former Alder Junior High students are the target of the attacker. Burns and gunshot wounds all over the body. There are currently no casualties. He did a spit take on his juice after reading it. His breathing hitched as he read the rest of it. Before his legs gave out on him and he was left kneeling on the ground, he stood up in disbelief. He dropped the phone without even realizing it. The sound of the outside world fell on deaf ears as whispers from the victims invaded his mind. A vine to the back of his head carried him back. His thoughts returned to all the students with disabilities after he glanced at his surroundings and the number of people staring at him. He recognized those names. They belonged to his old classmates. His goons were the first casualties. He lost the will to stand as he fell on his knees, holding his ears to try and block out the sound. Their potential screams of horror were only in his head, so it didn't work. "It's your fault. It's your fault. It's all your fault. You turned him into a villain. You created him. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." A hand touched his shoulder and he instinctively slapped it away. The soothing voice said, "Bakugo. Bakugo. Look at me." Shiozaki was trying to put her hands on his shoulder when he looked up. "Jiro, get MT. Lady, quickly." His classmate fled to locate his cousin, saying, "I gotcha." He obeyed, taking deep breaths, saying, "Bakugo. Bakugo. Katsuki, I want you to breathe. Take deep breaths, inhale and exhale. Can you do that for me? What have you seen from your phone that has gotten you into this situation, Katsuki?" She was using his first name now. She's attempting to soothe him. Didn't she not like me? Who am I kidding? This what a hero would do. He was able to relax after taking a few more deep breaths. In case there are any more reactions, people have made the effort to avoid being close to him. Thanks. Katsuki, what the hell just happened? He heard his cousin ask him with a worried tone on her voice. Rushing to retrieve his phone, he thrust the news article in her face. What she saw did not appeal to her. God damn it. Language, Shiozaki quickly said, earning her a glare from you. Refusing to back down, she glared back. The stare down itself was a bit awkward, seeing as how Shiozaki is taller than you. The impossible was accomplished when you backed down and apologized, shocking him. You never backs down. Kamui Woods knelt next to him and stroked his back to ensure he was at ease. Boy, are you okay now? Can you stand? She asked. He nodded, slowly standing up. This panic may be personal, so I won't ask. I won't let you continue your patrol today. I can. Katsuki, Kamui is right. You stopped him before he could say anything else. I'm sorry, guys, but this is deeply personal. I'll take him home. Kamui waved goodbye and said, don't worry about it, you. Take care of him. Death Arms, who remained silent throughout, waved as well. Jiro waved at him awkwardly, and Shiozaki nodded. Oi, Jiro, Shiozaki, we don't talk about this. Sure thing, dude, you have my word. The two went out the cafe and walked home. They headed straight for Katsuki's house because the internships were almost over anyhow. As he turned to face his cousin, who was driving, a smile slowly appeared on his face. So, Kamui called you. She choked on her own spit while almost losing control of the steering wheel. For that, she gave him an upside-down head smack. What the hell was that for? He angrily asked her. She gave him a sideways smirk and continued driving. Now that's the old Katsuki I know. The idiot in Gran Torino. The greatest hero is, or was, Toshinori Yagi. Although it doesn't feel that way anymore, he still is. He didn't feel good about contributing to the development of a teenage gun-wielding villain who killed and maimed numerous heroes during a successful heist on Japan's safest bank. Perhaps he ought to have said something different that day. Perhaps he ought to have told the boy about his quirk. Ironically, Toshinori considered Izuku Midoriya to be a deserving one for all candidate following the sludge incident. It didn't matter though, he was too late. Even with his mouth stitched shut, he appeared truly delighted to be a villain when he saw the boy again. What has he done? The boy is currently one of the League of Villains, top enforcers. He had a clue on who the true leader is, and it wasn't Tamura Shigaraki. That man he thought he killed so long ago may have survived alive all this time and picked up Izuku Midoriya when the kid was at his lowest point. He did a little read on the notebook he signed back then for the boy. He was impressed by the amount of analysis he gave for quirks. The notebooks would turn into a very dangerous weapon if they fell into the wrong hands. Now it did just that, thanks to him. Gran Torino kicked him in the face, bringing him back to reality. Whatever type of edgy inner thoughts you're thinking of, Toshinori, shut it. If it's about this Midoriya runt, shut it. He chose this path. He only chose it because of me. Well, it's not my fault that you're an idiot. You couldn't even remember that you were quirkless once and now all for one christened the boy as the new Civil War. Gran Torino himself heard about the old Civil War from Nana, who heard it from her own mentor. Apparently he was one of the few men all for one treated like an actual friend. His simple quirk and his proficiency with ranged weapons were limitless. Fortunately enough, the old Civil War caught an incurable disease that would kill him, leaving him out of commission. As he was dying, he asked his friend to take his treasured revolver and his peculiarities so that he could give them to a deserving heir. Now, that successor assisted Tamura Shigaraki in their recent heist in the USJ invasion. No matter what you think of that boy, he already chose this path and now he's a villain. You have no choice but to treat him like a villain. At this point, talking will not get through to him. It won't hurt to try. Irrespective of All Might's attempt to bring redemption to a villain, the old man said to him as he walked away, I might as well say this in advance, I told you so. Not that it would go well at all. Toshinori was already too busy trying and failing to properly teach Mirio about Ofa, and now he's juggling multiple tasks in an attempt to bring back someone who made the conscious decision to become who they are today. Again, Nana, why did you pick an idiot? Ms. Joke and Eraserhead are not romantically involved. A study by Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso fell again on his back. He was getting his ass kicked by Eraserhead. He received very few offers, even though he officially won first place in the sports festival. He doesn't mind. He would have chosen Eraserhead or Snipe either way. The cowboy hero helped him and Akusero in improving their fighting every time he encounters them in the school's training center. Since he wouldn't be able to do much without anything to throw or shoot with, it seems that he could relate to Shinso and Akusero. In fact, Shinso was fairly certain that Snipe liked Akusero after witnessing him use his rifle to destroy targets with ease. Would Snipe be to Akusero be what Eraserhead is to me? Nah, probably not. Aizawa threw a punch that Shinso barely parried and said, "Shinso, focus." After the internships forced him to at least learn the fundamentals of fighting, he had to thank Akusero. That didn't help too much, however, when Aizawa swept him off his feet again with a leg sweep. I guess that mute problem child gave you the basics of fighting hand to hand. Still, you need a lot more training. Yeah, I know. Wait, what the hell is that? Shinso pointed somewhere while standing up, feigning panic. Shinso had the chance to strike the hero in the face when Eraserhead fell for the ruse and turned to look behind him. A bit too difficult, perhaps. Logical ruse. How'd you like that, Aiza? Wah, right, sorry. Aizawa gave him a glare for a few moments before smiling. You're learning fast, kid, but you got a lot more to work on. Especially your quirk. You don't seem that much of a wisecrack. No, Aizawa sighed wearily and opened a door. I figured. Your quirk needs you to get a response from your opponents. Insults won't do much. That's why I called someone, and for the love of all life, please don't make me regret bringing her here. Ms. Joke was the woman in question. She looked at Aizawa with a shit-eating grin, slightly more amused than usual. Joke, please, I haven't even said anything yet. Yeah, but you're just a bad pun waiting to happen. He moaned in frustration as she gave him the finger guns, saying, oh please, admit it, they're pretty punny. Her expression changed to one of deathly seriousness. Well, except skeleton puns. They're all just bad to the bone. Joke, oh come on, Shota. They're humorous. A bit of a rib tickler. No point for you to skull-K around. H. Oh right, you like cat puns but I don't use them much because they tend to be catastrophic. Well, you know what they say, stay positive. Joke, I swear to. Right, yeah, I'll get to the point. Ms. Joke bowed in front of him in an apologetic manner. I apologize. After that apology, you gotta start feline good. Okay, you know what? Aizawa faced Shinso and placed both his hands on his shoulders and gave him the most pitiful glance that he had ever seen. Good luck, kid. Aizawa hurried out of the room. He was called out to by Ms. Joke. Oh come on, I was just kidding around. She gave a loving sigh, which confused Shinso before looking at him. What's up, kid? He is at a loss for words. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Ms. Joke took a moment to understand the pun, but once she did, she laughed heartily. Ha, good one. That's actually pretty clever. You're like the one son I wish I had. Already, that could be a possibility. Bring in some more cat puns, kid. You're getting it. Hey, I got a question. Shoot it, kid. He inquired, are you and Aizawa-sensei dating? He wasn't teasing. Shinso was genuinely interested. She just made a red face in response to him. A very red face. It's almost as if steam is coming out of her ears. What? No, he's not. He's gay. I mean, have you seen him with Pri? Aizawa slammed the door open with a kick. Can't present Mike just be my best friend without people thinking that we're gay. Jegus. For the record, Shinso, Emmy and I aren't dating. Quote. Emmy. Shinso's eyebrows shot up. That one question devolved his teacher into a sputtering mess. I mean, well. It's possible that he unintentionally made things awkward. The Acid Queen and the Slime King. She gotta say, Izuku did give her a good choice for a pro to intern with. Slime King taught her a lot of things for only a few days. It was only now that she realized she would use her acid defensively. She mostly ever thrown a tiny bit of them on anyone, for safety purposes, of course. She wouldn't wish to destroy anyone. With Slime King's help, she's been developing a new technique that could help her against projectile and melee attacks. Heads up, Slime King threw more rocks at her while she was running. She raised her arms and sliced in the air while releasing acid. The rocks dissolved before any could reach her face. The acid veil. Mina releases acid as she swipes her hands in the air. Any projectiles that come into contact with it may be dissolved by the acid wall it forms. An excellent defensive strategy for the future. Here comes the punch. A robot screeched at her as she immediately tries to do her other new move, only failing. Luckily enough, Slime King destroyed the robot instantly by inserting himself into its circuits and overloading it with his slime. Rimyu Suraimu. Hero name: Slime King. Age: 34. Top 20 hero in the Billboard chart. Quirk: slime body. His quirk mutates his body into a green slime substance that allows him to turn into different shapes and sizes. It also allows him to consume food from any part of his body. His weakness is extreme temperatures. Any part of his body that is cut off can be reattached or regrown in a week if lost. He cannot control any limb or appendage that has been cut off from his main body. Well, we can leave the one for your melee defense for later. Besides, when you get your provisional license, you can come back here to learn a few more tricks from me. Slime King said while reforming to his original human shape. The hero himself took interest in Mina's abilities, so he decided to offer her an internship. She didn't disappoint. She could already fight well. She just needs a lot of polishing and a few more tricks to learn if she wants to be a full-fledged hero. Luckily enough, their capabilities are similar enough for him to teach her some moves he knew. If I get my provisional. No, Acid Queen, when you get your provisional license, you can do it, mostly because you have a great teacher. He did a weird pose to try and get his intern to laugh, but it only resulted in a nervous chuckle from her. He really needs to work on his comedy. That and being upset makes it hard for him to keep his original human form and makes him turn into a literal semi-spherical blob of soft, green slime. Ah, that's so cute. All the ladies find me cute when I'm upset, but not in my original form. Such a downer. If he gets even more upset, he just kinda loses a form entirely and just become mostly without any specific shape. Don't worry, sir, you are a great comedian. You're not just saying that to make me happy, right? Nope, she lied as easily as she breathed. This girl tends to like making people happy and would probably lie about certain things. She tends not to think about it becoming a problem later on. Getting payback from a former bully challenge, gone right, gone not sexual. Ew, only a sick fangirl would ship a bully with a victim. And no, this is not me taking potshots at Baku Deku shippers, but I wish it was potshots, but it really isn't because I respect all legal ships, yes, even the insane ships Baku Deku, but again, not a potshot against said ship 21XX. Oh god, no. Gee, get away from me. The high school student squirmed and clawed at the ground in an attempt to get away from the one who shot both of his kneecaps off with a shotgun. The said figure approached him quietly with a blank look on his face. His stitched mouth and thousand-mile stare along with his burnt companion just made him a lot scarier. Come on, Midoriya, I'm just messing. Shouldn't you target Bakugo? He's the one who treated you like garbage the most. He pleaded to no avail. His former classmate raised an eyebrow in annoyance while his friend rolled his eyes. While Izuku harbored no ill will to any of these people, they still needed to pay the price. They need to reap what they have sowed for 10 goddamn years. BZZTT, please accept this gift, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, the cassette tape said for him. Dabi raised his hand, his fire quirk ready to burst into life. He looked at Izuku and the latter nodded. Dabi touched the high school student, burning his face. His screams of pain and horror cannot be heard anywhere by anyone. You son of a bitch. Shinso and Akusero did that hand thing from the Predator after Izuku got in the classroom from the internship. How's your week, Akusero? Productive. Had some unfinished business to deal with. Izuku replied with a note. Shinso nodded thoughtfully and they went about their usual conversation. As the morning routine continues, their classmates gradually begin entering the classroom. With the exception of Mina, who joined in on whatever they were discussing, everyone stayed with their friends. Inquiring about the activities of the pink girl, Shinso said, "By the way, how was your internship, Mina?" She smiled and threw her arms around Izuku's shoulder while pointing at him. Izuku's entire body stiffened as a girl made contact with him. No amount of Liberian guerrilla warfare was enough to prepare him for this. Shinso saw and grinned, having at last something to make fun of him about. Thanks to him, I got the right one with Slime King. He taught me a lot of stuff that you'll probably get to see in our battle training. How about you, Aku? Well, she's given him a moniker now. Before writing anything down, he carefully raised her arm and removed it from his shoulders. I learned a lot from Black Flames. Mostly pointers on hand-to-hand, but my internship mainly focused on how heroes worked. He's lying. He committed numerous crimes and exacted revenge on some former classmates, leaving them permanently disabled. They didn't need to know that. How about you, Shinso? Oh, not much. It was boring with Aizawa-sensei. He's deceiving himself. Along with Eraserhead and Ms. Joke, Eraser's completely unrelated girlfriend, he enjoyed his internships. He doesn't know what's the deal between those two were. Surprise. When they glanced behind Shinso and saw a floating uniform, all three of them leapt. Hopefully none of you forgot about me. They gave a headshake. They're lying. For a brief moment, they forgot about Toru, but it was primarily due to her difficulty being noticed. A lot of people have been lying today. Yeah, I had a fun time with MT. Lady. Mineta butted in on the conversation. He's lying. All MT Lady did was make him perform her household chores. His internship was a nightmare for him. Really, dude? Mineta gave her a sly smile and wiggled his eyebrows, saying, still, Slime King must have given you a really good time, Mina. It appeared that Mina was prepared to melt the little bugger because the implications were clear. She was stopped by Izuku. I'll take care of him. Before Mineta could flee, he caught him by the head and dragged him out of the classroom. Everyone saw what he did to Monoma and Tetsu during the sports festival. They pray for the midget's safety despite their distaste for him. Mineta was scared. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. Akusero probably brought him to the restrooms to beat him up. Of course, there's no cameras to catch him in the act. He's dead. He's so dead. Mineta. When Akusero showed him the piece of paper, only one word was written. Why, yeah. That wasn't necessary for you to say. Recalling his friend dressed as a cheerleader, Akusero blushed and said, oh come on, man. It was a joke. Like that time Kaminari and I tricked the girls into wearing a cheerleader outfit. You saw that, right? He dismissed that idea and resumed his writing. Funny, but not very cool. I've heard a lot about you. I gotta say, I don't think you'll make it. Mineta's look of fear was replaced by a confused one. He cocked his head, anticipating Akusero's response. Do you really think the girls enjoy what you're doing to them? Deep down, do you really think it's okay? I mean, look, dude, I won't condemn you for viewing whatever pornography you have on your computer, but please, don't share. Do heroes grope people? Is it cool to do it? This isn't anime, dude, and you're no Jiraiya. It's not like, I'm not asking you to stop being a pervert. I'm asking you to stop being a creep. Find out what boundaries you cannot cross. I really don't understand why people act like murderous bitches as soon as they see you. You need more help than actual harm. You can't control yourself, so please don't let me or anyone else force some reason on you. Before you do something you regret, you will need to put an end to this. Can you promise me that? Mineta considered it for a moment. Indeed, Akusero has a point. Perverting is acceptable, but it's best to limit it to hentai and porn and not to real life. He wore a cloth mask in front of the pupil. I'll try. After using the restroom, they both returned to the classroom. They were close, but the class hasn't begun yet. Everyone noticed that Monoma was missing. Just as they were about to ask about it, Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom, no longer having any bandages. If any of you asked, Monoma has been transferred to the General Studies course. Reasons are not doing well in the sports festival, and not fixing his attitude. He won't be returning to the hero course until he learns to fix his act. The same could happen to all of you, even the ones who have recently transferred, Aizawa said as she glanced at Shinso and I alert. Gulping, Shinso dared to look back. Izuku does not care. He didn't really want to be here, after all. He's undercover. Aizawa picked up the remote control on his desk and pressed a button, saying, now, for the topic at hand. Izuku's face appeared on a TV in the center of the whiteboard when it opened. They would have recognized Sensei much more quickly if he hadn't changed his appearance. Fortunately, the red eyes, black hair, and freckle loss ensured that the heroes wouldn't discover any hints until it was too late. Aizawa tapped a button on the remote control once more, displaying another image of Izuku with the League of Villains during their bank heist. What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men, you just can't reach, she said. He was the only one who wore sunglasses instead of a mask. His mouth stitches are made of gold thread. So, you get what we had here, last week, Izuku Midoriya said, referring to pictures of hospitalized teenagers who were involved in his revenge play. Which is the way he wants it. Well, He gets it. I don't like it, any more than you do. Iida raised his hand and said, Sir, what does this have to do with our lesson for today? A grim reminder of what happens when someone has been used as nothing more than a punching bag and a stepping stone for the rest of their lives. Who we have here is someone known as Izuku Midoriya. He's quirkless. You can guess how that affected his life. Izuku sighed. He had moved on. Simply put, he didn't meet the right people. In front of him, Bakugo lowered his head subtly. No one but him noticed that. What I'm saying here, class, is that if you treat someone past their limit, they will break. They will do things no one would think they would. Look what we have here now. He pulled off arguably one of the most memorable heists in this era. In a world where bank heists are almost impossible to pull off with so many heroes around, these group of lunatics that are probably in their teens and 20s managed to rob one of the most secure banks in Japan and was able to invade this school. After that, he went after some old classmates, including Bakugo, who was attacked at the USJ. All eyes fell upon Bakugo. Izuku could tell by the expressions on their faces that they were beginning to make connections. Izuku had a close-up view of Bakugo attempting to correct his act, but he would not have had any issues, something that none of his former classmates are doing. Was he gonna let that momentum ruined? No, he stood up and immediately wrote something on paper before showing it to class. I know what you're all thinking, but yes, he probably did some shitty things to this Izuku Midoriya, back in middle school. From what I've seen and heard, he already paid for it. He got attacked, didn't he? Left him out of commission for some time. Right now, I haven't seen him do anything that he probably did back then. He's trying to fix up his act and own up to his mistakes like a true hero. He's not hiding it. None of you just asked about it, whatever he did. In other words, he's making an effort to improve upon who he was at the time. A real hero wouldn't just kill that type of momentum, now would they? He shrugged, admitting that something had already been done in the form of the USJ incident. Damn, I didn't know someone could just ramble on paper. Akusero got a point. We can't do something about it now because technically something has already been done, he said. He agreed with Akusero that there's not much anyone could do about it now. This explosive motherfucker just got shot multiple times and the shoot isn't even American. This, Izuku Midoriya, took school shooting to a whole nother level. I think it's best that we just drop it and rarely bring it up, 'cause it's been settled. Well, it's settled the hard way, but it's settled. That being said, no matter how much you sympathize or empathize with him, he's a villain now. He had hurt policemen and crippled heroes. And now, he goes by Civil War, or rather, the Second Civil War. Many claim to be his successors, but nobody has been as high profile and highly skilled as this. If anything, this kid is the true successor to Civil War. If you see him, report to a nearby hero immediately. Don't do anything stupid. Don't act rash. He will hurt you. His quirk was activated in the final sentence as a message to his pupils. Aizawa was always aware of his ability to neutralize a person's quirk. He was certain that Akusero Bara had no peculiarities. What makes it odd is that his quirk is telling him that it turned something off Akusero. He began to move toward the door, fighting the impulse to squint at the pupil. Today we're having hero training with me as your substitute. Apparently All Might is too busy crossing an old lady across the street to pay any mind on his job. Aizawa quipped, making a few students snort in amusement. Shinso and Izuku looked at each other, one as excited while the other was not worrying too much about what happens next. Their costumes were just asking for more improvements. Shinso's were almost identical to Aizawa's costume except for the support gear and the goggles. Shinso was more or less going in with easy picking, labeled on him. It wasn't any better for Izuku. Just to fuck with Tamura, who had questioned his fashion sense, he picked the suit that only worked in movies. That being, a simple white long-sleeve button-up shirt that is rolled up just below his elbows, a green striped waistcoat over it, and a black necktie to finish the style. He also wore black dress pants and black running shoes that look like leather. He finished it off with a bowler hat and a full-face ballistic mask that looked like the gold comedy mask. Because fuck you, Tamura. Unlike Shinso, he's overloaded with guns. A simple shotgun in a modified quick-draw holster on his left leg while his sniper rifle is strapped to his back. Additionally, he carries a bandolier that is loaded with explosive and sticky bullets. The only distinction is that he used rubber for the majority of his bullets. Looking magnificent, Monsieur, Aoyama complimented him. Akusero nodded to the Frenchman in gratitude. Mina was more physical with her compliment, nudging him with her arm while doing those finger guns. Is she flirting with me? A girl that isn't a creep like Toga is actually flirting with me. Holy shit, this villain in disguise fidgeted around his pink friend like a fool. Good thing he's wearing a mask right now, because he's red. He looked helplessly at Shinso, who smiled mischievously before turning to leave. I can't like someone on the enemy side. That's some shitty fanfic romance bullshit. Well, I mean, but, oh for fuck's sake. That bitchy traitor, well, I mean, look who's talking, but still. Mina, however, saw something else. She didn't think Akusero's muscles would be that toned. She could hardly see his biceps due to the tight fit of his suit. How can he be cute and muscly? Conclusion. These two idiots are romance challenged. Like a YouTuber, one never spoke to a girl like the loser he is, and the other only read romance books and manga and never dated anyone. She also claimed that Raid Shadow Legends is the most ambitious role-playing game of 2019. The collective groans were immediately cut off by their homeroom teacher's glare. If all of you are done socializing, let's get right onto it. Instead of the usual duos, let's see how you all handle yourselves alone. He selected two names from the box and yelled for the first two to engage in combat inside a structure. The half-hero in training glowed when he was given the opportunity to exact revenge on the boy who had defeated him in the first round of the sports festival. By the way, treat each other like villains. The one to capture the other first wins. First up, Shoto Todoroki vs Akusero Bara. He stared at the teen who calmly glanced back. The quirkless former general studies student showed no signs of concern, in Shoto's opinion. I'll put you in your place to prove my ice's superiority. That loss at the sports festival was a fluke. Now, you're alone with me. When Akusero looked at the pupil he was meant to locate, the boy was fixated on him. Don't tell me he's still angry about the sports festival. Come on, all is fair in the first part. He shook his head, willing to give this boy a rematch. Akusero Izuku was chosen to be the defender in the building while Shoto Todoroki was chosen to be the attacker. He thought it would be too simple for the student to simply freeze the entire building. He was lucky that his sniper rifle had been modified to include an assault rifle mode. But first, just as the entire building was covered in ice, he grabbed his grappling hook and shot up the ceiling, pulling him upward. His grappling hook was frozen as he abruptly released his grip. In any case, that was the only occasion he would require it. He activated his rifle to be on assault mode as he readied himself. Showtime. You think some quirkless guy could beat Todoroki? Kaminari asked Shinso, who was next to him. The teenager with the eternal eye bags gave a heartless shrug. I mean, if he kicked that Bakugo's ass at the sports festival, I don't see how he couldn't beat Todoroki. Or his lazy ass gives up. Mina remarked, laughing at Akusero's attempt to lie down on ice before getting to his feet, trembling a little. Is he a genius or an idiot? Shinso came to the conclusion, in D&D terms, he invested in knowledge but not in wisdom. He frequently plays with a mirror that he purchased from the shopping center. You play D&D, Shinso? Yeah, who do you play it with? A mirror, Mina. Oh, they stopped the conversation and continued watching their friend face the apparent second strongest in class. Todoroki froze his initial setup, but that's okay. Good job, Izuku, you got too curious and laid down on the ice. It doesn't matter too much, we got time to set it up. He doesn't rush things too much. He did stick that tracker to the cold guy so he'd know where he is. Todoroki is currently on the 4th floor, having previously been on the 3rd. His fire would also not be a concern for him. From what he sees, the guy never uses it. He can't be too carefree though. This guy is still no slouch with his ice. Would the angle be right if I stick it here? Todoroki had no idea how Akusero got around his ice. The former general studies course student defeated him on the first event of the sports festival. That is something he will always remember. He will never forgive that. A nobody beat him in front of his fucking father. It angers him. The villain Aizawa mentioned doesn't concern him. If he could freeze that would-be villain with ease. He's probably frozen somewhere here. I just need to find him and tie him with the capture tape. Did you know, a crocodile can't chew, hence the use of its infamous death roll. Todoroki froze the source of the noise after jumping at the unexpected sound. He turned around to see that it was a simple cassette recorder. He groaned in annoyance. He's not taking me seriously. That damned gunman. Did you know that according to Abraham Maslow, the most basic needs for a human being are food, water, sleep, and sex? He was startled once more by another cassette recorder. He noticed that many of them were taped to the walls and ceiling. Todoroki began to learn from the "did you know" facts his opponent had left for him as he made his way through the building's hallway. How many of them does he have? After that frustrating hallway, he could take it no more. Akusero was clearly mocking him. Did you know, BZZT, show, BZZTT, toe, BZZT, toad, BZZTT, OR, BZZTT, Oki, BZZT, is 1, BZZTT, big, WV lil clocky BZZTT, BZZT. Bitch, BZZTT. He thought that last one was strange. His name could not be uttered in English without someone fiddling with the cassette recorder. He saw a rifle butt strike him in the face as he turned around. He wasn't knocked out by that. He launched another ice wave in the direction of the assailant. He walked over to the ice block but he could not spot Akusero in the ice. Behind you, he turned around quickly only to spot another cassette recorder. He suddenly felt the barrel of a rifle touching the back of his head. Akusero got him again. He raised his hand in surrender. Once he pulls out the capture tape and tries to tie me up, then I'll freeze high. His thought process wasn't finished as Akusero fired the sniper rifle to the back of his head anyway. He would have died if it had been a real bullet. Unconscious, he collapsed to the ground, making it possible for Akusero to restrain him. The thought of Todoroki refusing to use his fire due to father issues has never made Izuku feel more insulted. Even if this guy tries to freeze me, I would have fired at him anyway. He could have done that to force a draw. Hell, using his fire might make me back away by instinct and then he freezes while I'm wide open. Dabi was right. This guy does hate using his own quirk. What a cunt. He should have been thankful for getting that strong quirk. I never had a good life either. This special snowflake really thought he had it the worst. When their homeroom teacher announced the winner, Izuku shook his head. He had to carry the dejected, unconscious idiot back to the observation room and place him on the bed the ponytail girl had made. He noted her as another potential threat for any future invasions Tamura wants to do. He can't write down any notes about his classmates right now since that would draw too many parallels between him and his real self. He's not having his cover blown by his curiosity. Guess I'll just watch them carefully for now. Next up is Acid Queen and Kriti. What type of name is Kriti? Izuku isn't really able to make such a judgment. Mundi is his hero name. After the character from that old shooter game. A classic at all times. He would have gone with Civil War, but that's already his villain codename. This is gonna be an interesting fight. But first, Bohemian Subterfuge BS has opened a memo on board Revolution. BS, how can I make a date request? In response to the memo, touchy. TT. What? TT. Don't ask me. TT. I'm terrible with girls, you know that. Hemoglobin Addiction responded to the memo. Ha. Well, first, you gotta make them bleed, Izu-kun. Ha. Funny how you would ask on board about asking me out. BS. Toga, not you. Ha. Sad face. In response to the memo, Hackerman. Well, buddy, that depends on who you want to ask out. For the energetic type, you simply have to be honest. To the shy type, you absolutely must sound sincere. Don't worry too much about it. Izuku, aside from the shootings, you're a good person. BS. You really think so, Paul? Yes, buddy. Just maintain your self-assurance. TT. Don't get too attached or that will cause a few problems. TT. I suppose it's too late to mention that. TT. Good luck. TT. And use a condom. BS. Tamura, screw you. Bohemian Subterfuge closed the memo. Mina was very excited about finally using the new moves she learned from Slime King. The only problem would be Momo creating something to counter her. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for Momo being the smartest person in class. All Mina needs right now is to think outside the box. What would Akusero do? For some strange reason, he always finds a way against all odds despite his situation. She was impressed by his ability to overcome numerous obstacles since he was 4 years old. It seemed as though nothing could stop him short of All Might himself. What to do? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. She nonchalantly waved her own thoughts off. Truth be told, she is nervous facing against a genius. If anything, I'm sure Momo already made some acid-proof equipment. Why did Aizawa pair me up with here? She complained to herself. She felt a bit guilty, knowing that heroes were supposed to fight against the odds and she's complaining like a kid. It can't be helped. She continued forward into the building. FWOOOSH. She turned around and saw that it was a tranquilizer dart, and she audibly gulped as she stood there stunned by what had just flew past her. A tranquilizer, she exclaimed, panicking at the size of the needle, which seemed more appropriate for a larger animal. She surveyed the area for any additional traps, then sighed to herself, okay, fuck this. How many traps did she set up? When did she find the time to do this? She asked herself as she began melting her way through the building, dissolving wall after wall in each room in an attempt to locate Momo. There were traps everywhere, from bear traps to arrows to old rope tricks and, of course, the occasional tripwire. Mina gasped as she leapt back to use her acid as the cannon fired, and when she opened the door to the next room, she saw Momo standing right in front of her, manning the cannon and ready to fire. Acid Veil. She summoned a wall of acid from her hands, completely dissolving the cannonball before it could even reach her. She then glared at Momo, a little angry. Are you crazy? That cannonball was made out of rubber. Apologies for making it look real. The genius student explained as she summoned a bow staff. Apologies for this, too. This staff is specially designed to resist your acid. Is she still pissed about her sucky internship with Uwabami? Mina wondered while dodging swing after swing of Momo's attacks. What's got you in a bother, Momo? Nothing, in particular, I assure you. I'm only frustrated, Momo answered while taking another swing. As she said, the acid just dripped off the undamaged bow staff. Mina have very little chance against her as long she doesn't let the pink girl get close. If this is about the internship, I was completely outclassed in the sports festival, Momo told her before she could even finish her sentence. You must think I'm a weakling who only got in because of my parents' money, don't you? Don't you all? Mina was bewildered by this revelation. She didn't think of her that way. Well, she hoped nobody did. It just so happens that Kendo was the more experienced fighter. What? I didn't even think of it like that. I got in on recommendations as opposed to the traditional entrance exams. People are likely to think of it like that. No one in our class thinks any lesser of you. She dodged another swing while trying to reason with her friend. She had no idea that loss at the sports festival would actually get to Momo. Momo, it's just one loss. You think it's the end of the world for you if you lose once. For a hero, it is. Her next swing hit the wall, leaving a dent on it. Her eyes widened in horror on what she almost did to Mina. She shook off that thought and gritted her teeth. Even worse, I wasted my time on that internship when Uwabami only taught me something as useless as how to be a sellout. I don't want to be a model, I want to be a hero. Mina threw more acid, slowly developing a plan on how to stop Momo. She could turn Momo's type of strategy against her. Well, it's loosely based on Momo's strategy. It's just the sports festival. You made it to the final event. Not a lot of the hero course made it that far this year, but you did. But it wasn't enough. We both know that. I never got the chance to prove myself to everyone that I could fight. One sweep was all it took to make Mina trip and stumble onto her back. Momo held her bow staff close to Mina's face. Yield. I'm sorry, Momo. Mina sighed, feeling a little guilty. She pointed at Momo's feet and the latter's eyes followed it. It widened as she realized the floor she's standing on is getting dissolved from the acid coming from Mina's feet. She fell through the floor and landed hard. Mina landed on top of her and quickly tied her up with the capture tape. Acid Queen wins. Get back here, Aizawa announced through their earpiece, sounding bored. I don't think you're weak, Momo. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. I mean, Akusero used his wits to win. You're smarter than him. What makes you think you couldn't do the same? Even better, you got a good quirk to back it up for you. She held her hand out to her friend. But what if shush, we're still first years. She shushed Momo down, earning a laugh from her friend. I guess you're right. Alright, next up is, Yua, Chargebolt vs Who's Joe. He pointed at Kaminari and Shinso. Oh right, this will be easy, Kaminari exclaimed while Shinso rolled his eyes. Dude, you really should be careful about jinxing yourself. Jiro told him but Kaminari waved her off. I'll end it with a shock. 5 minutes later. Hey, fag, What did you just call me? Kaminari's eyes went blank and his arms fell to his sides. Shinso shrugged and tied the capture tape around the student's wrist. Gotcha. And that's how you destroy dorks. Thanks for coming to my TED talk. Shinso dragged a still brainwashed Kaminari into the observing room, much to the amusement of everyone. Aizawa glanced at the brainwasher and Shinso understood what his mentor meant. He snapped his finger and Kaminari was no longer brainwashed. Wait, what? So, how easy was it, Kaminari? Jiro slyly asked the electric student, who sighed in defeat. Shinso shrugged and left before he had to hear those two's conversation. It's bloody obvious, like the other two idiots I know of. The rest of the training went on as usual with Izuku taking down some mental notes about everyone's quirks. He hasn't been paying attention to the sports festival. He was intrigued by a few of them. Uraraka, for example, managed to beat Shoji, who had a much bigger build than her, with a single touch. Mineta put a stop on Sato's barrage of punches with his sticky balls. Asui made the ground too slippery, causing Iida to slip and fall. They all have cool quirks. He had time to fawn on something incredible in his mind. He didn't want to make it too obvious, among other things. Izuku was a known quirk nerd, so he better keep that analysis to himself. Now, for the main thing. He waited outside the girls' changing room after changing quickly. Luckily for him, Mina was the last to go out, walking with Toru. He tapped her shoulder and gently pulled her aside while showing her a note. Will you go out with me? He wasn't looking her way, but he's already embarrassed himself enough with this one. He took a peek to see Mina covering her mouth with her hands in shock, also blushing. The next thing that followed was Toru's squeal of joy that alerted Class 1A. What happened? Momo and the rest of the class came running at them only to see what was happening. Izuku quickly lowered the paper before he could embarrass himself further. You owe me 5,000 yen, Shinso. Shinso scowled at the invisible girl before pulling out his wallet and giving her the money. He sighed in exasperation before smirking at the two. All right, Akusero asked Mina out. Now, we only have to wait for the answer, but I think we should leave them alone for this one. Hey, come on, I wanna see. Kaminari once again fell for Shinso's brainwashing. The purple-haired boy shook his head apologetically. Sorry about this, but let's go. The students nodded and went away, leaving the Shinso, Toru, and the other two. Well, they're gone. Good luck. The two also left Mina and Izuku alone. Akusero, Mina said softly while smiling. Izuku didn't know why he flinched when she said that. He would have preferred her calling him his real name, but that would mean blowing his cover. He wrote down another sentence. I'm not gonna pressure you on going out with me. This is all up to you. I'll go out with you. Well, I tried. He showed her the sentence before he starts walking away. She rolled her eyes playfully and counted down from 5. When the last finger went down, his head shoots up in realization and turns back at her. Her arms are spread, waiting for him. He didn't waste time to hug her. So, where are we going for a date? Izuku choked when she asked that, causing her to giggle. He wrote down a note and showed it to her. Honestly, I didn't think I would get this far. Reading it caused her to laugh loudly. Ehem. Mina stopped laughing and was surprised by a familiar gruff voice behind her. She slowly turned around to see Aizawa glaring at them. You can do this outside of school. Now, go. The two skittered away as Aizawa narrows his eyes on the silent student that was transferred to his class. He noticed the way that boy glares at All Might, as if the symbol of peace had done something to him. It wouldn't be much of an issue if it weren't for the fact that the boy also glared at Toshinori Yagi, who was All Might's alter ego. Something is going on about that kid. Looking as sharp as you can be, mate. Paul gave him the finger guns, approving of his look. Dabi was indifferent to the situation while Toga gave him a jealous pout. She would have went after Mina if it weren't for Tamura threatening to disintegrate her on the spot for doing so. Tamura himself pocketed a condom in one of his back pockets, but Izuku quickly pulled it out and placed it back on the table. He looked at himself in the mirror, having borrowed one of Kurogiri's suits. A green, button-up, long-sleeve shirt under a black vest along with a black necktie. Close to his joke hero suit, but it would look great on his date. On his hand were a pair of scissors as he stared directly at his stitches. Hey, nobody's stopping you from cutting off those mouth stitches, bro. Tamura placed his hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Izuku nodded, knowing he could always stitch his mouth shut again after the date. Snip. Threads fell on the floor as he opened his mouth widely for the first time in a year. Paul quickly grabbed a glass of water and handed it to Izuku. The formerly mute teen drank all of the water from the glass. My voice isn't that hoarse, right? Here they were, in a fancy restaurant that he spent days asking Sensei to book them in. It was only out of gratitude for taking care of Tamura and his reward for a successful heist that Sensei booked them in a good restaurant. Even better, he also paid for it. All of it. The car ride with Tamura in his disguise driving them to the restaurant weren't too awkward. Aside from the crash course on sex ed, which he would have punched Tamura for if it weren't for the fact that he was the one driving. He dropped them off in front of the restaurant before driving off. Wow, you do know how to make a first date memorable, Mina stared with her mouth agape at the entrance of the restaurant. She was wearing a purple dress that complements her looks and heels that helped make her just as tall as Izuku. Not that he's complaining. You sure you can afford this, Akusero? He nodded confidently as he grabbed her hand and gently pulled her in. The host at the desk noticed them quickly as they began flipping through the pages of a reservation book. Akusero Bara, I presume. He nodded again in response. Your father paid in advance for every expense you might make in this fancy place, so long as you behave properly. Is she your date? Yeah, I'm his date. Well, at least you have good taste when it comes to romance. The waiter quipped while leading them to their booth. It's mostly isolated from the rest of the tables, but that's how they would like it anyway. So your stepdad is paying for everything. Yeah, some sort of reward for making it to the hero course. He showed the note to her. That part was mostly true. If he were, to tell the truth, it would ruin the date and blow his cover. She nodded thoughtfully before reaching out and patting his head, causing him to purr. I never really congratulated you for making it, but I heard from Shinso that you enjoy headpats. He cursed Shinso for discovering his craving for headpats and approval. It felt nice nonetheless. He looked at her with a little bit of guilt and wrote down a sentence on his notebook. I need to tell you the truth, Mina. Her smile was replaced by a confused yet curious stare. She lifted her eyebrow in a questioning manner, waiting for his answer. I regained my ability to talk for a month now. He answered, this time, talking for real. Her eyes widened at the sound of his voice. It wasn't too rough nor was it too smooth. It was too normal. She stifled a giggle while her date glanced at her with exasperation. This was a big reveal and you just laughed. PFF'd. I mean, that voice. It's so basic. I thought you'd be mad at me for keeping this from you. He shot back at her. She waved her hand and shook her head. Why would I be mad at someone who just got their ability to talk again? Seriously, Akusero, I'm not mad. I was just caught off guard by how basic your voice is. She could barely contain her laughter and soon enough, Izuku joined in, chuckling at himself. Man, I'm an idiot. No, you're not, Akusero. If you were an idiot, you wouldn't have stood a chance against Todoroki. Now, about that cloth mask of yours. She pointed at the black mask that still covers his mouth. Izuku sweated nervously as he explained his lie. Well, the villain who did cut off my tongue did more damage than you think. Slowly, he removed the mask, revealing his scars. Most of it was from his stitches. He would reapply them later, but now wouldn't be the time. If it weren't for his disguised appearance courtesy of Sensei's appearance-changing quirk, he would have been identified quickly as the villain. Civil War. Yeah, well, I'm not too confident about my scars. He admitted. This is one of the few truths he told Mina. The other one being that he does have a crush on her. He was still surprised that she felt mostly the same feelings. The waiter set down the main course as the two began eating. Hey, I'm not gonna judge you for what that villain did to you. I mean, look at me. I look like an alien. Sometimes, I don't know if my former classmates were serious or joking about them hiding their brains from me. Besides, I think those scars show how tough you were for not letting that trauma get to you. Well, that or you got over it. Mina reassured him that the scars won't be a problem. That's another problem off the hook. The last one would be addressed later after they eat the main dish. After finally getting served the desserts, they were still talking a lot. Izuku was slightly relieved that he could talk again. He's starting to realize that maybe stitching his mouth close was petty, but it was now his trademark. Now, back to the last problem. I can't tell them that I can talk yet. What? Why? Mina asked while munching down on her ice cream. He internalized his guilt of lying to her, but it had to be done. This wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for Bakugo being in the same class as him. His former friend would have recognized his voice right away and become suspicious. Oh, I wanted to surprise them at training camp. You know, like, hey, I can talk now. My stepdad did find a doctor that could regenerate my tongue. Lying left a bad taste in his mouth. He never lost his tongue in the first place. That's what he made everybody believe. Maybe if I met her earlier, things would have been different. Things would have been different for him. Maybe he wouldn't be a villain. Hell, maybe he'd even be in UA's support course dating someone from the hero course. There were endless possibilities. He shook his head as he made those what-ifs disappear. This is the path he chose. One of the more brutal yet effective ways to change society for the better. He and Tamura will destroy this all and change everything for the better. This hero society created by All Might won't be relevant anymore after they're done. For now, however, he allowed himself to make a mistake and fall in love with one of the enemy. His mind went back to what's in front of him. You'll start talking for real at training camp. Okay. Then, Akusero. Whatever floats your boat, just know that I'll be there to help you out, she said gleefully while giving him a thumbs up. Like a grim reminder, guilt once again plagued his mind. Training camp will be the week he shows everyone in UA his true colors. He doesn't want to break her heart. He had to say something now. Hey, Mina, yeah, Akusero, just know that, whatever happens at training camp, I love you. He admitted while looking away from her, blushing furiously. She returned his words with a bigger blush. Where did that come from, Akusero? She blurts out. She doesn't mind it at all. In fact, she also does like him. The way he said it confused her even more. He's gonna hate himself for whatever will happen during training camp. That is, if he passes the final exams. He's confident enough to know that he'll probably pass it with no problems. From what he heard from Class 1B, it's going to be robots. After eating their dessert and talking some more, they decided it was time to leave. They walked out of the restaurant, holding hands. So, how did it go? A voice called out to them from behind. Izuku and Mina turned around to spot Shinso and Toru together. Huh, how long have you guys been here? Oh, Toru invited me to stalk both of you on your date, Mina. Shinso bluntly explained while Toru probably covered his mouth. Oh, nothing, we just happened to walk by. Forget what Shinso said, he was joking. Right, Izuku showed the note to them while rolling his eyes. Hey, we just wanted to see how your lunch went anyway. So, safe to say that you're official. The two nodded timidly. Shinso nodded before pulling Toru away. When did those two get close? Izuku whispered to Mina, who shrugged. Izuku escorted her back to her house right at the gate. She kissed him on the cheek before entering her house. He stood there for a second, blushing, before shaking it off. Just need to do the final exams and we'll be okay. Just shoot some robots and we're good. The day of the final exams. And so, the last match would be Katsuki Bakugo and Akusero Bara against All Might. Shit, right before that disaster, here are the Aku Squad in their study session right before the final exams. Aku Squad being Shinso, Akusero, Izuku, Toru, and Mina. While Izuku was busy teaching them the English language and literature, which Shinso found ironic, because as of now, he only knew that Akusero can't talk. And that's why I think Romeo and Juliet is just a bunch of horny and stupid teenagers. I admire Shakespeare for showing us how stupid we can be in the face of love. Izuku, Class 1C Midterms 2/20, taped his note to the wall as a reminder for everyone. He hoped Shinso wouldn't mind since this is his friend's house. Preach, you bastard. Love at first sight is complete bullshit. Shinso, Class 1C Midterms 4/20, raised a cup of apple juice as if it was a cup of beer and drank it. Mina, Class 1A Midterms 19/20, was thinking deeply on Akusero's essay, and Toru, Class 1A Midterms 16/20, as usual, was unreadable. Izuku lightly tapped Mina with a rolled-up test paper to make her focus again. Math was her weakest point while it's his strongest. He discovered that his accuracy quirk given to him by All for One could be amplified by an advanced knowledge in physics and geometry to help with the angles of shots and calculating the wind drag. It's only a given that he studies hard on those subjects. He wonders if the First Civil War ever knew that. Ow, that was a gentle tap, Mina. If that was a gentle tap, I'm not even gonna ask what a punch feels like. She rubbed her head, still not over getting how getting hit by a piece of paper can hurt that much. Oi, I would never hurt you. Izuku screwed up the last line. He knew what was coming at training camp. No matter what he does, he will end up hurting her and himself. The best he could do was soften the blow. He can't help but blame himself for falling for this dweeb. The next thing you'll write is that you won't hurt me outside of hero training. Mina pointed at him accusingly and he stared at her with wide eyes like a deer in the headlights. He looked back down on his sentence, erased it, and gave a new response. Fair play. You know me, babe. She winked at him flirtatiously, causing him to go red. He hid his face behind his notebook. You took down Todoroki in a 1v1 but you can't even maintain eye contact with your girlfriend. Come on Akusero, that's pathetic. Shinso teased his friend, causing him to hide his face deeper into the notebook. On the side note, you wouldn't mind helping me with the modern arts class, Hitoshi? Toru asked Shinso, causing Mina and Izuku to gawk at her, confusing the invisible girl. What, something on my face? When did you two get on the first name basis? Mina asked curiously, giving her friend a sly smile. Toru quickly understood the message and gave away a motion that looked like she was waving both her arms. It's really hard to tell what the invisible girl was trying to do. What? No, we just don't like to be the third wheel to your relationship. Shinso answered quickly before Mina could try anything funny. Izuku could care less whether his friends were dating or not. It's none of his business. Besides, Toru got the hots for Ojiro, Shinso followed up with his statement. They couldn't see it, but they heard a loud smack after he said that. Shinso remained unfazed as his hair was somehow messed up. Ow. Jay jerk, you're playing wingman for Toru. Yeah, I got a feeling Ojiro doesn't trust me that much. Might as well help both of these two as a token of goodwill. Shinso shrugged before going back to whatever he was studying at the moment. After the short talk, they all went back to studying, with Izuku lecturing Mina for the entire time, much to the girl's relief. Back to the exams but not quite yet. I regret a lot of things. Mina thought to herself as she ran away from the wrecking ball, alongside her partner, Kaminari. They were paired against the principal. Akusero told her not to underestimate the rat. Kaminari, being Kaminari, did the exact thing Akusero told them not to do. The rat now has access to a wrecking ball. If Mina is accurate with her time, she was sure they have 10 minutes left. Enough time to mentally prepare herself for a technique she has been training with. What the hell are we supposed to do? Kaminari yelled beside her while covering his head. She didn't remember him being this unreliable, but she already knew how to buy enough time for themselves. Thud. The two heard the wrecking ball break another building. The sound felt too close for comfort as Mina prepared her most corrosive acid. If Aizawa wants them to think this through, then she will have to do that heavy lifting. Kaminari, can you signal Nezu that we're here? Mina asked her partner. Kaminari looked at her as if she had gone insane, looking like he's not willing to do it. Are you crazy? I got a plan. Trust me. She glared at him firmly, reassuring him that everything is going to be okay. Kaminari looked like he wanted to cry but he held that back in favor of using his electricity to create a bright signal. Move out of the way now. Kaminari followed her instructions quickly as the deadliest acid that she could create started dripping out of her entire body. She prayed her suit would keep up, but there's no time. The wrecking ball broke through just in time for her to create an acid armor that looked like a deadly plush toy. Acid man, she screamed at the top of her lungs as she closed her eyes. She waited for the wrecking ball to completely obliterate her but nothing happened. Mina opened her eyes and saw Kaminari staring at her in amazement. She quickly checked if her clothes are still intact, and it's safe to say that they are. She didn't waste any time as she signaled Kaminari to follow her to the gate, melting through walls until they both reached the end. Acid Queen and Chargebolt have passed their exams. The robot announced as they passed the grate. They excitedly cheered for themselves, managing to power through the principal's mind games. With Toru and Shoji taking care of Snipe, Mina only has to worry about Akusero and Shinso's respective examinations. He tried every joke in the book. The dad jokes, the bad jokes, the cat puns, the hero puns, hell, even Amy Schumer jokes, but as he expected, it wasn't that funny. Now he had to resort to Yo Mama jokes. Yo Mama is like a chicken, cocks fly in and out. He said as he desperately got out of the way of Ms. Joke's kick. He secretly cursed Aizawa for bringing her in as the secret tester. She did not laugh at any of his jokes that he offered. Unlike the others, he had to face this exam alone since his quirk is too effective to be used in a 2v1 situation. It all fell to insults that doesn't even hurt that much. Don't make me say the N-word, he warned her, only to receive a punch to the face. Okay, that didn't work. He thought about any possible weaknesses that he could exploit. Her combat abilities were almost on par with Aizawa's, who was better than him in Akusero. He had to find anything else. Luckily enough, his internship with them provided him with a topic that he'd use as a last resort. Must be hard to keep your mouth shut for so long, don't you think, Ms. Joke? He dodged another punch and landed on a tree branch. He continued talking. I don't mean the exam, I'm talking about your crush on Eraserhead. She stopped for a split second before continuing with her attacks. It was at that moment that Shinso knew that he got her attention. Even if she does have her mask on, he knew she's biting her lip to keep her mouth shut. Come on, it's really obvious. You got a crush on him just from looking at it. Why else do you always ask those marriage jokes? It's as if you wanna marry him for real. I mean, rumors said that he's with one of the pussycats. I'm leaning hard on Mandalay. He smiled in the last sentence, causing Ms. Joke to become more aggressive. Just a few more lines and she's done for. Good thing the pussycats were the first thing that came to my mind. Think about it. Mandalay became a single mother after her nephew got orphaned. She took him in and was hoping to give him a father figure. Do the math, what does Aizawa-sensei like? Cats. What is Mandalay's theme? Cats. He's a cat guy, not to mention their sex tape. He emphasized his last phrase. He knew he won when her eyes widened on his last line. Their WH. Her arms fell limply to her sides as he caught her with his brainwashing. It's a good thing he didn't get caught in her outburst quirk. Laughing uncontrollably while trying to speak would be too hard. Then again, the teachers were ordered to hold back a lot. He placed the handcuffs on her, earning him the pass. Who's Joe have passed their exam? He quickly released Ms. Joke from her brainwashing. Hawa, sex tape. It's not legit. Trust me, it's not legit. I just needed you to talk, Ms. Joke. What else can get you talking? He slowly explained to her that a Mandalay and Eraserhead would be near impossible to upload on the internet, let alone actually happen. She blinked at him for a while before she starts laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's actually a good one, kid. She slapped him hard in the back, making him yelp in pain. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry for that slap. Don't joke about some sex tape again or you're dead, ha ha ha. I wonder how Akusero is doing. Izuku was not doing well. He was recently kneed in the abdomen by the symbol of peace himself, launching him into a building via a window. Was it painful? That question would have the same vibe as the Pope a Christian. Yes was the answer to both. A guaranteed yes is the answer. His partner, Bakugo, wasn't doing too well either. They both agreed to fight while running away, but All Might was just too fast for them, even when weighed down by special cuffs. They had to try different methods. Both his shotgun and sniper rifle was destroyed in a single punch. Even when he shot at All Might, the hero simply punched the bullet away. Oi, you still conscious? Bakugo held out his hand and Izuku hesitantly accepted, still uncomfortable with this version of his old friend. He broke 2 of your guns, huh? Figures. Save that handgun when we need it. Have this. Bakugo grabbed 2 grenades from his belt and tossed it at him. Izuku caught it easily while taking a look at it. One was a normal hand grenade with Bakugo's sweat as the fuel while the other was a flashbang. That quirk-like aim of yours goes well with grenades, right? Izuku nodded, sure that the accuracy quirk also works with grenades, albeit with some difficulties. The symbol of peace stood outside of the building, smiling at them. He was challenging them to step out of the building and either face him or run away. Hey, who knew one way to solve quirklessness is gun skills? I'm amazed you didn't let people push you down. I wish no, he wasn't really my friend if I treated him like shit. I wish Izuku just had a little more grit. Boy, you don't know half of what you just said. Izuku thought to himself as he heard Bakugo. His grit was reborn when he joined the resistance. He'll help Tamura change everything by destroying everything and building a new one. A world where people like them could live in peace along with everybody else. Without warning, Bakugo blasted towards All Might, an explosion roaring to life from both his palms. Flashbang. Izuku aimed and threw the flashbang, which exploded just above All Might's head. The hero covered his eyes, giving Bakugo an opening to fire at him with a large explosion that came from both his gauntlets. The force pushed All Might back into a building, causing the entire structure to fall on him. Run, 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 Bakugo yelled as the two made a break for it. That'll hold him off for a while. I think we can make it to the oof. Bakugo was suddenly grabbed from behind, All Might, seemingly unharmed from Bakugo's attack. Good try, but not good enough. All Might yanked Bakugo up in the air and slammed him to the ground with a body press. Still conscious, Bakugo kept firing barrages of explosion on All Might while screaming at his partner. Run. Forget about me, I got you, run. After hearing that act of self-sacrifice, he's not just going to leave his old friend for dead. Huh, you did change. Izuku took out his revolver and removed 5 of the rubber bullets, replacing it with real ones. There was only 1 rubber bullet and 5 live bullets in his revolver. He memorized which is which. He fired 1 bullet to catch All Might's attention. The hero, not knowing the bullets are now real, smiled at him. You think your rubber bullets can hurt me, young Bara? He didn't talk back. He doesn't have to talk back. All he needed was to act, and so he acted. He aimed his revolver on his right hand and fired the shot. Ignoring the agonizing pain of a bullet leaving a hole in his right hand, he showed the wound to All Might, whose eyes widened in shock. Young Bara, what are you doing? The symbol of peace stood up, leaving an unconscious Bakugo out for the grabs. Playing mind games, he aimed the gun first at All Might, and fired a warning shot, another live one. He never needed the 2 other live ones, since he knew the rubber bullets are next. I know Aizawa-sensei told us to treat the teachers like real villains, but at the end of the day, a hero will still act when needed. And now, I need him to act on my bluff. He aimed his revolver, live and let die, to his head and gave All Might the most suicidal look he could muster. The symbol of peace, not taking any chances on a possible suicide, rushed at him. Gotcha. With luck and timing, he managed to catch All Might right in front of him. He quickly aimed his revolver at All Might's weak spot and fired point blank. For the first time since that day All Might destroyed his dreams, the symbol of peace bled in front of him. The rubber bullet did not penetrate his weak spot, but it was close enough to feel like an actual bullet. All Might knelt in pain, clutching his weak spot while coughing out blood. That should leave the symbol of peace stunned for a long while. All Might's recovery wasn't the only time limit, since he was also bleeding out from his self-inflicted bullet wound. Their handcuffs were destroyed long ago, courtesy of All Might, so he grabbed Bakugo's unconscious form and made a run for it to the gate. He wasn't sure if he would make it, with the weight of an unconscious guy slowing him down, but he managed to pass out just as they passed the gate. He didn't hear any announcement and he wasn't sure if they passed or not. He just hoped for the best. The students and the teachers stared at the screen in shock of what Akusero just did. They weren't shocked by the fact that Akusero shot himself to get All Might's attention or the fact that he bluffed All Might with a suicide attempt. What truly left them in shock was the fact that a supposedly quirkless person made the symbol of peace bleed. "And no way," Mineta muttered under his breath. They watched the medic bots take away the 2 final examinees to Recovery Girl. Well, isn't this surprising? Principal Nezu couldn't help but find it odd that Akusero just knew which spot to hit All Might with. Certainly adds to Aizawa's suspicion, who was glaring at the screen. Well, congratulations to those 2 for beating the odds. Give them my commendations, Eraserhead. The exams were over, but Aizawa's suspicion on Akusero continued to grow. Hell yeah, the League of Villains cheered upon hearing the good news from Izuku. Good job passing the exams, mate. Paul patted him on the back while raising his can of beer. Dabi raised his drink, tequila sunrise. Toga had tomato juice for her drink, while Tamura went with his usual whiskey. Izuku himself had milkshake. The newcomers, Compress, Twice, and Magna all had bourbon. Great job. You suck. Good job, fellow villain. Congratulations on passing, honey. Yeah, the other recruit, Spinner, weirded out both Paul and Izuku. The man with the lizard mutation wore a combination of their clothing. The lizard had threads on his mouth, which was taped on instead of actual stitches, had Paul's usual outfit, and guns similar to Izuku's. It's as if this guy is ripping off both of them. Muscular brooded in the corner, smirking to himself. Mustard was busy polishing his own revolver while the final member, Moonfish, was apparently in one of Compress' ball containers. He was too dangerous to be let out. The TV turned on its own to reveal the masked man known as Sensei. Very well done, Izuku. Now, Kurogiri, would you mind transporting him to me? I have a reward that he might find useful. The Black Mist complied and quickly transported Izuku to All for One's location. Bzztt, what is it? Bzztt, Sensei, Bzztt. Remember when Dr. Tsubasa took another one of your blood samples a week ago? He came with G. Great news. The doctor interrupted All for One, who was more amused than annoyed by the doctor's enthusiasm. Your DNA has fully merged with Civil War's quirk factor, officially turning you into a quirked individual. Like most quirk users, you can now contain one last quirk. Of course, it can't be too powerful, or else, you'll end up like one of those Nomu. The doctor explained while showing off a vial of his blood. That, however, gave Izuku an idea of what might happen next. Yes, Izuku, your guess is correct. I'll be giving you one final quirk. BZZTT, something, BZZTT, useful for, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, close combat, BZZTT he quickly replied using his cassette recorder. Something to compensate for your weakness. Smart as always. Consider this as a reward to your passing of the final exam, and hurting All Might really bad, as well as thanks for those quirk analysis notebooks. I'm sure the doctor would have a fun time duplicating those quirks. All for One held Izuku's head in his hand and transferred another quirk. Quirk. Remnant Decoy. Quirk type. Emitter. When activated, upon movement, the user would leave a full-body clone of themselves that liquidizes instantly when hit. Can only be used twice per 2 hours. Now, as I have explained, take this. All for One suddenly goes in for a punch. On reflex, Izuku activated his other quirk and left a full-body clone on himself. Upon getting hit, the clone becomes liquidized. A defensive quirk that is very useful in close combat. Be careful not to use it accidentally, since it also destroys any appearance alteration you have, including my appearance alteration quirk. Of course, that wouldn't matter anyway since training camp would be your last week in becoming associated with UA. I do hope you soften the blow with that girl you are dating, I'm sure it will hurt her. Izuku flinched when All for One mentioned Mina. He didn't forget about her, but he also doesn't want to think about it right now. He bowed his head to thank All for One for another quirk. Oh, and one last thing, I don't blame you for becoming attached to someone who you might consider an enemy. Trust me, my brother was precious to me as well. You should end this before it ruins your focus. Then again, it's up to you. And with that last piece of advice, Kurogiri transports him back to the bar. Akusero, how could you? Mina felt betrayed. Her friend, no, her boyfriend, was never on her side. To think he would act this malicious. Whatever the relationship they had in the first place, was flushed down the toilet, burnt, and the ashes were scattered in the most polluted oceans. Please, tell me you're not actually going to. I'm sorry, Mina. Izuku felt remorse for what he's about to do. He didn't want to do this. Not to her, not to his friends. Forcing himself to stop hesitating any further, he set down the +4 card. That's a +4 from Shinso, Toru, Mineta, and me. 16 cards, Mina. I'm so sorry. No, Mina cried out while accidentally melting her own cards. Her grief was immeasurable. This has to be the end. This is it. They were only dating for a week but it had to end so quickly. Oh for fuck's sake, can you two lovebirds stop your melodrama? You just woke up everyone asleep in the bus. Shinso complained while Mina and Izuku were busy doing whatever type of flirting they were doing. Mineta looked at all of them, a little confused. The brainwasher was the one to invite Mineta to play with them. Don't make me come there, Aizawa warned them from the front of the bus. The two instantly quiet down. Well, Mina instantly quiet down. Izuku's mouth was restitched, not as tight as it used to be so he could still talk. Not that anybody knew yet that he could talk. Anybody but Mina, but she can keep a secret. The training camp's location would be changed at the last second, just as Sensei predicted. Good thing Tamura had a backup plan. Izuku's phone is currently being tracked by Paul so the Australian hacker could update Kurogiri on the coordinates of the camp. Ready up, we're making a rest stop by the cliff, Aizawa announced to his students just as they made the stop. Everyone quickly got out to stretch their legs. Well, most were willing to get out. Izuku was paranoid, seeing as how Aizawa withholds a lot of information from them. Not to mention the fact that withholding information could mean life and death in a battlefield, he's not confident in stepping outside. Luckily for him, Mina pushed him off the bus. Why are you even nervous, Akusero? Ring ring. Give me a moment. It's my dad. He lied. It was Paul. He answered the hacker's call. Hello, mate, enjoying your camping trip? Paul's greeting was answered with a hum. That seems enough for the League's resident hacker. Well, now, I only wanted to give ya a heads up. I did a little research on that land, and it turns out the wild pussycats owned the place. Aren't ya a fan o' them or something? This time, Paul's question was met with silence. Right, anyway, I sent a drone there to keep an eye on the landscape and for any changes. Tamura is busy preparing the entire squad right now. I'm currently in my apartment since Tommy Boy ain't having his hacker out in the field. Don't worry about Ragdoll detecting it. She can only detect living beings. Alright, now that you're well informed, good luck. He appreciated the fact that Paul ignored the part where Izuku will have to break up with Mina during this event. Staying with someone that genuinely liked and cared about me, I can't even do that right. He shoved the thought to the back of his mind and got together with his soon-to-be former classmates. Sorry, my dad called. Even with that excuse, it didn't stop Eraserhead from glaring at him. Izuku can worry about that later since the teacher had no evidence against him. The pussycats introduced themselves to the class, and as much as he tried to resist the urge, he got a little bit too excited. He did manage to keep it subtle. Mostly subtle. Oi, Akusero, you're feeling a little giddy when you saw the pussycats. Come on, they're not that great. Shinso is a fucking hypocrite. Everybody and their mothers knew how much Shinso loved cats, like how everybody and their mother knew how Izuku loves redheads, which explained his focus on Mandalay. How did everyone found out? Oi, Akusero, why are you staring at that karate chick? Shinso asked him as soon as he realized Izuku was staring at Kendo. What? No, I'm not. Izuku tried to deny it, but there's no use. Mina caught on to it quick and joined Shinso in teasing him. Oh, cheating on me already. How shameful. That immediately drew the last straw, causing him to write the true reason without thinking about it first. And no, I just like her ginger hair. Silence followed as Izuku ripped the paper in half a second after writing it down and showing it to his friends. You're into redheads? Toru was the first to ask. Izuku shook his head aggressively. Oh my god, Akusero got a redhead kink, Shinso added in. No, I don't. You know, pink is a lighter shade of red. Maybe that's one of the reasons you're attracted to me. Mina wiggled her eyebrows seductively while flaunting her curly hair. Not being able to bear this embarrassment, he wrote down one last thing and ran off. The three friends looked at what he wrote. Oh, right. Logical ruse, your training camp begins now, Eraserhead told them. The class tilted their head in confusion until they realized what he meant. Mandalay called out to them. Our lodge is over there. She pointed at the lodge in the distance. It will take you a few minutes to reach it by bus, but, she patted Pixie Bob, giving the blonde pussycat the signal to then throw them down the cliff with a mudslide. Reach it by noon if you want to eat lunch, kiddies. Ragdoll yelled at them from up the cliff. Yaoyorozu checked to see if everyone was okay, and thankfully had the result of nobody being severely injured. Except for Izuku, who had Mineta land on top of him. Akusero, are you alright? Yaoyorozu patted his back as he got up. He made sure the great boy was okay before giving the class president a thumbs up. Could this get any worse? Mineta had to jinx everyone. Something has started waking up behind me. It wasn't an animal but an earth beast created by Pixie Bob. Aw shit, me and my big mouth. Before the beast could even squish the grape, Bakugo, Iida, and Izuku jumped into action. Bakugo blew up half the body while Iida kicked off the other half. Leaving only the head, Izuku shot at it, blowing it up in one hit. You brought those here. What? The explosive rounds? Yeah, I mean, it did blow off Stain's entire arm. You think rubber bullets are gonna work on these things? Sometimes, I question your ethically subpar methods of taking down targets. Iida rested his face on his palm, still remembering Akusero using the explosive rounds to mutilate and destroy Stain's arm. Akusero, however, shrugged nonchalantly. If it works, I'm not complaining. Besides, it's not like I'd use these on anyone. He shoved the note on Iida's face, insisting that he'd use it. Shut up, Iida, stop writing, Akusero. We got more coming. Hey. You guys better keep up back there. Yaoyorozu, make a compass. The more we know the direction we're heading, the faster we get there. Like a medieval captain, Bakugo led the way, explosions blazing. Now that's part of him that I remember. Izuku thought to himself as he followed the explosive blonde into the forest. Everybody was doing their own thing to take down the beasts, from melting them to blowing them up with cannons. Izuku knew he'd eventually run out of bullets, so he had to explain to Yaoyorozu on paper on how he created them. She became his current supply of explosive ammunition, and he's very thankful for that. He'll have to treat her sometime later. Back at the bar. Yo, Paul, Tamura here. How's the update on the students? Good news, the target, Shoto Todoroki, is with them even though he failed miserably on his exam. Paul answered through the phone while the group in the bar heard some typing noise. And it looks like they're currently fighting some earth beasts. Don't worry about them. Anything else, mate? That'll be all, Paul. Thanks for the update. Tamura exited the call and faced Kurogiri. See, Kurogiri, I told you investing in a hacker can help us in the long run. I see. Now, here's the bird's eye view of the entire campgrounds from Paul's drone. Tamura showed the photo to the Vanguard squad. The entire photo showed the lodge, the cliff, and the forest surrounding it. You guys will be transported to this rendezvous point. He pointed at the cliff. After 3 days, since, I got a gut feeling that these heroes are paranoid. You'll strike at night, so the chances of these heroes getting reinforcements are slim. Will the leader be there when we get transported? Dabi asked Tamura. No, he won't be for a while, but he'll get there eventually. All of you remember the name of the one we're kidnapping? Yeah, everybody answered. Shoto Todoroki, Dabi said, feeling uncomfortable when he uttered the name. They all spent a long time discussing this, based on Izuku's time in Ua. It was supposed to be Katsuki Bakugo, but Izuku said that he's not as volatile as he used to be. The next was Hitoshi Shinso, but Izuku also waved it off, since he was sure that the brainwasher was dead set on being a hero. Finally, they settled for Shoto Todoroki. Based on what Izuku said, the student was cold and bitter towards others. There was also this aura of arrogance and spite surrounding the boy. Tamura noticed Dabi shift uncomfortably when the latter said the name. He could only confirm one thing from that, but it was already obvious enough. Toga, remember to take some blood from at least 3 students. Roger that, Tommy, Dabi, and twice, keep those teachers occupied. Sure, fuck no, you got it. Compress, when you get the chance, nab the target. And I will do it with grace, Shigaraki. The rest of you, distraction and destruction. Keep those heroes busy and don't let them catch wind on why we're there, got me. Tamura eyed each one of them as they all nodded. Sensei, do you have anything to say? He turned to the television. It suddenly flickered and showed the man in a mask. Take a Nomu, the figure said before the camera showed everyone the Nomu they'll be taking. This is Tool Arms. The doctor made it so that it will listen to either Tamura or Dabi's commands. Use it wisely. Also, this ragdoll hero, take her to me. Thank you, and yes, we'll capture and take her to you, Sensei. Tamura bowed his head. The television flickered off. They'll invade the camp on the 3rd day, but everybody was already feeling tense. Except for Paul. He's at his apartment drinking beer and keeping a close eye on the students and heroes for any updates through his drone. The camp lodge. Everyone was slowly walking out of the forest right in front of the lodge. Some were too hurt, too tired, or just too hungry to even say anything. Izuku, he was pissed. They didn't have to deal with this, but here they are, missing lunch. They had to make do with eating berries or fruits. Hell, they had to force drink Aoyama-activated charcoal when he ate some poisonous berries. Oh good, you're here. You're also late for lunch. It was past noon. Aizawa had the gall to look bored upon seeing them. He would probably blow his cover, but it's going to be worth it. He walked over to Aizawa, who looked at him skeptically. He didn't give his supposed homeroom teacher any time to react when he kicked him full force in the balls. MMMPPPHHHMMPPPHHMPPPHHMMPPPHHHH. While those were the words that came out of his mouth, courtesy of a stitched mouth, Izuku actually meant, screw you, asshole. Bara, why did you kick Aizawa-sensei in the TESTIC, as if the timing is right? Some random kid punched Iida in the balls. You're too loud, dirtbag. The kid chided Iida before walking away. He likes this kid already. The sad part, nobody checked to see if Iida was okay. Well that, or everybody was just too tired. At the very least, the pussycats did congratulate them. Especially these 3. Izuku readjusted what he's hearing just in time for Pixie Bob's speech. Akusero, you can't just cook with a gun, Shinso argued with his best friend, having already gone through a migraine of a training day. He's not dealing with his friend's crap right now. As he doused the firewood with a small amount of gasoline, Izuku responded, "Watch me." He shot at it with his revolver, startling everyone but also starting a fire. "Look, Akusero, I politely implore you to stop using your gun in lighting the firewood." Iida chided, holding his ears from the sudden gunshot. Izuku rolled his eyes but went along with it. In any case, the fire is already lit. He took a step back and let everyone do their thing for the remainder of the evening. For the record, it worked, but okay. The third day will be tomorrow, and the villains will launch an attack that evening. For now, he will have his final meal with everyone. He breathed deeply before facing Mina, who sat beside him on the table. Everybody was sharing stories with one another. Izuku wanted to tell a story but it's mostly robbery and ransoms from him and he'd also have to fabricate new stories that would fit Akusero's character. Not that he would make the needless effort to do so. Shinso concluded his story, drawing laughter from his classmates, and so, that's when I placed hardcore laxatives in his drink. That was the last time he messed with my cat. Anyway, that's how I lost my credibility in school. After all, the guy was a teacher. Everybody's laughter transformed into an uncomfortable chuckle in a shocking twist. Mina nudged her preoccupied boyfriend and asked, "What do you think Aizawa-sensei will put us through tomorrow, Akusero?" The boy had a 1,000-yard stare on his face, seemingly deep in thought. Since thoughtfulness is accompanied by silence, Mina ignored it. She found that to be one of his qualities. "I'm not sure. I'm certain that I'll resume jogging along with a few more exercise routines. Without a quirk, there isn't much you can do. Don't beat yourself up over that. Your moral support really helps me back there. Plus, you're good with a gun and hand-to-hand. That bastard fights dirty." Tetsu interrupted their conversation and shamelessly inserted himself between them. "This guy shot me in the dick. You still have one, don't you? I mean, I was sure it was too small to hit." Mineta and Kaminari simultaneously exclaimed, "Ooh shit." They weren't prepared for Akusero to record that. The student with iron skin snarled at the shooter out of sheer rage. "If you can't even fight fair, why bother being a hero?" When Izuku realized how naive Tetsu was about the world, he rolled his eyes. If he was immature, he would have chosen to cripple this guy tomorrow night, except, he isn't that petty. He faced Mina and wrote down his piece. "Look, this is the problem with a lot of hero students these days. The majority of you are a huge exception." "Problem? Oh, so you think. I apologize for interrupting, but I cannot allow you to talk that way about Akusero." Iida interrupted Tetsu. This time, the class vice president's glare was different. "Even if his methods are questionable, his actions saved my life. He and Bakugo led us through the beast forest with their combined tactics. As a hero, he does not care what the public thinks of him, as long as they are safe." Feeling bad about betraying everyone tomorrow, Izuku thought to himself, "Oh boy, Iida. I'm sorry, but you'll be eating those words tomorrow." "I'm very sorry." He is more concerned about someone else, even though everyone rushed in to protect him from Tetsu or whatever. "Tomorrow night. You guys are late," Dabi complained just as Spinner and Compress exited the warp gate. Spinner's severely altered assault rifle had a knife duct taped to it. "Jegus, that thing is bound to blow up on his face." "Terribly sorry, sir. A magician is always fashionably late." A masked muscular said, Yeah, who cares?" without giving a damn about what was going on. "Whatever. Everybody remembers their roles." Yes, good sir. Hell yeah." Spinner even mimicked one of Paul's yells. "Yes, no, sure thing, sugar, flesh, let's just get on with it." Dabi put his earpiece on and nodded. "Paul, everybody is ready. What's the situation in the camp?" "Everything is going as scheduled. The test of courage is currently undergoing and Mustard is releasing his gas. The tool arm Nomu is also on the run. Now's a good time to split." "Thanks." He switched off his earpiece and faced the Vanguard squad. "You all heard Paul. Get in, get Todoroki, and get out. Spread as much terror as you can while we do it. Let the entirety Japan know that nobody is safe. A civil war is not necessary." Izuku was beginning to worry about the League's arrival and asked, "What's taking them so long?" He was awaiting his opportunity to enter the forest. He was lucky enough to be paired with nobody, making his disappearance possibly smoother. Up until Magna pulled Pixie Bob in for a surprise attack, knocking her unconscious. "Heroes, we're here to attack you." That is the lamest thing Spinner could have said. It looked like the League is finally attacking. It's time for him to disappear. Kota, he heard Mandalay yell, reminding him of her nephew's existence. It shouldn't be his problem because he isn't overly worried about him. I'll get him. Mina responded to Mandalay's worries and began running to the direction of Kota's secret hideout. Izuku stopped himself from slipping away, now knowing Mina is possibly running into danger. He kept his distance from her so she wouldn't see him. The murderer was swept away. God fucking damn it, are you kidding me? Katsuki said, dodging Moonfish's second set of teeth. Why are the villains attacking now? Can't I have some goddamn peace? Shiozaki, dodging the teeth, reprimanded, less swearing, more dodging. In a pitiful attempt to frighten him, he ran into her. Until Moonfish chose to attack them, he was too unconcerned to notice her. How troublesome. You don't need to tell me, Shiozaki. I just need an opening. Her vine hairs started to grow and fight the teeth. Fine, let's do this, shall we? She said. Like a hydra, every time a strand is cut off, two more will take its place. Katsuki destroyed any teeth that would get too close with his explosions. I'll eat you, flesh, 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 flesh. Shiozaki retorted, shut your mouth, and receive retribution for the monstrosities you committed, heathen. As she gradually overpowered Moonfish with her vines, binding his body. Bakugo. Howitzer, he was already in the air the moment Shiozaki had Moonfish in place. EIMMMMPAAAACCCCTTT. Moonfish were thrown into the trees and the vines were burned off by the explosion. After landing, Bakugo eyed the cannibal, who was hanging from a branch, heavily burnt and unconscious. We need to help the others. He faced Shiozaki. He was aware that they lacked authorization, but he also knew that the League wasn't playing around this time if someone as dangerous as Moonfish was present. Agreed. Bloody hands. Uraraka was frantic. No, 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 she said. If the poisonous gas wasn't enough evidence, the camp is being attacked. Fortunately, Tsuyu, her friend, was with her. Stay calm, Ochako. The frog told her. It didn't help. I know. I'm just a little freaked out. They became extremely vigilant as soon as they heard a rustle in the bushes. Who's there? It was a blonde girl with an eerie smile emerging from hiding. She was holding what appeared to be a needle in one hand and a knife in the other. Everything she wore screamed villain. Hello, I'm Hamiko Toga. Let's make love. Human food store. My brainwashing isn't working on that piece of shit. Shinso ran alongside Awase, who was carrying Momo. The three were unfortunate enough to encounter a Nomu who had chainsaws for arms. It's a good thing the monster is not too fast, but they noticed the thing slowly catching up. Yeah sure, let's just keep running. Hang in there, Yaoyorozu. You don't need to tell me to run. I just hope Akasero, Mina, and Toru is okay. The two said as they continued to flee from the Nomu, dodging the poisonous gas as they went farther into the forest. We just had to do this. Awase, calm the fuck down. Oh no, of AAAALLLLL nights. It had to happen now. Fuck this. While carrying Momo and being pursued by a monstrous beast, Shinso urged Awase to just keep fucking running. That thing can't keep running forever. Mind-controlled pride featuring the pride of Tetsu Tetsu. He's out, Tetsu Tetsu begrudgingly said as he stood over Mustard's unconscious body. To defeat the toxic gas villain, he had to use low-cost strategies. Kendo moved to stand next to him and gave him a shoulder pat. Hey, at least we stopped this guy, didn't we? This, he said, glancing at the hand that struck Mustard's balls. It just feels wrong. But you saved everyone from the toxic gas. Your pride or our friends lives. Grr, damn you, Akusero. Tied hands. The villain didn't even bat an eyelid when Eraserhead broke Dobby's left arm. I'm gonna ask you one more time, what are you after here? Only because of Mandalay's warnings did he learn of the villain's unexpected invasion of the camp. Before dissolving into a puddle, Dobby joked, wouldn't you like to know, Eraser Boy? Aizawa-sensei, Eraserhead exclaimed as he looked up, relieved to see that some of his pupils were safe. Villains are attacking the... I know. Get inside and don't fight unless you have to. He pointed at the camp lodge while running. His phone rang, interrupting him. Recovery Girl was the one. Good timing. Recovery Girl, I need you too. He halted and said, the DNA tests just came in, Aizawa. It's from the blood you collected from Akusero after his final exams. What's the result? You need to act quickly, your suspicions about Akusero is correct. Way ahead of you. Send in backup, now. Villains are attacking the camp, he said, ending the call before the elderly woman could reply. At the worst possible moment, his greatest fear has finally materialized. He must locate and seize civil war as soon as possible. We've swallowed lies. Kota gradually moved away from Muscular, saying, "Why, you're the one who." The mass murderer felt glee when he saw the kid fear him. He felt so strong because of this. "Oh, so you're their kid. Don't worry, this isn't personal. It just so happens that you're a good kill." Muscular rushed him with the intention of squashing the child, but Mina arrived in time to save him. She took the sobbing Kota with her and began to flee. "Oh, you're not getting away, bitch." Mina looked back to see big rocks thrown at her. "Acid veil," she yelled as she created a wall of acid that protected them from the projectiles. Muscular was suddenly in front of her, ready to kill, so it turned out that he had only used those rocks as a diversion. He, again, failed when Izuku pulled her and Kota out of the way. Akusero. Run, Mina, he spoke for the first time since a few weeks ago. It sounded too quiet, too restrained, Mina thought. As if something is keeping his mouth from fully opening. She assured him, "I'm not leaving you." TCH. Muscular asked her boyfriend, "Oi, shouldn't you be trying to lure out the target?" Kota and she both gave him a perplexed look. "Akusero, what is he saying?" "Oh, you didn't know. Of course, you wouldn't. This guy here is actually..." Bang. Gah. Muscular scowled at Akusero as the bullet scraped his cheek. Feeling her boyfriend's murderous intent, Mina took a small step back. "Mina, please, run." "No, tell me what he's saying, Akusero." She refuses to simply walk away. Muscular had some knowledge of Akusero. Something doesn't add up. "You bastard," the villain screamed while throwing a punch at Akusero. Muscular became confused when her boyfriend moved aside, leaving what appeared to be a clone of himself in his original position. He looked different. His eyes and black hair have turned green. Mina's eyes grew wide as she realized who it was right away. "No," she muttered as sorrow flooded her body. "It can't, he's not." Bang. The murderer was killed when the second bullet passed through Muscular's head. Someone she loved stood in front of her. Someone she believed to be familiar. Tears coming out of his eyes and flowing down his cheeks. The stitched mouth was visible when he took off the mask that covered half of his face. All he could see when he looked at her was regret and sadness. "Mina, I told you to run. Mina, I told you to run." Mina had big eyes. Her world of view was shattered as she stared in shock at the person who used to be Akusero. Because of the stitches in his mouth, he speaks slowly and quietly. Those scars, the inability to speak, Mina understood now. All this time, he had been deceiving her. Whatever grief she had was replaced by anger. "You lied," she muttered, but he heard her. The kid beside her heard it. She used to be on the edge of tears, but now she's crying. Izuku could see that. He's crying too. No, she cut him off by throwing acid on the ground in front of him, making him stop his walk. "You lied," she cried out to him, completely devastated. Everything was thrown down the drain, including all of the moments spent with him and the pining. "You lied about everything." He looked at his feet and said slowly, "Not everything." After a few seconds, he glanced up at her and took a small step forward. "I do love you." That wasn't a lie. He wanted to yell out the feelings he had for her was real. He had never cursed himself from stitching his mouth before. "Mina, please." She retreated while keeping Kota close, saying, "Shut up." Not one step closer. It hurts him even more. He turned around and lost the will to move forward. It wasn't a lie, he told her one last time before running away to the direction of the camp lodge. He was certain that Mina and the child wouldn't encounter any more of his supporters. Mina watched Izuku flee. When he's out of sight, she finally broke down crying. "Thanks for killing Muscular. Prick's unreliable. Other than that, you good, mate?" Paul asked him through his earpiece. He realized the resident hacker heard everything. "No, we can talk about it later. For now, we gotta focus on the mission. Lure Todoroki out the camp lodge, Compress picks him up, and then it's over." "Thank you. Hey, how else can a bloke like me help a mate in need?" He managed to reach the lodge in record time. He could see Compress hiding among the trees and Eraserhead taking down Dobby's clone. He waited for Eraserhead to leave before making his move. He pulled 3 sleep darts from his pocket and loaded it to his revolver. He looked at Compress, who nodded. They both moved in. The remedial classes consisted of Sato, Kirishima, Kamakiri, and Todoroki along with the teacher, Vlad King. He felt Compress' hand touch his shoulder. He gave the magician permission to compress him. And now for my next trick. Compress pulled out another one of his compressed materials. He threw both of them simultaneously and snapped his fingers. Hocus pocus. The first ball decompressed into a large rock, breaking through the window and shocking the students. Nobody could react fast enough when the second ball decompressed and revealed Izuku Midoriya, Civil War, aiming his revolver at Kirishima first. The sleep dart shot out of his revolver and hit Kirishima in the neck. He aimed the second at Vlad King and knocked out the hero as well. Finally, he shot Todoroki point blank with a sleep dart and knocked out the target. He picked him up and threw him out the window. You bastard! Kamakiri jumped at him, hoping to cut him down, but Izuku was not having any of it. He parried the hero in training's quirk blades and hit him hard in the head with the revolver's handle. He was grabbed from behind by Sato. You're not getting away. The Sugar Rush hero in training was giving him a bear hug. Sorry, Civil War mumbled as he aimed his gun at Sato's foot. Bang! Gah! The pain of the bullet wound to the foot caused Sato to drop him. He didn't give him time to recover as he roundhouse kicked the kneeling student, knocking him out. Making sure everyone is tied up, Civil War leapt out of the window with Compress waiting for him, holding Todoroki's compressed form. You got him? Paul asked them through their earpiece. Of course, good sir. Compress answered enthusiastically. All right, you heard Compress, time to leave. Paul exclaimed through the earpiece, causing the two to cringe. Right, sorry about that, mates. About that, mates, Toga ignored him. She was busy sucking blood from Uraraka's leg. Suck 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 suck. Fuck off. Bakugo pulled Uraraka away and blasted her into the ground. It was through sheer adrenaline that Toga managed to stand up and jump away. Vines erupted from the ground and snatched her leg. You're not getting Awa. The Vine girl was interrupted when Shoji jumped out of the bushes with a frightened look on his face. Everybody get down. Dark Shadow is rampaging. The masked hero in training yelled as everybody looked at the monster following him. Toga used this chance to slice off the vines and escape. Are you kidding me? Bakugo's hand sparked, bringing an explosion to life as it quickly whittled down Dark Shadow's size. She got away. Damn it. Sorry, Tokiyami mumbled as he stood up, now in full control of his quirk again. Bakugo shook his head as he helped the bird student stand up. Not your fault. Still, not your fault. They noticed the flames dying down due to the sudden drop in temperature. None of them could tell if that meant the villains failed or succeeded, but they hoped it was the first one. Sorry about that, mates. Dobby's ears air ringing from Paul's sudden excitement, but he got the message. Compress, Civil War, and Toga reached the rendezvous the same time he and Twice got there. Kurogiri appeared before them, ready to warp everyone away. He noticed a few of them were missing. Namely, Spinner, Magna, Muscular, Moonfish, and Mustard. Kurogiri, where are the others? Dobby asked the warp gate. Muscular is dead while Moonfish and Mustard are captured. I have already transported Spinner and Magna safely back to the bar. The warp gate explained to them. Muscular died. Who would kill him? How about we leave that question to the bar? We can answer it over a couple of alcohol. Paul told Dobby over the earpiece. The fire villain nodded as he got in front of the portal. Oh right, the Nomu. Dobby pressed a button on his earpiece. Tool arms, go back to Kurogiri. Dude, he's catching up. Awase noticed the Nomu building momentum. I know, just keep running. It's no use, the Nomu is getting faster. Awase handed Momo to Shinso and got in the Nomu's path. Shit, 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 run bro. Awase forcefully kept himself on the Nomu's path, trying to give time for Shinso to escape with Momo. He closed his eyes, expecting his impending doom, but nothing came. He opened it again to see the chainsaw near his face. What the? The Nomu turned around and started walking away. It's walking away. Awase. Momo had finally woken up. Shinso held her tight to keep her from falling over. She made a tracker from her arm. Weld this to the Nomu. Right. Awase took the tracker quickly and welded it into the Nomu's back. Shinso turned his back on the Nomu and saw something in the shadows. The student with the purple hair yelled, Oi, who are you? Instead of responding to him, the figure moved forward, revealing herself to be Mina carrying Kota. Knowing his friend was okay, Shinso let out a sigh of relief. Thank God you're all right, but... She had a devastated expression on her face. She looks just fresh from crying. Shinso glanced around and saw that she wasn't with anyone. After figuring everything out, he was afraid of the worst. Mina, where's Akusero? The bar. When his squad entered the bar through the portal, Tamura would have congratulated them, but his sworn little brother immediately fell to his knees on the floor and began sobbing uncontrollably. Whoa, holy shit, Izuku. Lil bro, what happened? Tamura swiftly joined him, gently supporting Izuku by holding his shoulders. The League appeared perplexed as to why Izuku was in tears. Tamura's phone started ringing. Dabi, can you answer it for me? Sure. He picked up the phone and answered it. Who's this? It's Paul. Put it on speaker. Dabi did what Paul told him to. Hey, Izuku, mate, is it fine if I tell the League? Hum loudly for yes and shout for no. Izuku hummed loudly. When Paul told everyone what had happened, Magna and Toga gasped. Long story short, he saved his girlfriend from Muscular, but in exchange, she found out. The two women were quick to walk beside Izuku, trying to comfort him. Twice wished him well. Oh man, that sucks. Hell yeah, one said. Come on, boss. Spinner was also upset about what happened to one half of his inspiration. Dabi stayed silent throughout the whole exchange. Compress silently removed his hat in condolence. Tamura gave his younger brother a firm embrace. Kurogiri said to his other young master, Young Izuku, would you like a milkshake? Okay, sorry, I ruined the celebration. Oi, who cares? We already got the target. I'm here for you, Izuku. Tamura looked up and addressed the rest of the Vanguard squad's members. There's a bunch of rooms here. You can go sleep in there for now. We can't risk any of us getting discovered. Spinner saluted and turned to go, but Compress stopped him. You got it, boss. Before that, we still have one thing left to do. Compress reveals the compressed Todoroki on his hand. Right, decompress him and tie him up. It was a complicated process. Dabi had his fire ready while Izuku, who finally got his shit together, readied the quirk suppressor cuffs. With ropes in his hand, Spinner stood behind a chair. Tamura used his fingers to count down, saying, all right, in 3, 2, 1. Compress decompressed Todoroki and Izuku quickly locked his hands with the quirk suppressor cuffs. The gunman quickly kicked Todoroki back into a chair and Spinner immediately tied him up. Welcome to our hideout, Shoto Todoroki, I hope you enjoy your stay. The half-cold, half-hot student spat at him, saying, damn you. That's the spirit, Todoroki. Tamura exclaimed, encouraging the student who had been abducted. So, who's guarding him? I'll do it. Dabi raised his hand. Tamura left the room after giving a nod. Izuku squinted his eyes suspiciously, then shook his head and left the bar. Spinner and Compress also went to bed. I'll escape, Todoroki asserted. Dabi just rolled his eyes. Sure you will, Dabi said mockingly. Do you even know why you're the target? No, Todoroki acknowledged as he searched the area for anything useful. When he said that, Dabi laughed at him, which made him even more irritated. Do you know why I am here? Yeah, Civil War saw something in you when he fought you. Civil War, as in Izuku Midoriya, I never me. Todoroki paused whatever he is saying, having realization strike him like a truck. Akusero Bara is Izuku Midoriya. Spot on. Endeavor taught you well, he's been under everyone's noses since the beginning. Dabi casually shrugged and asked, since the start of the school year. How else were the League able to infiltrate the USJ? Of course, he screwed himself over, too. He got attached to one of your classmates. Or 3 of them, really did him in earlier. I don't mind and I can't judge. Everyone has their flaws and it's good to know Izuku is still human under all that shell. He's still a villain, and he sees you as a potential one. How so? Todoroki asked, raising an eyebrow. Dabi rolled his eyes again, as if the answer was supposed to be obvious. I mean, from what he said, you got spite, you can hold a grudge, and you don't care much about others. Sounds a lot like a stereotypical villain. You fit the bill. Todoroki yelled back at Dabi, totally disregarding the first 2 justifications. Why should I care about others? That doesn't so hero-like now, doesn't it? Dabi taunted him. Sounds a lot like Endeavor to me. Todoroki paused once more, thinking about what Dabi had said. He gritted his teeth when he finds his own argument invalid. Dabi was right, he is becoming like his father. Let's see, Spite. Out of spite and pettiness, you refused to use your own flames. Grudge. You held a grudge against Endeavor and Izuku. Finally, not caring about others, you really don't care about other people, don't you? I bet you'd rather let them die than use your fire to save them. Screw you, is what Dabi was attempting to elicit from him. Hook, line, and sinker, he fell for it. Face it, Shoto, you're here because of your attitude. Not Bakugo, not Shinso, you. Dabi finished up his argument, leaving Todoroki speechless. The student questioned, why did you call me Shoto? Dabi turned away from him, maintaining a neutral expression, and said, well, it is great to speak with my little brother again, despite the circumstances. He went to the counter of the bar and poured himself a drink. Little brother, Chuya. Before Todoroki could say any more, Dabi refused to talk to him any further. The medical facility. The class visit to the hospital was awkward. In addition to discovering that one of their classmates was a traitor, many others have been poisoned by the gas. Everybody but Bakugo felt betrayed. Akusero was the traitor and Todoroki was kidnapped. Bakugo looked on as their classmates crowded a recently awoken Jiro. He caught her attention and nodded at her. She returned the nod. He looked at Mina watching over Toru's unconscious form, expressionless. She almost seems to be dead inside. He only had himself to blame for that. In the corner, he saw Shinso pondering. Hey, he called out to the brainwasher. Shinso glanced up at Bakugo and motioned for him to accompany him. Once they're outside the room, they started talking. Bakugo asked Shinso, how is she? He learned the truth about Akusero and what transpired. It will have to wait, no matter how much he wants to scream. This is no time to be selfish. She's angry, hurt, sad, and a lot of other negative emotions, Shinso answered, his hands balling into fists. He's my best friend but he's also. Bakugo said, you can punch me if you want. Shinso stared at him in confusion. This wouldn't have happened if I had been nicer to Hai. No, Shinso cut him off. In his own way, Aku Izuku already forgave you for what you did. At this point, the final decision to become a villain was on him. Not you. I gave him a reason. He argued weakly. I hate you for it, Shinso scoffed at him. But this situation, not even close to being your fault. It's not your fault that Mina is heartbroken and it's not your fault that Todoroki has been kidnapped. Shinso touched Bakugo's shoulder. With or without Izuku as a villain, those people still would have invaded the camp one way or another. Let's just be thankful it was the villain's side who had a casualty and not ours. After that, Shinso entered the room again, leaving Bakugo in the hallway. The explosive blonde sat on the nearest bench, reflecting on his life. The things that he could have done to prevent this entire mess. He destroyed 2 lives, Inko's and Izuku's. He put his face on his hands and tried to think of a solution. What am I going to do? He said. He looked up to see Shiozaki, dressed casually, staring down at him with a mixture of concern and sympathy. I see that you are being miserable right now. Don't you dare pity me, Shiozaki. She took a seat beside him and said, well, I'm very sorry for that. Your class must feel very devastated. Don't you have your own to worry about? I do, but I've already visited everyone that was hospitalized. I happened to run into you being a pathetic, miserable wretch in this hallway. He glared at her, but she chose to continue staring at the wall rather than even look at him. Are you here to make fun of me or what? What the fuck is your motive, Shiozaki? He asked. He became enraged by the smugness emanating from her smirk. Nothing. I simply figured that you need someone to talk to. Luckily, I don't judge people that quickly. This time, with greater control than previously, he kept his anger to himself. As if I'll tell you my entire life story. That bad? She asked, covering her mouth in a patronizing manner while feigning surprise. Screw you, woman, she teased him, saying, you would like that, won't you? He got up in an attempt to avoid her, saying, oh for fuck's sake. She didn't let him walk away when she held on to his arm. Her arrogant look gave way to a serious one as she asked, joking aside, what do you plan to do, Bakugo? Are you just going to skulk here? He was almost intimidated by that. Almost. Do you plan on just sitting around, hoping for a miracle to happen? He sat there, thinking to himself. The more he considered it, the more irate he became. No, I'm not going to sit around. What will you do then, Bakugo? She asked, this time facing him. He looked back at her and thought about what he should say. The realization of his response fueled his resolve. I'll bring them both of them back. I'll bring Izuku and Todoroki back. What the no, I didn't mean that. Shiozaki stood up and pulled his arm, but he yanked it off. No, you are not going out there. Too late, he had already persuaded himself to take this action. There was no backing out now. He ignored Shiozaki's warnings and began walking away from her. She continued to follow him, her arrogant expression giving way to concern. They're gonna kill you if you even got close to them. Shiozaki might be able to persuade him by playing on his fear of dying. So what? I ruined a life. Dying is the least I could do if it comes to that point. It wasn't successful. He's far too obstinate to accept logic. Don't follow me, Shiozaki. You got nothing to do with this. I will tell the teachers. He left before she could reply, saying, I'll be gone before you even tell them. He was aware of his needs. He bided his time until his classmates had left. Momo and Denki was still with Jiro, since they are best friends in class. Mina was also there with a recently awoken Toru along with Shinso and Ojiro. He gestured to the outside and gave her a look that would not accept, no. Yaoyorozu, we need to talk. She looked at Jiro for permission. Hey, he needs to talk. Not like he'll do anything that bad. No offense. None taken, Bakugo remarked as he stepped outside. Don't keep him waiting. When Momo went outside, she noticed Bakugo staring at her while leaning against the wall. Is he sizing me up? Can you make me a GPS for that track you planted on the Nomu? Bakugo got to the point. His directness surprised Momo right away. He didn't seem like the reserved recluse she had known him to be. You can make one, right? Momo squinted, already wary of Bakugo's plans for the GPS tracker. Why do you want it? She asked. He quickly responded, none of your business, but she had already figured him out. She is reluctant to give him a GPS tracker because she knew what he would do as soon as he gave that response. When she turned to return to the hospital room, Bakugo grabbed her arms and said, then I won't. She turned around to see his face different than seconds before. He was practically pleading with her to make one, his expression shifting from one of coldness to one of pleading. Please, I need to talk to him again. She knew who Bakugo was referring to. Izuku Midoriya had always been the former Akusero Bara. She is still upset about this betrayal on Mina's behalf. But has he been on our side at all? No, he's a spy, not a traitor. She concluded quickly since he was already affiliated with the League of Villains, if Japan's bank heist of the decade was any evidence. Despite being outnumbered, it is grudgingly impressive that the villains managed to outlast the heroes and police while holding a hostage. She reiterated her choice, saying, I refuse. Do it. She tripled down on her choice, saying, I refuse. Damn him for that. You know I'd still go with or without your tracker. Which is the bigger risk, Yaoyorozu? Reluctantly, she made the GPS tracker and handed it to him. At least let me go with you. He gripped the object tightly and said, and get you involved. Do you want to get expelled? No, this is between me and Izuku. I'm the one who turned him into civil war. I'll turn him back to Izuku Midoriya. She was right when she said, if he even wants anything to do with being a hero anymore. In frustration, he clicked his tongue. He was about to leave but he was stopped by Momo again. You're friends with Shiozaki, right? Momo made something else. Awase was given a Matryoshka doll that strangely resembles him. Can you ask Shiozaki to pass this along to Awase? I already thanked Shinso but I've yet to express my gratitude to him. Bakugo looked at the doll, then looked at Momo, and then looked at the doll again, and then looked at Momo again. The pattern repeated itself 10 times over, causing an annoyed Momo to pout and Bakugo to smirk. Give it to him yourself. I'm sure as hell he'd appreciate it. Hey, Bakugo. Momo tried reaching out to him only to fail as he was already walking away, feeling smug. She sighed in exasperation, not sure what got over him. A familiar voice stopped her once more as she was about to enter the hospital room. Oi, why does that doll look like me? Momo simply had the right quote for this circumstance, according to the mysterious Shinso. Fuck. I have a thing for Judas. That is the worst tragic love story that could have possibly happened, Toru said while laying down on her hospital bed while Ojiro was feeding her some soup. Toru. Ojiro let out a frustrated sigh as Shinso reprimanded her. Still, yeah, that is kinda tragic. Ojiro deadpanned them, saying, you guys really suck at helping. Got anything better to say? Shinso replied. Ojiro opened and closed his mouth in an attempt to communicate with Mina, but he was unable. And the worst part is he said he still loved me. Really? Akuse Izuku. Mina threw her hands up in the air, frustrated about her own confusion. He betrayed us. Or he was never on our side, to begin with. Momo entered the room, having finished her awkward talk with Awase. Jiro gestured her best friend to go back to her side. Tell me more about Awase. Jiro, you heard. Momo was grimly reminded by her friend's enhanced hearing and let out an annoyed groan. Well, he did try to buy us time when that Nomu attacked. He legit gave your unconscious ass to me and just stood there, arms spread, and ready to take a chainsaw to the face. Shinso recounted the three's Nomu encounter. It was a near-death experience for them, especially Awase, who surprisingly turned out okay. Gotta say, he earned my respect that day. Mina pouted and said, less Awase more Izuku. She needed someone to talk to about her boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. Technically ex. She growled in frustration, not knowing what to feel. She still had feelings for him, but it's all unclear because he is a villain. AAAARRRGGGHH. Whoa there, calm down. She said, I am Cal. Her arms froze. Shinso shook his head apologetically. She slapped him on the arm after he released her. I'm sorry I used my quirk on you, but when I release it, you have to calm down. You promise me that, she said. Ow. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. Mina jumped up and down, having a tantrum. Seriously, he made me fall in love with him only so he could break my heart to pieces. And that shithead had the gall to cry about it. Wait, he cried. Actually cried. Like a little bitch, Shinso asked her, to which she nodded, causing him to raise his eyebrows. He wouldn't cry if he, actually, yeah, think about it. Momo gave it some thought and said, what's there to, wait, no, you have a point. Shinso recalled the intense training he underwent in order to perform well in the sports festival, saying, I mean, why would he help me get into the hero course? There's no reason behind it. He only needed to insert himself into the class. It proved fruitful as he replaced Monoma in Class 1A. He wouldn't have helped me improve my quirk. Toru remembered him mentioning how she could theoretically be a walking flashbang grenade. As she learned to control light with her whole body, it proved to be accurate. If he never cared, why would he help you guys? Ojiro added his thoughts while Jiro was stuck in her own, not having much of an interaction with Izuku other than the blatant stares he would give her. Then, when Mina approached too closely, she would see him blush. She thought for a moment that it was because she was getting inside his comfort zone, but it was something else. How he would support her while they were in training camp. How he was said to have recommended Mina to intern for Slime King, which proved useful. Her eyes grew wide with insight. Jiro was having a revelation. Holy shit, Mina, I think Izuku's feelings for you were genuine. Mina is now even more perplexed, saying, no way. That bastard couldn't possibly. Thanks for telling me quickly. Go. Aizawa sent Shiozaki her way after she told him of Bakugo's plans. He gave a frustrated grunt. That kid, this is the worst timing for him to go out there. He got up from his chair. He was wearing a formal suit for tonight. After his son was abducted, Endeavor was furious, and now he had to cope with a student's stupid behavior. It was already late afternoon, but he still picked up the phone. It rang in his hand. He glanced at the caller and saw that it was Nezu. Speak. Eraserhead, a pleasure. Mitsuki Bakugo called. Her son hasn't come home yet. The worst-case scenario had happened. He was pacing the room, trying to come up with a way to tell Nezu. But the rat quickly caught on. I see, I'll send heroes to find him. You need to continue with this conference. He sighed, not believing those heroes would locate Bakugo. Yes, sir. He was tempted to go out there and stop the kid himself, but this is a conference too important to miss. He couldn't possibly know where to look. Hero Mythics. Raid. As Tamura concluded what appeared to be a PowerPoint presentation in an effort to persuade Todoroki to join the league, Izuku put his face on his palm and said, and so, that's why you should join us. This is the most embarrassing attempt at recruiting someone in his entire life. Toga appeared to have no idea. Dabi was cringing. Magna was sweating profusely. Compressa's head was shaking. Twice was cheering and booing at the same time. Kurogiri and Spinner were applauding. Yeah, if I could speak my mind, I'd say that is the worst PowerPoint presentation I've ever heard, Paul said through the phone. Izuku needed to leave this bar for a moment in order to recover. After all that, Todoroki refused, from what he heard. Sensei, I need your power. He heard Tamura call out. He was aware that his sworn elder brother was grabbing the television. He has no intention of letting Todoroki go. To distract himself from a certain pink person he loved, he thought of Dabi at the moment. Sucks to be Toya right now. At this point, it was undeniable that he had made a mistake and fallen in love with Mina Ashido. This is a blunder, as Sensei put it. A wise choice, Tamura. He heard all for one say through the television. Oi, sorry to interrupt, but something's happening. My police scanner is going crazy. He heard Paul say through the phone. He heard Dabi ask Paul, what do you mean? He is still standing in the other room, listening in, rather than returning to the bar. Wait, no, piss. Paul's voice had a sudden, panic tone that made everyone in the room pay attention. Mates, you got a GE. CRRRAAAAAASSSSSHHHHH. Paul's call came with a loud crash. Before everything stopped, Paul's call ended with gunshots. They found BZZTTT, you need to find Jiren, BZZZTTT, they said as fuck you RATATATATATATATATATATATA you need to find BZZZZTTT. They found Paul, which meant, Izuku's eyes widened. His hand instinctively clutched his revolver and throwing knife, and fear permeated every part of his body. What, Paul, boss? Spinner called out on the phone but nobody was answering. There was a knock on the door. Hello, pizza delivery. Who ordered pizza? Hell yeah, WHO ordered pie. SMAAAASSSSHHHHH. All Might pushed everyone back as he smashed through the wall. Lacquered chain prison. He heard Kamui Woods yell as he hung from the building's side, presumably restraining everyone but Izuku, who wasn't present at the bar. Paul Williams has been tracked down by an unknown person who left a piece of information for us. Tracking you down was already child's play, Shigaraki. He heard All Might say with full confidence while everyone was audibly struggling to escape. You think Wood can stop me? Oh no, you don't. A loud smack was heard as Dabi went silent. He's knocked out. Damn it, how did they find us? Tamura asked the warp villain, Kurogiri, send in the Nomus. The Nomus were not sent out. Kurogiri. I'm sorry, but I messed with his brain a little. He heard Edgeshot say. He tightened his hold on his revolver and knife, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Young Todoroki, it's good to see you again. They haven't hurt you, right? They wanted to recruit me. Too bad they underestimated your hero spirit. Wahahaha. He heard Tamura yell angrily at All Might, fuck you and your stupid laugh. You're the reason we're all like this anyway. He felt the same thing too, but he needs to keep a cool head. Unless his attacks are incredibly accurate, he is no match in outnumbered situations. That being said, we know who all of you are. He heard an old man's voice coming from the bar. He heard the tiniest whimper in Toga's voice, Vamps, also known as Himiko Toga. Magna, known as Kenji Hikiyoshi. Compress, the magician known as Atsuhiro Seiko. Twice, his real name being Jin Bubegawara. We also restrained your hacker, Paul Williams. Also known as Soul, a former member of the Salary Day Gang. Karura, another code name for Dabi. We found no records of him. Finally, the most popular of all of you, Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Second Civil War. Wait, where is he? He didn't give them time to look for him as he burst through the door and lunged the knife at All Might, somehow successfully hitting him on the weak spot through sheer luck and surprise. The knife lodged itself on All Might's weak spot, causing the symbol of peace to yell in agony, actually kneeling down from the pain. He heard the elderly man yell, Toshinori, and fly next to All Might. Kamui Woods was able to quickly restrain Izuku before he could raise his revolver. Oh no you don't, kid. Even so, the hero referred to him as such. Izuku remembered Kamui defending him from Mt. Lady a year ago, so he had no problem with the wooden hero restraining him. Nice throw, Tamura told him as he was getting tied up by Kamui's branches. With his cassette recorder in his pocket at the moment, he hummed a thank you. Gah, All Might moaned as he withdrew the knife. Unfortunately for Izuku, it was not serrated, so it took a quick bandage wrap to fix that. For the time being, failure to act quickly will cause him to bleed out. SHOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO doctor asked, noticing his father's unusually anxious expression. Maybe because I might become a damaged trophy. Yeah, that's it. To his mockery, Tamura said, by the way, For the record, Izuku joined as willingly, and All Might spat blood. You had to destroy his dream, didn't you? You call yourself the #1 hero and you can't even do your job as an inspiration to the next generation. So much for saving people. Something in All Might snapped as he smacked Tamura in the face. Somehow, the hand on Tamura's face didn't get knocked off. What? Pissed? I'm saying the truth. You tell him, Izuku. See, Compress shouted. Tamura, Izuku, stop antagonizing All Might, and they all nodded in agreement. You might ga. The villain suddenly vomited out black liquid along with Todoroki. SHOOOOOOOOTOOOOOOOOO. Live and let die. Up until it wasn't, everything was black. As they appeared on the demolished Nomu factory, Izuku landed gently on Spinner's back. Apologies, but Paul is too far to reach. Sensei is wearing his mask again, this time ready for battle. Tamura, Izuku, you've failed again. That's okay, both of you can always try again. You mustn't be discouraged. See, I even brought your group, and the one person you consider a good pawn. Sensei pointed at Todoroki, who quickly summoned his ice menacingly, but was quickly destroyed by Sensei. I would not do that if I were you, lest you want your quirk to be lost. All for OOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO All Might, you're late. Whatever quirk Sensei used, it sent All Might hurtling away. Todoroki was astute enough to vanish, seemingly eluding his captors. You've lost him, but it would take too long to convince him to your side. The portal was opened when black tendrils emerged from All for One's fingers and injected Kurogiri. Escape, Tamura. Tamura attempted to argue, but Sensei intervened, saying, "We're not leaving you." He pushed Tamura and the other league members back into the portal, saying, "No, you need to continue this without me. Know that I will always be with you in spirit." But someone wasn't fortunate. As Izuku approached, the portal was already closing. He would have made it if it weren't for some explosive blonde catching him mid-flight. "Izuku, I'm taking you back, Kachan." All Might interrupted Sensei by punching him in the torso, asking, "Who is this?" "Grr, Civil War. BZZTTT, don't worry, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, about me, BZZTT." He punched in on his cassette recorder as he pulled out his revolver. He and his old friend are at odds over this. Bakugo attempted to reason with him, but he shook his head. "We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, Izuku. He's killed too many heroes to go back now. He had no desire to return. No matter what you do, I'm not going back. Treat me like a villain, not like a friend." After hearing that, Bakugo briefly relaxed his defenses. His expression briefly changed to one of regret, but Izuku saw it as an opportunity to shoot. He dodged the bullet easily, having been used to this. "Fine, Civil War." They walked around one another, anticipating a hit. If Bakugo loses, he dies. Izuku is captured if he loses. All for One was too preoccupied with All Might. With haste, he spun around and shot another target. Gran Torino was killed when the bullet struck him in the shoulder. Boom. Bakugo got to work right away, turning his back and sending Izuku an explosion. "You know what's funny? Yaoyorozu gave me a fake tracker. It led to a police station instead. It just so happens that the big explosion your leader did make me go here." Boom. Bang. At the same time, the two avoided each other's blow. They were too familiar with one another to even attempt a successful hit. Izuku wished he had his lever shotgun and sniper rifle right now. It would have made this fight a lot easier. He was forced to use his other quirk, dodging and leaving a clone in his place, after Bakugo detonated a massive explosion. A quirk, BZZTT, given, BZZTT. Boom. Another big explosion, forcing him to use his quirk again. He was able to shoot him in return, leaving Bakugo's shoulder scratched. Accuracy quirk is less effective on moving targets if I can't predict where Kachan will be going. I need him to get close. He pretended to be weak and allowed himself to be struck by another explosion. Bakugo accepted it. He launched himself up in the air and started doing a similar move. A howitzer impact, is that how you want to play it? Repositioning his revolver in its holster, he kept his hand at the ready to draw. Bakugo was getting closer and closer. Howitzer. Bakugo raised his right arm while Izuku drew his revolver. Impact. Bang, 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 boom. Izuku was launched by the point-blank explosion to the chest into a brick wall while Bakugo lay flat on his back with 5 holes. His bullets were exiting through those same holes. They both moaned in agony, but neither was able to get to their feet. All Might didn't notice what had happened because he was too preoccupied with fighting All for One. Gran Torino didn't care about his own wound and swooped down to fly next to the explosive blonde. "Boy, what did you do?" Gran Torino yelled in shock at Bakugo's state, currently bleeding out with 5 bullet holes. He was still lying on the rubble when Izuku awoke abruptly. He looked out and saw that Gran Torino was doing his best to care for Bakugo. He then looked at Sensei fighting against All Might. He was unable to stand without experiencing pain throughout his body, but he truly wanted to help. He always walks away from situations like this. All he needs is a hiding place so he can reassemble with the League. He didn't have any other options. He only knew one place that is close here. There's no way she would, not after the camp. He thought to himself, debating whether or not he should go to her apartment. He walked with a limp, struggling greatly to stay awake. He holstered his revolver. No choice, I need to try. He walked away from the battlefield. Before Izuku could collapse on the floor of her apartment, Mina grabbed him in her arms. He was bleeding, burned, and unconscious when she checked. It was fortunate that Aizawa had taught them the fundamentals of first aid. As she took off his burned shirt and jacket, Mina shook her head and said, "All right, time to rip that shirt off." "Wait, that sounds weird." In order to tend to his wounds, she disregarded the fact that he had abs. He's unconscious, so she didn't need to be too careful. When she was done, she laid him down on her couch and gently covered him with bandages. She asked out loud, "What am I gonna do with you?" Although she could report him to the police, she is reluctant to do so. Mina was knocked off her thoughts when she heard Izuku groan loudly. He tried to stand up but she stopped him. "Don't move." She made a concerted effort to sound menacing. With acid dripping from her hands, she sat on him right away to stop him from moving. "We have a lot to talk about." He silently looked at her and then pointed on his stitches. Mina grabbed the scissors from the medical kit, rolled her eyes, and cut off the only thing preventing his mouth from moving. "Now, can you talk?" "I'm sorry." "Oh, now you're sorry," she exclaimed, still sitting on him, raising her hands in the air. She lost her balance and would have fallen off if he hadn't sat up and grabbed her by the shoulders. They could feel each other's breathing because their faces were so close. Izuku gently let go of Mina after making sure she's balanced while sitting on top of him. He paused for a moment before saying, "No, seriously, I'm sorry. He truly did not mean to hurt her feelings. For causing you trouble." "Yeah, as if that would fix the problems you caused." Despite knowing his apology is genuine, it didn't stop her from staying mad at him for lying to her. Most of it, anyway. "And these are the problems we'll force everyone to fix." Izuku scowled at the ground, refusing to look at her. "I know it's an edgy backstory, but Tamura and I do want to make things change for the better." "By hurting people, what? You think you can actually make a change as a hero? Or just be all talk like a politician?" Now he's facing her after snapping. She hates that he's making a little bit of sense. They were in a stalemate. And can you even create a perfect world? We know a perfect world is impossible, Mina. We just want to make a better one than this." Izuku shook his head, laid back down on the couch, and covered his face with his arm. Twice lost his job over an accident and went insane. Compress was a failed magician. Magna has been rejected by everyone around her. Toga's parents disowned her because of her quirk. Paul's mom died in America. Dabi burned himself trying to impress his cruel father. Tamura accidentally killed his entire family and no one but Sensei was there to help him. People went after me just because I had no quirk. Spinner had an anti-mutant cult go after him. I'm surprised you haven't encountered them. He took his arm off his face and glanced at Mina, who was listening intently. "Call us a villain all you like, but we're all still human trying to make a change, even if it's the most questionable method possible. You know, people did go after me because I looked different." Mina looked away, not wanting to remember her one encounter with the creature rejection clan. Izuku reached out his hand and touched her fluffy hair. She did the same with his. "And you owned it and made them suck it all up as you got into Ua." "I know you would." Izuku paused for a moment, admiring Mina's kind and determined heart. "That's why you're an incredible person. You're my favorite person, but sometimes, you can be quite an annoying cunt." Mina snorted at Izuku's compliment and insult. She laid down and squeezed next to him on the couch. All anger she had for him simmered down when she realized that as vicious as he can be, Izuku is still a vulnerable softie underneath. You know, I'm still calling the police on you, Izuku. I know. I hate the fact that no matter how many walls I put up in my heart, you'll still be there to melt it down and reach me. Still, can we, just this once, forget about all this? What we're supposed to be. He held her close to him. They hugged each other in comforting silence. Also forget the fact that I just stabbed All Might and shot Bakugo 5 times. You did what? 1 week later. Bakubro, I brought you some spicy ramen. Hiroshima placed the food on the desk near Katsuki's bed. The explosive blonde was looking out the window on his wheelchair. His new high-tech spine protruded from his back. Recovery girl said she could save you 2 months worth of healing if you just let her. You know what's funny? I spent 10 years making him think he was a cripple. Ironic how I'm the one sitting in a wheelchair now, unable to move my lower half. That same person defended you back then. If he weren't a villain, I would have called him a true bro. Hiroshima told his friend while sitting down beside him. After crippling you, he apparently went to Mina's house and stayed there for the night. She called the police early morning and he turned himself over quietly. Rumor said he's in Tartarus. Katsuki grunted, knowing the true outcome. He'll escape. From Tartarus? I don't think so. They'll underestimate him, thinking he can't do anything without a gun. He'll use that to his advantage and escape. Katsuki explained what Izuku would be doing in the next few days. I bet my ass he'll be out in 2 weeks. This guy managed to get a stab on All Might, remember? Yeah, it still feels surreal seeing All Might. Not that it's your fault. Don't worry, he drilled it into my head that his retirement wasn't my fault. That old man with him then followed up with saying that my shattered lower spine is my fault. Katsuki snorted, remembering Gran Torino whacking his head with a cane after his surgery. He stopped laughing and looked at Hiroshima. I'm transferring to general education. Hiroshima fell out of his chair, shocked by what he had heard. What? Dude, are you ex? Aizawa-sensei didn't expel me. I'm transferring on my own decision. Katsuki reassured his friend, who was standing up from falling over. Well, you can't just give up. I'm not giving up. Katsuki shook his head. I just want some time to think, and I know doing that while trying to go through hero classes is too much of a distraction for me to think clearly. I've done a lot of fucked up shit to a single person and it looks like I've finally gotten my comeuppance. Hiroshima tried to protest but he knew deep down his friend had already made up his mind. He sighed, accepting the decision and reached his fist out. I'll keep the seat warm for ya. Thanks, and sorry that you'll have to deal with Monoma for a while. Katsuki returned the fist bump. Dude, really, now I want you to hurry up on that self-reflection arc. Don't worry, I got Hound Dog to help me with that. Akusquad, you really turned him in. Shinso asked Mina one more time just to make sure. She nodded one more time. Mina called in a meeting a week ago and now they're all hanging out in Stardust. Toru decided to bring Ojiro along to act as the secondary straight man of the group after Shinso. You let him spend the night with you. You sure nothing happened? Toru presumably got close on her friend's face, surprising Mina with the question. Toru, Ojiro scolded his friend for asking an inappropriate question. The same question that had Mina blushing hard. We didn't do anything, okay. She screamed in a panic. We just cleared things up. He's not mad that I called the police on him. He didn't even try to resist. Shinso lifted his eyebrow. He's reminded again that Akusero is still different from Izuku. Both of which he would still consider his best friend. It didn't stop the feeling of betrayal from making him biased against his friend. Shinso, you and I both know that one way or another, someone is gonna break him out. If nobody does, he'll break himself out of prison. Mina shook her head, giving it 2 or 3 weeks before the news about his breakout starts rolling in. So are you two still dating? Toru, what? That's an important question. The invisible girl probably shrugged when Ojiro scolded her again. Mina started blushing again. It's complicated, okay. Mina accidentally melted her frappe. With the League, first order of things, Tamura set down the blueprints of a prison. The League of Villains circled the makeshift table in their temporary hideout. The first thing they did was contact Jiren, as per Paul's request before his arrest. Their hacker was right to make them reach out to the underworld broker. He had enough blackmail on a politician to order Paul's transfer. We're breaking out Paul first. Any questions? I'm surprised we're not breaking out Izuku first. Dabi expressed his shock, not expecting Tamura to prioritize someone who isn't Izuku. That would be the case, but he was sent to Tartarus. We need Paul to take down their security systems if we even want a chance to break in, and break Izuku and Sensei out. Tamura pointed his finger on one part of the map. Behind this wall is a hollow system that we can break in from. We plant the C4, wait for Paul's signal, and then blast them out. May I ask a question? Compress raised his hand. Ask away. What signal? We get there 30 minutes before Paul's scheduled transfer, and drill a hole in the wall. Tamura mimicked the drilling with his hands while everyone listened intently. After 30 minutes, we wait 30 seconds before pushing in a yen note through the hole and wait for Paul's scream. By then, we would have already planted the C4 and we blast our way through. All of us. No, Toga, not all of us. Someone will have to stay put. Kurogiri is out running errands for the doctor, so Spinner will be our getaway driver. Yes, you don't mind if we use your van, right, twice? Yes, no, the guys coming with me is Dabi, Magna, and Compress. The rest of you stay put in here while we pull off that heist. Paul's transfer is happening in a few days. Roger that, boss. Okay. No, seriously, just call me Tamura. In a cell, Paul pretended to sleep in his temporary cell. From what he heard from the guards, he's getting transferred to another precinct. It still didn't make sense to him on how he got caught. He was sure he cut off any loose ends when the camp invasion was over. Seems like the Australian guy is getting transferred. He heard one of the guards say. Some hotshot politician wanted him out of here and into another city. Stupid reason. I mean, we're slowly transferring him nearer to Tartarus. Every precinct is a checkpoint, anyway, to prevent any breakouts. Word from above said we're lucky to catch him. Some kind of unknown hacker finally managed to track him down. Hacker? No bloody way, Paul thought to himself as he struggled to not gasp from the revelation. Apparently it was some guy named Skeptic. Skeptic, a bugger with that name found me, huh. This is bound to get interesting. In Tartarus, this is a rather light containment they placed him in, if Izuku was being honest. He expected to be strapped or something, but he's just in the higher levels of the prison. Something about a low-risk inmate. He could use this as an advantage to escape. Given the dangers of this prison's security system, Tamura would attempt to free Paul before Izuku if Izuku made a correct guess. All for One is in the lower levels, maybe even in the lowest one. It would be pointless to attempt to endanger his life by breaking out the former boss on his own. Visitor for Izuku Midoriya. He got up from his bed and went to his door's opening. His eyes widened when he saw her. He didn't think she would get the clearance to even be here until he saw the heroine next to her. Along with the person he never wanted to see in this state, it was the same heroine who advised him to keep his mouth shut. Mom. He can't say anything else because he's still in shock. Beside Inko, Mount Lady said nothing. Izuku. No matter how hard he tried to ignore her, Toga kept poking him. Hey, Izu-kun, you ever wondered what's inside Spinner's room? She asked. He was using his chemistry set to create a new version of bullets, but he will have to deal with her. He faced her with an annoyed glare and encouraged her to continue. Oh come on, Izu-kun, don't be like that. Nobody ever saw what Spinner's room is like. I mean, I know yours. BZZTT, you broke into mine. WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, without authorization, BZZTT. Well, Toga looked away, feeling sheepish by his correct accusation. Come on, just you and me on a date in Spinner's room. BZZTT. I have a girlfriend, BZZTT. Oh, right, pouted Toga. That pink bye. Before Toga could say another word, Izuku's revolver was already pointed at her head. She quickly stopped talking and shifted the subject. Spinner's room. He gave a headshake. She smirked and said, I'll tell Mina who you really are if you don't come with me. The League needed Toga's skills in assassination and stealth, as much as he wanted to shoot her right now. He chose to proceed with the blackmail even though he knew it wouldn't be effective. BZZTT. This is, WV Lil Clocky BZZTTT. BZZTT. A bad idea, BZZTT, Izuku told Toga as both of them entered Spinner's room. If he was telling the truth, he was also interested in what was in his fanboy's room. To his surprise, it wasn't a mess, it was neat. Well, this is Bo-oo. Toga picked up a pile of paper where she noticed her name on. Spinner made something about us. Curious to find out what the lizard had made them, Izuku glanced over her shoulder. The perk deck of Izuku Midoriya, Civil War. Tier 1. Quirk, Precision. Doubles body shot damage. Note, his actual accuracy quirk doesn't actually work this way. It just so happens that he knows where to aim and maximize the damage. Tier 3. Ricochet. Now, bullets can bounce off of any solid surface and strike adversaries. Tier 5. Chemical Warfare. User can now change what type of bullets he can use, such as explosive, incendiary, sleeping darts, rubber, glue, etc. Tier 7. Quirk 2. Remnant Decoy. Once the user dodges, they will leave a clone decoy made out of black slimy substance that melts on hit. Every 2 hours, 2 charges are made, also raises the likelihood of dodging. Tier 9. Live and Let Die. Lets the user survive a hit that could have been fatal once and stuns nearby enemies with fear, a cooldown of 1 week. Remember, he lived through the howitzer impact. Tamura's perk deck. Terror. Tier 1. Quirk Decay. The closer he gets to the enemy, the more damage he takes, but his melee will always result in a one-hit kill. Tier 3. Setting a good example. When he is present, a league member's damage increases. Fear Factor. Tier 5. When a melee attack kills another enemy, the other enemy has the opportunity to cower in fear. Tier 7. Awakening Decay. No, it's a spoiler. Wayward Son. Tier 9. Question mark. Himiko Toga's perk deck. Hidden Beauty is the first stealth perk deck available. Tier 1. Quirk, Transformation. Begins each heist by stealing a single vial of blood from an unidentified adversary. They become the enemy for a while after being eaten. Blood vials are collected per kill. 6 vials at most. Transformation consumes 1. In stealth, assuming the enemy's identity drastically reduces the detection rate. Tier 3. Covert Method. They have a lower detection rate in stealth and are less likely to be noticed by adversaries in loud settings. Tier 5. Bloody Valentine. Sharp weapon melee kills result in twice as many blood vials. Desperation in Tier 7. Increases speed and dodge chance when in poor health. Tier 9. Transformation Awakening. A spoiler. We'll probably change it later once we get to that point. Fire Demon is Dobby's perk deck. Tier 1. Quirk, Cremation. The user can switch from his gun to his fire quirk, which can burn his enemies and stun them. He can't use his quirk for a set period of time after the overheat meter is full. Tier 3. Intense Boost. He can now use his fire to double jump. Level 5. Canister. He unlocks a gas canister which he can throw at the enemies. Canister makes it more likely for his fire to spread around the affected enemies. Tier 7. Third Degree. Bullets inflict more damage on burning enemies. Level 9. Through the Flames. Once the overheat meter is filled, he will gain damage resistance until the meter runs out. Technician on Paul's perk deck. Tier 1. Quirk, EMP. User disables everybody's quirk in a 10-meter horizontal radius. Drone in Tier 3. The user gets a drone that he can use to survey the area. Suitable for both loud and covert applications. Drone. Ledge, Tier 5. Drone now has a grabbable bar that a person can hold on to and a platform that a person can stand on. It helps the person take higher ground. Tier 7. Drone, Sentry. The drone is now equipped with an assault rifle that has an aimbot. Ammo is limited and is used for chip damage. Tier 9. Drone, Launcher. The drone now has a grenade launcher that can cause significant damage to an area in addition to a rifle. Oh my god, some of these are so cool. Toga held the paper high, impressed by what Spinner made. But Izuku had different ideas. He frowned at the document before him and said, it looked like he's making some kind of game abilities. These are too overpowered. The door suddenly slammed open to reveal the lizard himself. Spinner turned to face Toga, who was carrying his paper, and asked, wait, why are you guys in my room? And why are you reading that? BZZTT. Run, BZZTT. My baby boy, she exclaimed, reaching her arm through the cell gap and managing to give him a poorly planned hug. He took a good look at her and felt ashamed. Her hair was unkempt, and her eye bags were visible. It looks like she had been eating much recently. Mom, air. She hesitantly let him go as he gasped for breath. He does not like the way she is pinching his cheeks now. Moon. You've been gone for a year. I have every right as your mother to cuddle you as much as I like. Inko's argument almost had no flaws in it except for the fact that she can't come in contact with a prisoner in Tartarus. Not that Izuku already took off one of her hairpins and hid it under his pants. He glared at Mt. Lady, making sure she didn't notice anything, and thankfully, she didn't. When Inko noticed this, she said to him, I know she's a hero, but she's not all bad. After you disappeared, she made sure I was okay. He kept glaring at the blonde heroine, but he thought about how she looked after his mother. Oh, so mom didn't know what Kachan's cousin said, huh? He said, she wouldn't do it if she never felt bad about what she did. But, I won't tell on you. As long as you keep mom safe. He stopped glaring at her and focused back on his mom. You're not gonna ask why I did all this. His mother shook her head and smiled softly. Her face darkened as she said, I'm just relieved that my son is alive. I am disappointed on your questionable career path. He heard her gulping as her irate expression turned back to tears. Since he is also crying, he believed that his mother's tears were contagious. Maybe he subconsciously pushed it to the back of his mind, but he did miss his mother. He always had time to send money to her anonymously and worry about her. She can still use it to pay the rent even if it's dirty money. The conversation didn't last when the warden had decided that their time was up. That talk was enough for both of them anyway. Inko was just glad that she saw her son face to face again while Izuku was delighted she was wearing a hairpin and also because he got to talk to her again, even if it was brief. A support workshop. Mei examined the blueprints Shinso showed her and remarked, this seems like a complicated design. She carefully examined it to see if there were any defects that she could address along the way. Are you saying you can't do it? She looked over the Kusagurama and Wakizashi designs once more and said, what? No, this blueprint has some interesting weapon designs that you want me to make. Shinso's main request was to make it sharp enough to cut bullets in midair. Interesting design choice. Can you do it or not? What? Oh, yes. Give me a week or two, and then you can have it then. Hell, you can even come back anytime after if you want me to upgrade it. Really? Thanks. Shinso was surprised that Mei wasn't questioning his request for a support item. His mask was already delivered to him earlier, and now he just wanted to add a weapon to go with it. Shinso's sure power loader would be against it, but he heard of Mei's reputation. He could at least count on her for that request. When he stepped outside, Monoma was there to greet him. Somehow, the prick followed him to school after Katsuki transferred to the general studies course. Well, who do we have here? A person that's friends with a villain. Shinso turned to leave the obnoxious prick behind, saying, oh, man, not you again. Avoid. Monoma's arms went limp beside him. Go to a bathroom and go fuck yourself, Shinso commanded the brainwashed prick. Unable to resist, Monoma did so. Finally, at peace for even a while, Shinso walked home, deciding what he needs to do next. You're my target, Civil War. A guidance counselor's office. And so, here I am, on a wheelchair. Katsuki finished telling his story to Hound Dog. The hero stayed quiet, taking in all the details and writing it down. Katsuki patiently awaited Hound Dog's verdict. Hound Dog began, it sounds like you have more than just anger issues, pausing to ensure he was paying attention. Your friend dying gave you a reality check and the consequences of your actions. We can work on your anger first, then everything else. Through some miracle, you managed to overcome most of your inferiority and superiority complex from that traumatizing event alone. Katsuki stared at his own hands, trying to come up with a response. I don't know what to say. You don't have to, not right now, at least. I could still see signs of anger when you were retelling your story. The only question is it directed to him or yourself? I don't know. Then we'll both find out at your own pace. For now, you can quell that anger by finding a calming hobby. Have you ever tried gardening? Hound Dog inquired. Katsuki gave a headshake. It requires patience, and you're taking care of a living thing, trimming them, watering them, planting them, and a lot of other things. Some used it as a form of stress relief. Normally, I'd recommend taking yoga classes, but gardening is quite a good alternative, seeing your body's current state. Hound Dog stood up and walked towards the door. There's a gardening club in this school with only one member. Mind following me? No, I don't mind. Katsuki followed Hound Dog. In order to allow the explosive student in a wheelchair to follow him steadily, the hero strolled. They arrived at the rear of the school, where numerous greenhouses had been constructed. On the other side, new buildings were being constructed by Smentos. He assumed they would be staying in those dorms. Here we are. Hound Dog and Katsuki faced the one greenhouse. It looked like someone was already inside. The member is probably inside already. She insisted on doing some club work even during the summer break, and the principal allowed it. She's excellent when it comes to this, but she does pack some attitude. Attitude. Hound Dog opened the door and said, "No matter, let's just introduce you to her." Katsuki let out a loud sigh of frustration as soon as he saw her. "Are you kidding me?" Katsuki exclaimed, gesturing to the thing that irritated him. Abara Shiozaki, the plant girl herself. Bakugo. A week later, Katsuki listened carefully as Shiozaki took off her heavy gloves and said, "That's how you plant a cactus without pricking yourself." For a week, she was surprisingly not bothersome, but he still has maintained his vigilance around her. He'd be annoyed by a single passive-aggressive tone. "Any questions?" "You haven't been annoying lately." He kept frowning at her as she deadpanned at him, saying, "That's not even a question." He may be in a wheelchair, but he can still kick ass with his explosions. "Fine, I'm sorry for annoying you. Happy. More than you think, Shio." She merely rolled her eyes in frustration as he growled at her, "Screw you. I'm not saying the entire thing." Right now, she did want to deal with him. At least not until she confronted the guilt she was experiencing. "Fuck," she exclaimed as she turned around to discover that Katsuki had used a cactus to prick his gloved hand. "I told you to be gentle." In the interim. Music. Miles Malone, this is our time. When they arrived at the end of the narrow path, 4 individuals began drilling a tiny hole in the wall. "Stinks like shit in here." "Probably the rat urine, Sir Dobby." "No worries, a few more seconds, and we'll be out of here." "Quiet down. Magna, are they close?" Tamura faced Magna while he was setting up the C4. "Not quite yet, darling. I could feel a slight tug with my quirk, but he's still far." Magna suddenly shot up. "Oh wait, no, he's getting close. About 3 people are with him." "Compress. As you wish, Tamura." They pushed a yen note into the tiny hole they had drilled in the wall after compressing and decompressing it. Tamura kept his hands on the trigger while everyone retreated. Paul saw the cash dropping out of the wall. He made a jump for it and grabbed it quickly. The guard also immediately kicked him while he's down. "Oi! No fucking around. Get up. Look at this, mates." Paul exclaimed, chuckling as he displayed the 1,000 yen. "I'm rich. The League of Villains send their regards." There was no explosion. Paul continued to smile but began to perspire. The guards took out their baton, ready to beat him up again. "I said the League of Villains send their regards, mother fu. BOOOOOOOOMMMM. The wall exploded and launched the guards backward. After emerging from the hole, the 4 League members began to fire their weapons. "Compress, see if Paul is okay." Tamura shot the guard hiding behind cover with his assault rifle. Dobby burnt the other guard into ashes while Magna looked around for any more coming their way. "RATATATATATATATATATATA." Tamura moved after spotting the guard reloading. Tamura's hand was already on the guard's face, turning him into dust, by the time he emerged from cover to fire once more. Paul Winston said, "Come on, mates, you didn't mention the explosion is gonna be from AC4. As Compress extracted a steel rebar from his thigh. "Thanks, by the way." Dobby said. "Don't thank us yet, Paul," while preparing his Scar L. Not one more movement. A guard aimed her pistol at Compress' head, causing everyone to freeze in response. "One more movement and I'll put lead into your..." Bang. Compress fired off his Colt Defender, killing the guard with a headshot. Well, that was quite the distraction. "Can you stand, Paul?" Paul took Magna's hand and got to his feet, saying, "I think I can, Compress. Just need a little help. Guards and heroes are gonna come flooding in with the noise we made. Let's go." Everybody ran out of the building as the heroes and police start flying in. To deal with small fry, they forced Paul to relocate to a particular city where heroes in the top 20 are least active. They were easy to take out as well, with Compress throwing them a real steamroller, squashing a few into bloody bits. Spinner. The lizard villain's war cry was heard as he ran over a few sidekicks with twice his armored van. Get in. The crew got in, and Spinner sped away. Compress was a godsend this time as he quickly countered any projectiles with his own while Magna kept the police and other cars off their tail by using her quirk on the drivers. Make a right and get back to HQ. Actually, Paul grabbed Tamura's shoulder and got close to his ear. Make it a left. I need data on the person who sold me out. The sooner we take him out, the lesser chances the heroes have to take us out. Spinner listened intently and did make a left into a parking building. They were planning to go underground, but the barricades were up. It isn't actually a problem. Tamura just decayed it. Hold it. I need a mask, Paul said. Tamura was ready for this and gave Paul's well-kept mask to the owner. Ha, thanks, mate. All right, fire up that engine again, Spinner. The heroes would be on our asses again. Tamura commanded his friend. You got it, boss. Paul began whistling an old tune he learned from a friend as he looked around and saw his new friends staring at him. Did ya miss me, ya wankers? Tartarus. Lunch for Izuku Midoriya. The guard slipped the food through the cell door. There was no response. He noticed that the room was also dark. What the? Hey, can you open the lights to Civil War's cell? He radioed in the request. Sorry, it looks like something's interfering with the lights. The other guard answered back. The guard audibly gulped as he opened and entered the cell. Green eyes glowed in the dark behind him as it exits the cell door. The guards of a high-level prison being this incompetent. They need to hire better people. The guard heard the taunts as the prisoner locked the cell door with him inside. I knew Mom's hairpin was tough enough to shatter the lighting. The last thing the guard heard was a malicious cackle slowly disappearing into the hallways. He quickly scrambled to his radio. Alert, alert, Civil War has broken containment. You guys sure it's a good idea to ram the van into a highly secure place? Spinner asked the people in the back as he was on his way to the nearest police department to get some files on the person that got Paul caught. Oh, don't worry about that, sire. Hear this. Compress looked at the phone while Spinner listened. Alert. To all available police units and heroes, surround Tartarus. A breakout is happening. I got a good guess on who's the cause. Dabi looked out the window, seemingly uninterested. He already knew Izuku was gonna be placed in a low-level cell, so it wouldn't be too hard for him to break out. We picking him up and your sensei after this? Yeah, Tamura answered while listening in on the alert. If anyone has any confessions before we possibly get shot to death as soon as we crash into the police station, we wanna hear it. Quote. I once ate those orange-flavored toothpaste because it tasted good. Spinner quickly shouted, breaking the tension. Everyone stared at him, a little bit stunned by the fact that he admitted that. Dabi followed, saying, I didn't burn off my dick. The mystery was finally solved. Dabi miraculously did not burn off his dick. Tamura grimaced and gave 10,000 yen to Paul, who happily accepted. We had a garage band back when I was a teenager called Knives and Daisies. Never worked out, but I do write songs occasionally, till now. 2 of them are even based on Izuku. Paul continued. Tamura gave him a betrayed look. Wait, you made after him? Come on, why not make a song about me, too? Well, for starters, Civil War, and Live and Let Die, sounds a lot like song names more than Tamura Shigaraki, mate. Fair enough. Any last request, Magna? Oh no, darling, I'm positive we'll leave through T. Alright, heads up. Gucci. Spinner slammed the van into the police station. The alarm started sounding as soon as everyone got their wind back. Tamura handed Paul a pistol and they all moved deeper into the police station. Kurogiri, we're in the police station. Yeah, that one. I'll call you when we need an escape. Stop right th. The police were instantly downed by Spinner firing a bullet to his knee. Magna fired her sawed-off shotgun directly at another office. Dabi holstered his gun to his back and went on crowd control with his flames. The majority of the heroes were too preoccupied with Tartarus to attend to them. Sidekicks coming from this side. Tamura yelled at the others as he took cover from one of the long-ranged sidekicks' attack. He got up, loaded a grenade into his underbarrel grenade launcher, and fired it directly at the sidekick. The enemy was terrified as fragments of the fallen hero flew throughout the area. All right, keep it up. Paul, how much you got? About 30% of the files. A little bit shit. Part of it is in a server downstairs. Paul groaned at the extra work needed. He is on the verge of learning more about the individuals who deceived him and the League. Damn it, Magna, Spinner, with me. Tamura called out to two of his comrades. The two nodded and followed Tamura. Dobby is getting close to his breaking point, and police and minor heroes are pouring into the building like there's no tomorrow. Fuck it. Tamura severely terrorized the ranks by strapping his gun to his back and dismantling everyone he encountered who wasn't an ally. Magna had also resorted to using her quirk, causing heroes and police alike to forcefully repel or stick to each other and give Tamura an easy kill. Tamura was startled by a sound that sounded like a white noise, and Spinner shoved him aside, falling to the ground himself. The masked hero started beating Spinner with a baton. Now go to the forums, and cry like the little bitch you are. Cloaker. The white noise hero. Strange. Rapid noise. Can produce a noise similar to white noise against a target when running. Is very annoying and distracting. Before killing the hero with a shotgun blast to the chest, Magna swiftly dealt him a blow to the face. She extended a hand to Spinner. Taking her hand, the lizard got to its feet. Thanks, big sis Magna. No problem, sweetie. Alright, save the sentiments for later. We got something to retrieve. It didn't stop Tamura from taking a look at Spinner. In an attempt to locate the server room, the three went farther into the archives. Boss, look what I found. Tamura glanced in Spinner's direction. The room of evidence was in front of the lizard. Looking through the glass, they found mountains of paper stacked on tables. Find any evidence about us and bring it with you. Even better if you find a photocopy machine. Don't destroy it yet, we need it to keep one step ahead of them. Roger that. While hiding from the police who were attempting to shoot them, Mr. Compress said to the firefighter, Sir Dobby, it seems that you are burning up. I suggest you use your gun now. He got up from cover to fire shots from his dual pistols. Bang 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 bang. Well, you have that, right? Dobby asked Compress, wondering if the magician brought their tiny experiment. Compress nodded and reached into his pocket, pulling out 3 compressed objects. He threw it over the cover. The police flooded through the doorway as the objects decompressed and revealed themselves to be Dobby's flame burst. That brought them momentary peace. Compress produced an additional item and hurled it towards Dobby. The object decompressed into water, dousing the fire user. Thanks, Dobby said, releasing his Scar L's strap. We got more coming. Well, mates, since Tamura isn't here with the server yet, why don't I join in on the fun? Paul exclaimed while grabbing an assault rifle from a dead officer's hands. He quickly turned around and fired at a sidekick trying to catch them by surprise. Haven't had this much fun since the bank heist. I'm terribly disappointed that I have missed taking part in it. Oh, don't worry, Compress, that won't be the only heist we'll be doing. Meanwhile in Tartarus, it never occurred to All Might that the alarms in Tartarus would ever be sounded. He's even more surprised that All for One isn't the cause. They're breaking you out. No. At that question, the evil symbol had the audacity to laugh. All Might tried his best to stay calm, but it's really hard to do so since half the villains sent here are the ones he defeated. He wouldn't be able to defend himself if it was a breakout for the ages. Oh, stop worrying, hero. There's only one breakout so far. I doubt they'll be coming for me. After all, I already commanded that they don't. Commanded? Who could pass? All Might immediately remembered the person that was recently brought in. The villain that he unintentionally created, now feared by thousands. Civil War. His mistake was, the second one, All for One said. The smile on the villain's face was uncharacteristically warm. All Might has never seen it. The first one was a close friend. That's rare for me to say, considering friends are people you'd consider to be equal. The second Civil War, Izuku Midoriya, has been saved, not by the system you lived in, but by my successor. All for One gave himself a small laugh. You call yourself the symbol of peace, but you created a villain. I did not brainwash him nor force my will unto him. As I said before, Izuku Midoriya joined on his own decision. I simply gave him my old friend's quirk. So please, blame me for many things, but this one is on you. His taunting made the villain laugh. All Might gritted his teeth in frustration, not knowing what to do. His safety is the top priority. You shouldn't worry, he'll be fine. That boy is not as weak as you think he is. Funny, I have no eyes yet unlike you, I did not fail to see potential in him. Smart, quick learner, adaptable, and the likes, you missed a treasure on this one. Dare I say, He could have been your successor if things were different. Oh, shut your mouth. All for One laughed at his insult once more. Which reminds me, have you chosen a successor yet? Better hurry, the clock is ticking. Things have been going arguably great for Izuku right now. He managed to break out of his cell, found the evidence room, and found his guns and gear in a box. How disgustingly convenient. Mobile Task Force Demon 4 designated. Hades has been deployed into the prison. All remaining staff is advised to stay in the evacuation rooms until the unit has secured the prison. They'll start escorting personnel out once the escaped prisoners have been recaptured. The announcer said loudly. Izuku sighed loudly, a little irritated by the people he has to deal with. Mobile Task Forces, the so-called elite prison guard. Just great, he thought to himself. He will need to figure out how to turn off the lights or at least block the guard's view. He snuck around, peeking at corners and making sure he's not ambushed. Around this corner, he heard a voice just beyond the hallway. He checked to see if there was any protective glass on the lights. Fortunately, there isn't. He fired 6 shots from his revolver, aiming it at the wall. The bullets ricocheted off the metal wall and hit every lighting in the hallway, causing it to go fully dark. Men stay on ALAHK. The man was punched in the throat and fell in the dark. Taking advantage of the confusion, Izuku sprinted past them and sought refuge. I'm not gonna be able to take them on alone. Elite guards are not to be messed with. He waited out the guards leaving in the direction he came from before walking again. He shot every security camera he would encounter to keep the guards guessing. In his mind, All for One's voice said, Civil War. I am telepathically communicating with you. I know you intend to break me out. While I am grateful, that will not be the case. My location is too deep underground within this prison and it will be filled with too many guards, even for you. Tamura needs to grow without me. Escape on your own, you will be alright. Remember to be Tamura's right-hand man. Got it, sir. Izuku walked in the elevator and punched the button. He's beginning to rise. He was aware that when he got to the ground floor above, the guards would be there to greet him. Izuku sighed loudly and used a flashbang to pickpocket the guard. There will be more of those Hades guys upstairs. The floor of the elevator is getting closer. 3B, 2B, 1B, G. He unpinned the flashbang and closed his eyes just as the door opened. He heard it explode along with the cries of the guards caught off guard. Bang 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 bang. Kneecap, 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 kneecap. He jumped over the guards he hadn't shot and quickly hid behind the desk to take cover. He reloaded his revolver and holstered it while pulling out his sniper rifle. Shit. Last he counted, there were 8 guards. He kneecapped 6 of them. He got out of cover and quickly shot the last 2 standing with non-lethal ammo. The bullets hit their head, knocking them out. Bulldozer coming through. He was immediately knocked off his feet by a heavily armored guard. Codename for the guard, Bulldozer. A shotgun-wielding, heavily armored creature that is slow but tough, dangerous in confined spaces, and the worst nightmare of an escaped prisoner. Unfortunate, child, I kicked asses bigger than you. The dozer shot at him with his shotgun but Izuku quickly jumped to cover. With the exception of the weak plating in front of his face, he is heavily armored and has few weak points. Damn it, he unclipped his magazine and replaced it with the one containing explosive rounds. Come out, kid, I'm not some creep, I'm the goddamn bulldozer that will kick your sorry ass. The dozer shot at the desk Izuku was hiding behind. Your ass is mine, no matter how you look at it. All this guy talks about is ass. Izuku's line of thought was interrupted by the bulldozer kicking him to the side and aiming his shotgun at him while he's down. Stand down or your ass is grass. Izuku glared in defiance as he moved out of the way, leaving a clone decoy for the bulldozer to shoot. Izuku quickly aimed his sniper rifle at the bulldozer's face and fired off 2 shots. He didn't like what happened next. The dozer fell beside him, completely faceless. Izuku sat up, not really liking what he did. Oh no, you were merely a guard carrying out his duties, and I could care less if you were a hero. Izuku stood up, and the only sound in the room was the guards moaning in agony over their injured knees. Izuku unclipped the explosive rounds and replaced them with non-lethal ammunition, grabbed an assault rifle from one of the guards, and took the shotgun from the bulldozer. I'm sorry for the guard just doing his job. Knowing that more guards would be arriving, he quickly took cover and said, 1 remnant decoy left and I still got my accuracy quirk. This is gonna be a long day. Mate, who talks about a long day? He heard a voice behind him. A black mist suddenly appeared and Paul came from it, still wearing his prison attire. Tamura and the gang broke me out earlier and we got the server. Yes, the police received some evidence from a person called Skeptic. Get in here now. Izuku has never felt this relieved in his entire life. He happily accepted Paul's offer and went through the warp gate before any guards could come inside the room. He was extremely lucky that he didn't have to fight a mountain of guards. Oi, the hell are you doing? They're all living in dorms now, and Bakugo just so happens to be passing by the dorm of his former class. Bakugo rolled his wheelchair forward as he watched Monetta's pathetic attempt to hurl his quirk at the wall. Oh, what? Oh wait, it's just you. Monetta sheepishly scratched his cheek while trying and missing for his ball to hit the mark. Bakugo read the writing on the cloth that the ball is attached to. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Well, you know, the stuff I kinda did. Oh, maybe I ought to give it a try if the Civil War of all people offered me the opportunity. Monetta explained to Bakugo, who was eyeing him suspiciously. He quickly shook his head. This isn't because I'm scared of what he might do. Promise. Quote. Okay, maybe a little, but he saw something in me, right? I was recognized by the man who gave up on heroes. I can't just let him down. Monetta answered Bakugo's silent question. The explosion boy rolled his eyes and grabbed the ball while by the cloth sticking to it. He threw it and it landed almost to where Monetta intended it to stick. Thank you, buddy, but you didn't have to help. I really hope you get back here fast. Monoma is a pain in the ass. Bakugo began to leave in his wheelchair, saying, so I've heard. Wait, he stopped for a moment and looked back at Monetta. Look, I know what you did in the past is bad, but it looked like Midoriya gave you another chance, similar to me. I take it that we're both trying. Take it easy on yourself. After a moment of staring at the great boy, Bakugo turned to face him and lied when he said, I won't. He was on his way to the greenhouse up until another person bursts out of the ground in front of him. Bakugo let out a small yelp before resting his face on his palm. What now? It's ya boy, Mirio. Who? Bakugo took a good look at him. Or rather, the face. The guy was naked. This guy was flashing him. He looked like a third year, so he thought this blonde guy is at least 18 years old. That made him an adult. This adult is flashing a minor. Bakugo could care less. He rolled his eyes and started moving again. Whoa, I just want to talk. If you want to blame me with anything involving the current situation, do it while we walk. What? No, I'm not blaming you for anything. Mirio was shocked that All Might was right on this one. This kid is being too hard on himself. He didn't like what this guy did in the past, from what he heard from the rumors, but he could tell that this kid is at least trying. He appreciates the people who try. Still, he shouldn't blame himself for everything that led up to this. Kid, I just wanna know if you're fine. Rumors were going on about you. If it involves civil war, it's probably true. He was your friend, right? If Mirio heard correctly, Civil War went undercover in UA for months before revealing himself during the attack on the first year's training camp. It looked like he only actively targeted Bakugo once during his time here, that being the USJ incident. He wanted to ask more about it with All Might, but his mentor told him that it's better to hear Bakugo's side of the story. Didn't he told everyone off before they could try to disparage you? That won't stop people, not that I would try to stop them either. Bakugo was not facing him. He was looking forward. What I did to him, I enjoyed it back then, at least. It's only after he died that I realized how much of a big piece of shit I am. Before I lost my grip, I had no idea what I had. I'm pretty sure he's the only one that didn't see me as some kind of superior entity back when we were kids. I was both irritated and relieved by that. That's a pretty hardcore origin story. Head. A voice yelled at them as Mirio intercepted what looked like a small scythe attached to a chain. The voice came from the bushes, revealing itself to be that of Shinso's. Beside him was a Hatsume that looked like she hasn't slept for a week. Sorry. Also, Bakugo, why is this naked guy beside you? We're not seeing a crime, are we? No. I was suddenly flashed by this blonde jerk who began discussing my past or something. Complete irritation. Explain it to me. Monoma, the other blonde asshole, is really irritating me. You should start reflecting on yourself more quickly because someone in our class is going to kill Monoma. Quote. You really need these kusarigamas. Bakugo gestured to the sickle that Mirio is currently examining. Well, He designed these babies and the concept is really great. It's practically our babies. Shinso rolled his eyes at the inventor and reclaimed his weapon as Hatsume yelled as he took the chained sickle from Mirio. I must have a weapon, after all. The retractable blades can be used as makeshift tasers, so don't worry. Also, they can slice bullets. Bakugo would be an idiot if he didn't know what Shinso meant about slicing bullets. You are a jerk. Shinso raised his hands reassuringly and narrowed his eyes at the brainwashing hero student, saying, you better not copy my fuck up. I won't. Now, fuck off, blonde, I'm going to the greenhouse. Alright, but you can simply call out to Lemillion if you need me. Okay, that's a good name. Izuku has taken up vigilantism as a hobby. He is currently aiming his sniper rifle at a man who was robbing someone who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, while Tamura and the others are occupied with their own tasks. Bang! Izuku took a quick glance in the mirror and rolled his eyes before unholstering his revolver and using it to block Toga's knife. He shot the mugger's leg off, causing a pained shriek that reverberated throughout the alleyway as the mugger fell to the ground and the victim quickly got up and fled. Hi, Izu-kun. BZZT, leave me alone, BZZTT. Boo, you're not enjoyable, come on, you have time for your number 2 girl, right? BZZTT, quantity 1, BZZTT, acid, BZZTT, quantity 2, WV Lil Clocky BZZTT, not you, BZZTT. Why, BZZTT, you are disqualified for attempting to stab someone. But you're hotter when you. Through his cassette recorder, he said, BZZTT, do you want to, BZZTT, kill, BZZTT, me, BZZTT. Toga glanced down for a second before turning back to face him. I don't have to kill you to make you bleed, right? He should have felt threatened, but instead he felt a little relieved. He prepared his remnant decoy, but for some reason it stopped working, and Toga stopped her knife very close to his face, preventing it from making contact with his skin. Why don't you dodge? She titled her head in curiosity. As soon as the capture gear flew over them, he grabbed Toga and pushed her down with him. BZZTT, quirk stopped working, BZZTT. He got up and fired his revolver at the target, but they managed to avoid the bullets because the assailant ducked his bullets into Toga's knife. Eraserhead was not an amateur. He knew Civil War meant for him to dodge the bullets and jump right into Vamp's knife, but he meant it. He parried her knife and punched her in the stomach, launching her. Civil War intercepted and grabbed her midair before landing safely. He fired his shots, but he kept intentionally missing. The hero knew they're just trying to get away from him. He thought he had backed them to a corner, but they both leapt off the building. Eraser looked over the edge and caught a glimpse of Kurogiri's warp gate closing. You can give up now, Midoriya. He got the finger for that. The audacity of this teenager. Violent vigilantism is a hobby now, huh? Still got a hero in you, but not really enough to get you out of prison. They both landed on a mattress, and Izuku dropped Toga in a hurry, then picked up a drink Paul was offering. Hard day, buddy. Izuku shook his head in response to Paul's question. This has been a typical Tuesday for him. Occasionally, he would come across a hero while going about his business, sometimes while he was shopping for groceries, other times when he was shooting muggers and other villains. The less competition the league has, the quicker they rise to the top. No, well, Tamura's got a job for you, Toga, and Spinner. Paul patted him on the shoulder and went back to his room. The hacker was always there waiting for him every time he gets back to give him a drink. Izuku appreciates the gesture. Paul is still trying to find the skeptic guy that screwed everyone over. He entered the room with Toga and Spinner already sitting down with Tamura on the front. We caught wind of a good contract. You might want to look at this. They're offering good money, enough to fund us for a while. Tamura turned over the chalkboard revealing pictures of multiple people with X marks. Russia wants these traitors dead. Due to illicit experiments, a military science division went rogue, causing whatever catastrophe is occurring in northwest Russia. The final military team they dispatched vanished. No choice but to send mercenary groups, even villains. How about we disprove their belief that we are expendable enough to perish during the mission? So they want us to clean up their mess. Tamura nodded in response to Spinner's question. We could be financially supported for more than 3 months with the money they are distributing. Skeptic stole all of our money from the internet. Best we can do now is to keep it offshore. Tamura took a look at each one of them. You three are the best here when it comes to silent assassinations. Just bring their heads, get the money, and get back here. It should be easy enough. Get in touch with Paul if there's a problem. You're not attending. Tamura sadly shook his head when Toga asked him. No, I have things to take care of here. Doc Tsubasa has been on the run and we're yet to find him. Not to mention, Gigantomachia. The doctor has previously told Izuku about this, Gigantomachia, and he has heard nothing but negative things about that individual. BZZTT, fast work, BZZTT, take out, BZZTT, come here, BZZTT, easy enough, BZZTT. It wasn't easy enough, though, because a flying boulder destroyed the helicopter they were traveling into Russia, killing their pilot and leaving them barely alive. Whatever town this was, it had been dead for a while, and Izuku, Toga, and Spinner were all so terrified that they were hiding with their weapons because they didn't want to confront the person who threw the boulder. Izuku chose to cut off his mouth stitches for better communication after the three of them discovered an alleyway full of dead bodies, most of which had been shot. He knelt next to a dead body and examined a green goo, saying, never seen this type before. Izu-kun, please refrain from handling those items. They have a sickly odor. Something's not right here. Izuku wiped his hand with Toga's shirt, much to the girl's annoyance. Spinner chuckled a bit before silencing himself when Toga glared at him. The three were intrigued enough to send two of them inside to investigate, leaving Spinner on guard. Izuku and Toga turned on the flashlight in an attempt to locate the source of the sobbing voice, and when they did, the woman growled at the flashlight's single second of light. Izuku swiftly turned off his flashlight and pushed down Toga's. Lights off. Spinner was busy looking around for any threats outside. What he heard next were footsteps. Many of them, running at them. He looked to the left to see something he wished only existed in movies. Oh shit, shit. In an attempt to alert his teammates, he dashed just outside the room. Zombies are real, man. Unfortunately for them, the sobbing woman was awakened by the light from Spinner's gun, and she let out a terrifying shriek, exposing her lethal claws. Run. As the monster pursued them, Toga screamed and she and Izuku fled, slamming the door shut while Spinner blocked it. Unfortunately, a hand suddenly exploded out of sheer force, causing the lizard to panic and shoot at it with his gun. Izuku and Toga were busy shooting the rest of the zombies. It's almost as if it's never ending. Unluckily enough for them, something caught Izuku and is now pulling him away. Izu-kun. Bang bang bang. Whatever was pulling Izuku died instantly when a man in a soldier's uniform emerged from the shadows with his Alaska 47, shot the creature in the head, and released Izuku from its, tongue or its, intestine. The villain team looked at the man in Russian, perplexed. Nani? Oh, Japanese. Are Japanese children being sent here now? Oh no, those idiots. Follow me. The man in the soldier's uniform spoke to them in Japanese as if he had known them for his whole life. Seeing as how they didn't have a choice, they followed him out of the alleyway and into the street. The zombies were coming from all directions and they huddled up ready to shoot all of them. They all heard a roar, but they ignored it because they were preoccupied with their worries. Izuku, on the other hand, paid close attention to the direction of the roar, and when a car suddenly flew past them from a distance, his head was filled with dread. He looked at the zombie responsible and saw that it had undergone significant mutation to become a very muscular figure that no human being could achieve without a quirk. Holy crap, do you want to shoot or run? Spinner said while backing away. Run, or, whoa. Both. As they all ran to another alleyway, aiming at the enormous zombie, the Russian man said, they found a ladder where they can go up to safety away from these zombies, even for a moment. Go. Izuku pulled out his lever shotgun and began firing at the large zombie, but it was only partially successful because the creature grabbed a smaller zombie and slammed it into him. He thought he was done for until the Russian man began firing at the large zombie to save his life. Izuku waved at them while providing cover fire as Toga and Spinner made it up the small building. Just go, kid. As Izuku began to ascend the ladder, the man followed him because he wasn't foolish enough to disagree with his words. The big zombie was being pelted with arrows with Toga providing cover fire with her crossbow. Keep climbing, I'll keep him at bay. Izuku and the soldier finally made it up as the ladder broke, sending the massive zombie crashing down to its death. Toga lowered her crossbow as Izuku and Spinner sat down in relief. Spinner was busy using his rifle to eliminate the smaller zombies. The massive zombie had had enough and began climbing the ladder, which is about to break. We made it. I'm shocked that Lizard, we just crossed the street. The Russian man interrupted Spinner while he was busy inspecting his rifle on a table. Don't bother celebrating until you're out of the city. Let me get this straight, Russian guy. My name is Miroslav. Miroslav interrupted Spinner while staring down at the zombies below the building. All right, Miroslav, are zombies real? Miroslav nodded in response to Spinner's question. It's my turn. The League of Villains is here, but why? As the three members watched the man warily, the question raised concerns in their minds. You didn't really expect Japan to tell the UN about you. Don't worry, I only came out of retirement for this. Besides, rather 4 of us against them than 1 of us. They stared at the man cautious for a minute before Izuku was the first to speak up. If you wanted to take us out, you would have let us die back there. Correct. Why would you help us? You're still young. I'm not sure about the lizard. Hey, I'm just in my early 20s, Spinner pouted at the Russian man. How can we ever trust a guy like you? You never answered my question. We're here to take out a traitor group your government set a bounty on, Izuku explained, wanting to see what Miroslav has to say. Oh, so we have same goal, then. Except for the monetary prize, that is. When we failed, it was already sure that the government would have no choice but set bounty. Miroslav glared at the zombies for a moment, tightening his fist. Are there more of you? Not that she could sense anyone else, but Toga checked to make sure they weren't entering an ambush. Not anymore, Miroslav answered. Izuku could hear a little bit of sadness behind the flatness of the man's voice. For now, I am stuck with you troublemakers. Troublemakers. Come on, man, you know we're more than troublemakers. After an elderly man called Spinner a mere troublemaker, he crossed his arms and pouted. What transpires in Russia? Here, Lizard, you're nothing but a troublemaker. It's Spinner. Of course, Lizard. I am gonna kill this Miroslav was immediately in front of him. No weapons are drawn, no angry expression, just a look of annoyance. You can try, he leaned in on Spinner. Lizard. Izuku had his revolver drawn at the man while Toga had a knife touching his throat. Miroslav, however, did not back down. Spinner backed down. Good. I know you 3 get along well, at least. If you want to get your bounty, it's about 12 kilometers away from here from their holdout. These zombies. The bio-weapons they were developing. Russia is developing zombies. No, we have standards, too. From what the commander told my squad, it was supposed to be a gas that temporarily disables quirks. This is an unpleasant side effect. The project was cancelled but the lead scientist went rogue, leading up to this mess. Miroslav readied his AK-47. The quickest way we can get there without dying is to get inside one of those tanks we set up near the racing arena. How I get there is only known to me. Should we? Are you saying that we're battling those hordes of zombies? Izuku arched his eyebrows at the man, saying, I mean, there are different mutations. Miroslav just grinned. I've been fighting them for more than 2 weeks, civil war. Just shoot what I shoot. Simple enough, even for you. Of course, if you want to die here, you can stay. I'm more worried about getting bitten. You don't have to worry about that. I was bitten multiple times, along with my crew. None of us have turned. These bites were supposed to happen instantly, Miroslav said, lifting his shirt that had several bite marks on it, the majority of which had already faded. Compared to 2 weeks ago, the effectiveness of these bites is decreasing. Toga examined the bite marks and remarked, that's not reassuring, to which Miroslav scoffed as he opened the roof door. Well, I'm not waiting for you. Follow me if you want to live through this, Miroslav said. Izuku rolled his eyes but was the first to follow the Russian man. That was enough for the other 2 to trust the man. Avoiding the zombies were easy enough, hiding from alleyway to alleyway. As long as they don't make too much noise, they'll be fine. Stop. Miroslav gestured to a zombie with tumors on his face and roughly 4 tongues protruding from 4 holes in his face. You see that thing? That was the attempt to entice you earlier. We refer to those individuals as smokers. Smokers. Miroslav pulled out a silenced sniper rifle and shot the creature from a distance, causing smoke to burst out of its body like tear gas as the bullet struck it. As far as we know, they haven't infected anyone with that smoke, he explained to the bewildered Spinner. This apocalypse was not adequately planned by whoever did it. However, what was the large object that had attacked us earlier? Toga questioned the man. Those are tanks, strongest and most durable of the bunch. We avoid those when we can. And if we're unable to run and shoot, how about the crying woman? Spinner inquired. We refer to her as witch. One stab from her nails and you're down for the count. The man issued a more severe warning than the previous two, telling the three to ignore and avoid her. I mean it. Gotcha. There are more kinds, but we'll encounter them probably. The four survivors continued to make their way through the zombie. Izuku could still not get over the feeling of something stalking them. He had to thank Toga for helping him know the feeling of being stalked. He was at the back, making sure to keep an eye out on everything from possible supplies or a working car. There's been this usual sound he hears from a distance, as if something is choking on something. High-pitched and nothing pleasant. Actually, there are two sounds, that and some form of growling. Whatever they are, he's not liking any of it. Just then a helicopter flew past them. Spinner was the first to get excited. Hey, we're down here. He ran to follow the helicopter, unknowingly separating himself from the group. Wait, Lizard. Miroslav tried to stop him to no avail. Spinner was already out the alleyway and into the middle of an empty street. They were about to follow, but something spat acid in their way. Izuku quickly shot whatever spat at them, instantly killing it. That's a spitter. Don't step on that acid. What about Spinner? Toga asked worriedly. If that lizard has tough scales, he'll be fine. Suddenly, an animal-like scream was heard from a distance, and Spinner's scream followed. The three rushed out in the alleyway to see a hooded figure trying to maul the lizard. Get it off! Get it off me! Spinner yelled as he tried to keep the sharp claws away from his body. Toga was the first to react and used her crossbow to shoot an arrow through the zombie's head. There's a hunter there. Thing leaps up high in the air. Izuku helped Spinner up as the lizard was shaken from nearly being mauled to death by the creature. Don't let that thing land on you while you're alone or you're dead. You're not going to let me die, are you, boss? Spinner asked Izuku. He looked at him straight in the eye and gave Spinner his answer. No. Oh man, that's relieving. Spinner wiped the sweat off his face while Toga hugged Izuku's back. You see, incredibly nice man. The good guy is dubious. Izuku responded to Toga by shaking her off, feeling uneasy about being touched by a stalker. More of a good friend. No fun. Toga pouted while crossing her arms. Izuku and Miroslav rolled their eyes as they continued. They continued with their travel, getting closer and closer to the stadium. They stuck to the alleyways to avoid as much contact as possible, leaving it to Toga and her crossbow to deal with zombies that might get in their way. They reached the racing arena and Miroslav tried to open the entrance. It's locked. We're gonna have to shoot it open, but Izuku groaned and said, it'll raise the alarm, before getting his revolver and a Molotov cocktail ready. Spinner pulled out his assault rifle and pointed it in the opposite direction, and Toga followed suit. Are you kids prepared? Yeah, yes, ye. The alarms blared instantly, alerting all the zombies to their location at once, and Miroslav pointed his gun at the door and opened fire, forcing it to open. Don't bother standing around, get in quick. Izuku threw his Molotov to block off the entrance before the three League members followed the elderly man into the arena. Fire quickly spreads as they shoot their way into the hallways, with zombies pouring in from all directions and showing no signs of stopping as the four continued to fire. Spitter. The spitter died before it could use its acid against them, Spinner yelled as it fired. RRAAAAAAAAGGGGGHHH. The hunter roared before it, unfortunately, had its head land on the business end of Toga's knife. The four managed to reach the tank, but Miroslav scoffed in annoyance when he checked on it. What's up? Miroslav hurriedly attached a tube to it and switched on the gas tank, saying, we got about 10 minutes before the tank gets filled. Out of gas, as I suspected. 10. Young lady, do you know how to pour it in more quickly? Toga immediately shut herself up as she pulled her arrow out of a zombie's skull. The three thought the situation was grim enough. There are supplies left here, heal up, lizard. As Spinner began hurriedly bandaging his injuries from an earlier attack, Miroslav threw him a medkit. He sprinted to seize the equalizer that flashed out of the corner of his eye. A grenade launcher arrived, Spinner exclaimed as he examined the weapon. Single shot but can take out a horde stacked together. He fired one near Izuku, who was close to being overwhelmed. Zombie guts flew everywhere. Ha, this is foo. Bang. The bullet flew past Spinner too closely and killed the smoker behind him. The lizard figured this was Izuku's form of a silent thank you for him. He was pulled out of his thoughts when a familiar roar sounded through the racing arena. Ta-ank. Toga let out a startled cry as the enormous zombie leapt from the viewing area and left a crater in its wake. Pay attention to that tank. Miroslav yelled as everyone opened fire on the tank. Spinner got in front and fired from the grenade launcher, staggering the beast. Yeah, get some. Come get some. Boom, the third grenade killed the tank. Well done, Spinner, Toga told her friend. Izulu gave him an approving nod before they were interrupted by two different roars. Two tanks are on the way, so don't get too close just yet. Get ready. As he ascended the military tanker and grasped the mounted minigun, Izuku gave the order, Spinner and Toga, focus one, and Miroslav and I will handle the other one. Ooh, I'm having fun with this. ROOAAAAGGGHHHH. The minigun and grenade launcher's overwhelming firepower swiftly destroyed the tanks, which threw boulders at them. The tanker is filled. Come on now, quickly. Miroslav started climbing inside while starting up the vehicle. Spinner and Toga ran for it with the lizard outspeeding Toga. Unyer. Toga turned around just in time for a smoker to latch its tongue on her crossbow and pull it off her. Get over it. As the tank began to move, Izuku extended his hand to Toga and said, Spinner, cover us. Okay, boss. Spinner fired at the zombies trying to catch up to Toga. The girl did not expect to run this fast in all her life, but she refused to die to zombies. She jumped and caught Izuku's hand. The tank turned around and blasted the wall open. Come on, kids, we're in for a ride. Miroslav cheered as he drove the fast tank out of the hole it created, trampling zombies on the ground. The League of Villains has escaped. To be continued. Belated Christmas Omake in the future. Merry Christmas. Mei handed Shinso his newly upgraded wakizashi. Didn't even ask for an upgrade and yet you delivered. Thanks. Take a break on Christmas, Mei. Shinso's expression softened when he inspected the sword his friend fixed for him. No worries, Shin. Mei waved it off while hiding her face from his field of view. All right. Good night, girls. Mina waved goodbye to her friends as she entered her dorm room. She opened the lights and to her surprise, there were presents on the ground. She walked up to it and looked at the note. Tried my best to cook it. The container should keep it warm if Paul is right about the tech. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Mina. P.S. Give the other gifts to Shinso and Toru. P.S. Don't ask how I snuck in here. I am. Mina instantly knew who sent the gift. She opened hers and was pleasantly surprised by what's inside. There was another note. Everyone deserves to stay warm during Christmas. Here's your favorite. Natto with okra on the side. Made with love. Not literally with love, but you know what I meant, right? I love you. That dork. Mina thought to herself as she took a bite of the natto. It was delicious. Their relationship dynamic was still complicated, but they can make it work.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.